And if you live an interesting life and write very interesting stories, which is also the beautiful thing about creative life overall, learning can never stop. There is always something new, and I learn from my patients.
And each one of us will use that choice based on the use that you have to put the technology to. The first film that made me sort of see how a human story and the layers of politics beneath. पानीपत का युद्ध पढ़कर आने वाले दरोगा लोग इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहे हैं तो उसमें थोड़ा विज्ञान विश्लेषण होना चाहिए ऐसा मेरी अपनी सोच है.
A person may have a very enviable style, external appear very successful and all, but not what's happening within. It is not the supply chain, it is the supply chain. And I'm happy to announce that we are still very much in the pilot stage. And beta testing is going on. We are gradually building up our presence little by little as people get more and more confident.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the career, reflection, right? Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and also distinguished honorees, my name is Aditya Malik, and it's an honor and a pleasure to welcome you to the fourth edition of the prestigious BW Legal World Top 100 General Counsel Conclave and Awards. This initiative is to recognize and reward prolific general counsels who have made a mark for themselves in this profession. This annual marquee event has conceptualized to fuel excellence in the legal ecosystem by identifying the best corporate legals in the country who have the potential to lead the way. Throughout the day, we will delve into thought-provoking panel discussions led by top general counsel and lawyers of the country, covering a wide array of legal topics that shape our business landscape. The discussions will explore diverse themes, including the ethical implications of artificial intelligence in law, the evolving Indian and international area landscape, insights on the digital competition bill, the alignment of DEI and corporate governance, and also strategies for combating white-collar crimes. We also hear thoughts on implications of new criminal law reforms and also the GC outlook on tackling onerous regulations and compliances. With moderators and panelists like yourselves, this event and today promises to be an enriching experience, providing valuable insights and perspective for all our audience members. But before we move ahead, let me give you a quick introduction about the BW Legal World community. Launched in 2019, BW Legal World is an offshoot of BW Business World, a 4-decade-old publication that has since consistently ranked amongst India's largest and most respected business magazines. This exclusive GC community, it aims to bridge the gap between business and also the legal sector across the globe. BW Legal World, it brings business leaders and legal doyens like yourselves from all verticals of the legal fraternity, law firms, in-house departments, jurists, law institutes, legal tech innovators, and more on one platform. Pushing forward the vision of BW Business World, BW Legal World prides itself on covering the revolution in the legal landscape worldwide to bring to its readers the finest and the latest news and developments, and be the common thread that tries all the opportunities to build together a brighter future. For that, may I please request our team to play the community movie to give us a sneak peek into the world of BW Legal World. Please. BW Business World, led by Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and also the Editor-in-Chief of BW Business World and founder of the Exchange for Media Group, is the fastest growing business media house in the country. With a network spanning across 24 niche business communities and 8 magazines, the BW Business World is proud to be entrenched in various verticals in the domestic as well as global business ecosystems. And the change in times, BW now has a massive readership in the digital space as well. BW and its portfolio has 24 niche B2B communities that organize conferences and also forums to initiate interaction between sectoral business leaders and also create a conducive environment for collaboration. To keep yourself updated about the developments, please subscribe to the BW Business World Group magazines. I promise you, it will add to your professional quest for knowledge and insights. For all our attendees today, the exciting offers, you can of course read about them more and listen and get more details on them from our team members at the registration counter. The latest magazine issue, it shines a spotlight on women entrepreneurs and entrepreneurs who are reshaping the business landscape and industries throughout and also through their innovation and leadership. This specific issue, it dives deep into India's stride in the rollout of 5G services and also an interview with the CMD Vivek Kumar Devangan on the ambitious solar rooftop scheme announced by the Honorable Prime Minister in January. Can you please have the promotional review of the latest magazine issue featuring creativity, tech, and also innovation, please?
India's had opportunities. Because of the sheer size of the market, because digitization has got democratized, creating a very strong foundations of knowledge and integration. The India stack has brought solutions close to clients that enable Indian talent to work in global innovations. Thus, the development of almost has led to unprecedented growth and has ensured people in this market to solutions to global clients at scale. Read about our story and how we build the solutions in our corporate, planet, clients, and communities in this showing of the business world.
And now back to today. Today's digital broadcast. It's being streamed live across all BW Business All platforms, including the social media channels and also on www.bwlegalworld.com. If you wish to share your views online, some news online, any pictures online of a meeting, greet, just happy moments, please do so. And also use the hashtag BW Legal Conclave 2024. A little about today as well, in the form of course, an AV. Can we play the event AV? I also take this moment to thank our partners for today. Our exhibiting partner, Wallaby, our legal tech partner, Lawyer Desk, our knowledge partner, Chandok and Mahajan, advocates and solicitors, our event partners, Joy Travels Private Limited, Phantom, Mealy Coffee, The Thick Shake Factory, Reality Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Buzz, Impact, and Pitch. And now to formally welcome all of you from the BW Legal World team. Please join me in welcoming on stage the managing editor of BW Legal World, Miss Ashima Oi. Please, everybody. Oh, I thought it's a Saturday. You'd be happier in showcasing your love. Thank you.
Thank you, Aditya. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of BW Legal World and Dr. Anurag Batra, our esteemed chairman and editor-in-chief and founder Exchange for Media, I welcome you to the much-awaited 4th edition of Top 100 Plus GC Conclave and Awards to celebrate in-house excellence and innovation in the field of law. Today, we are poised to delve into a series of engaging discussions led by distinguished jurists, seasoned general counsel, and thought leaders from across the industry. Our agenda is designed to not only address the current challenges and opportunities in the legal landscape, but also to anticipate the emerging trends that will shape our future. As we proceed, let us draw inspiration from the words of Isaac Newton. If I have seen further, it is by standing on the shoulders of giants. This conclave serves as a platform for all of us to stand on the shoulders of each other's experiences and insights, thereby seeing further and clearer into the complexities of legal practice and governance. Thank you for joining us today. Your presence reflects your commitment to not only enhancing your professional journey, but also contributing to the collective wisdom of our community. Let us make the most of this opportunity to learn, connect, and grow. Now, without further ado, I would like to invite our keynote speaker, Dr. Lalit Bhasin, President, Society of Indian Law Firms, a titan, a visionary, a giant-hearted person, and fountain of knowledge, to share his invaluable thoughts with us. Welcome, Dr. Bhasin.
Dr. Anurag Batra in absentia Ashima, Mr. Dhanendra Kumar, my distinguished colleagues from the bar, and last but not the least, the General Counsel, the in-house counsel, for whom this event is taking place. I bring to you greetings from the Society of Indian Law Firms, which is a body which has about 150 top law firms of the country as its members. We recently had our own building inaugurated by the Honorable the Vice President of India on 29th of April. And this building is going to house, you see, a unique center of excellence on dispute solutions. It will be something more than ADR and all that, where you see the effort and endeavor will be to resolve amicably, sitting across the disputes which arise amongst the corporate bodies. Samjhata, that is the motto. Settlements, try to resolve your disputes. I also bring to you greetings from the Bar Association of India, of which I happen to be the immediate past president. Also the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, having headquarters in London, and I chair the India branch of that. And also from the CII, National Committee on Legal Services, which I happen to chair. Today, my message to you, I've been addressing the General Counsel. Very, very eminent faces are here. We meet quite frequently and we discuss the problems and issues which the General Counsel, in-house counsel face due to lack of recognition of their important and significant role which they play by our regulatory body, that is the Bar Council of India. Why this stepmotherly treatment to the General Counsel? Are they less knowledgeable, less committed than some of us who are called external lawyers? Yes, we are external lawyers. What does it imply? That you are something more than that. General Counsel play a very important, significant, pivotal role, not only for their corporates, but eventually, you see, for the country as a whole, for the country's economy. Can there be a bilateral agreement? Can there be mergers and acquisitions? Can there be joint ventures without legal support? Obviously not. Therefore, the legal profession as a whole plays a very important and significant role in the development of the corporate sector, which in turn means development of the economy of the country. And that role is entirely, firstly and foremost, dependent upon the role of the General Counsel. Everything starts from there. Then, if required, then you go to external counsel. If not required, you handle things yourselves. So why this recognition is not forthcoming from the Bar Council of India? I am quite critical about you people, the General Counsel, because you seem to be divided. I see so many associations, groups and all that within the General Counsel. If you were to be united, I am sure that your voice will be heard, you see, not only by the other professional bodies like the ones which I represent, but also the Bar Council, and more importantly by the government also, by the Ministry of Law and Justice. Therefore, just apply your mind to this of coming together. And remember, A right is never given, it is taken. I firmly believe you have a right to be recognized. And today, in return for the largesse which you have given me by repeatedly sharing with me, you see, your views, I am giving you a return gift. This return gift you will find on your table, which is one representation which we have drafted on behalf of the CII National Committee on Legal Services. Mr. Amar Sundaram has played a very important role, you see, in preparing this with some support from my side. I don't think you would have seen a document like this. Just have a look at this, that it starts with that, who is the General Counsel? Then it says the key responsibilities of a General Counsel. And look at the key responsibilities, that is the legal advice, risk management, contract negotiations, compliance, corporate governance, litigation management, intellectual property, government relations. Then this goes on to say, how has the role of General Counsel changed and evolved over the last few decades? When I started my practice about 62 years ago, and I was advisor to some of the corporate bodies, they just used to have a manager legal, law manager, something similar names. And the only role, you see, which was performed by those, that okay, if some notices have come from regulatory authorities, then you take it to the external counsel, get the replies prepared. So he was like a intermediary between the corporate body and the legal professional. Now, particularly after 1990s, with the liberalization, the role of General Counsel has changed. It has changed because it was a requirement by the corporate bodies to have a full-fledged legal department which should not act as an intermediary between the corporate body and the external lawyers, but it should provide actual guidance, you see, to the corporate, to the board of directors, to the leadership of the corporate body. And we have highlighted the increased strategic influence, emphasis on compliance, technology and legal tech adoption, globalization of business, corporate social responsibility, enhanced risk management, crisis management. These are some of the roles which we could define what the General Counsel perform. And then we have given a table of the past profile and role of a GC and the present profile and role of a GC. This is very informative. I would request you please to go through this Then reporting of General Counsel to the key decision makers of the company. These days, the key decision makers, board of directors or the CEO or the chairman, managing director, they first look towards, you see, the General Counsel to give the green clearance for any issues which may arise if they are setting up a new project also in the running of the business. What are the issues? What can be the risk factors? How to ensure compliance? That is where the role of the General Counsel comes in for the benefit of the corporate and the business leadership of the corporate body. Therefore, the role is much more than, you see, of even a director on the board. There are directors who are executive directors, then there are independent directors. But the role of General Counsel is to provide the safeguarding interest you see, of the entire board and eventually of the company. Then what is the gap and the need of the hour? That also we have highlighted. If you kindly see this, what is required to be done? Either the amendment of the Advocates Act or the Bar Council regulation, or even some of the provisions of the Companies Act. And is there a need for such statutory recognition? You see, in India, we have said yes, there is a need for statutory recognition because of the evolving role of the General Counsel, the global trends, clarity and accountability, legal professional privileges, and industry specific considerations. Then the role in eradicating corruption per such, then attorney client privilege communication. Are General Counsel and the corporates that they work for protected by the attorney client privilege communications in India? And then we go on. We have set out a table. Then we say informal recognition has already been given. That we say top General Counsels of India awarded by Forbes India Legal Power List and by top General Counsel in India, Business World, Legal Era, all other organizations have given informal recognition, but important recognition to the role of the General Counsel in India. So, summary you will find also that role has enhanced in last 10 years and is a critical member of any corporate senior leadership team, plays a significant role in promoting corporate governance and mitigating legal risk by ensuring compliance with laws and regulations. Various countries have already recognized, and this is important, and the role of General Counsel. Informally, through various platforms in India, legal luminaries have participated and recognized their contributions. A General Counsel is a well-qualified legal professional whose job within the corporate sector is to provide legal advice to the management. Thus, they fall within the concept of legal advisors. They have a big role to play in the development and growth of digital India, growth story of Indian economy, bringing down the corruption perception index going forward. And what reforms is required? That is, lastly, we spell out statutory recognition to the GCs by granting them statutory recognition by issuing a clarification that a General Counsel employed in a corporate sector are legal advisors. Then reporting of a General Counsel should be directly to the Managing Director or CEO of the company, as has been done, for example, in the case of a Data Protection Officer under the Digital Personal Data Protection Act, and which states that the significant data fiduciary shall be an individual responsible to the board of directors or similar governing body of the significant data fiduciary. Then extend the attorney-client privilege to General Counsel, as they are well-qualified legal professionals involved in the practice of law and giving of legal advice to their employers. Clarifications to be issued by the Ministry of Law and Justice as well as the Bar Council of India. Then GCs should be involved by the government in consultation papers on major policy decisions, that is drafting of important legislations and its impact. They should be allowed to represent their employers by way of appearance in the courts, tribunals, mediation, and argue the matters on behalf of the companies. GCs should be allowed to be in the list of eminent mediators, arbitrators under the Arbitration and Conciliation Act. This afternoon, we are having a meeting, high-profile meeting of the Arbitration Bar of India, which I'll be attending, and I'll be raising these issues also in that meeting, which will be chaired by Justice Rajendra Gupta, and also by the Attorney General and the Solicitor General. So my request to you is, at the end of the day today, when we finish this, you please adopt this as your official resolution as a collective body of General Counsel. And if you have any comments, please send those directly to me. Ashima will share my details so that we could incorporate that, and within 1 week, we propose to submit this, you see, to the Bar Council of India, to the Ministry of Law and Justice. That is the way forward for the General Counsel. So please grab this opportunity. This document is well prepared, and it is not for external counsel. It is basically for the General Counsel to take benefit of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. That was Dr. Walad Wasim, the President of Society of Indian Law Firms, his keynote address. While they set up the stage, we'll move ahead with a first panel discussion. I should introduce the panelists to you. The topic is on artificial intelligence in law, ethical implications, impact on organizational training, and best practices. Please join me in welcoming our panelist for the same. Anubhav Kapoor, Director of Legal Services, Samvardhana Motherson Group. Joining him is K. Satish Kumar, Senior Vice President and Group Chief Legal Officer, Intellect Design Arena. Joining them is Jyoti, VK, General Counsel and Senior, VP Aditya Birla Fashion. Joining them is Biplab Lenin, Partner, Cyril Amarchand Mangaldas. Joining them is Zamir Natani Group, General Counsel, Kar Dekho. And this session will be moderated by Lakshmi Menon Nair, Director and Associate General Counsel, HP. Please let's welcome them collectively, everybody, to the stage. आपकी जोरदार तालियों के साथ. Thank you.
Good morning.
You can also sit to confuse them or just sit according to whatever works.
Yeah. That's what I did. Oh, all right. Yeah.
You're fine.
Okay. All right. I actually did try that. Oh, sorry. I've done exchange six. Yeah. Yeah,
Now
yeah,
moderator,
yeah.
but she's going to also moderate us.
Yeah. Thank you.
Lakshmiji also, just because so that they don't put me up here as a bell, there's a timer here. आप उसका ध्यान रखना, वरना they'll just have to stand and do nothing and just wait. That's it. Please.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. Without further ado, we'll dive right into the topic at hand. I will start by quoting Nicole Schmidt, who is a former Google employee and who's also written this famous book, The Age of AI, where he observes that AI has the potential and also promises to transform every realm of human experience. And at the very core of this transformation, what's going to happen is at a philosophical level, humans are going to completely transform the way they behave, the way they look at reality, and also observe their own roles in that reality. One of the most fascinating things about artificial intelligence is its ability to unlock very deep questions, to throw insights which are, again, not previously explored. So there's a lot of terra incognito that you come across when you're handling artificial intelligence. In this panel, we're going to discuss some of the ethical considerations as well as how the legislative framework is evolving. There's a lot of legislative momentum that has built up over the past few years in this particular domain, just given its all-pervasive, presence as well as its constant reach and development. Before I hand it over to the panelists, I'll just briefly talk about some of the high-level trends that we're seeing from a legislative point of view. Right from the European Union that's taken a lead in this entire domain, you will find that the AI Act, which has been introduced, is perhaps one of the most trailblazing legislations because of its wide-ranging mandate for human oversight over artificial intelligence. And this is so important primarily because there seem to be a lot of speculation regarding the human lines blurring when it comes to using and applying artificial intelligence. The other important legislation which is slowly gathering momentum is the committee, the advisory committee, which has been constituted in the US, primarily to advise the president as well as to also advise in creating a blueprint for the new AI Rights Act. Across the world, you will find that countries like Israel, countries like Japan, and Australia are very, very focused when it comes to considering ethical deployment of artificial intelligence. Apart from that, some of the other countries that are also making steady strides are countries like the UK. The UK does not want to stifle innovation, so they've taken a more passive approach, if you will, when it comes to looking at new technologies, emerging technologies, which also includes AI. What is fascinating is the way the Indian courts are slowly interpreting and referencing the use of this technology. So apart from some of the more well-known US cases, which perhaps most of you have come across, like the OpenAI cases and even the cases around GitHub, Stable Diffusion, I think the Indian courts have recently made some very specific observations, and I'll just very quickly take you through that. In the Christian Louboutin trademarks infringement case, there was a very specific observation made by the Delhi High Court, wherein they upheld that artificial intelligence will not replace human intelligence in the entire adjudication process. Curiously, in a case which was before the Punjab and Haryana High Court, they had used ChatGPT in order to carry out some research on bail jurisprudence. Again, observing that AI can be used in a very discrete fashion as long as it's used only for the purposes of research. And we will talk about how hallucination can come and intervene and interfere with all of that. Apart from that, I think the most recent and fascinating development, which I read a few days ago, was about how the Delhi police, in fact, had used AI in order to reconstruct the face of a murder victim. And what they essentially managed to do is use facial recognition technology on a photograph and then revive the person's features, including their, the color of their eyes, their lips, etc., which I think is absolutely transformative when it comes to criminal jurisprudence and administering criminal justice. My own organization, I represent a tech organization. We are using AI extensively to help companies get data ready. We are also using AI for the purposes of assisting the government in smart city projects. We partner with a lot of startup companies. One of the most eminent collaborations that we've recently had is with a company called Aleph Alpha, which is a German company. And this company basically has created a large language model called Luminous. And this particular platform is doing some very cutting edge work in the field of climate change, and also looking at regulated sectors like finance and banking. So that's where I think, we are going to see a lot of changes sectoral, especially in the sectoral laws, because more regulated and data sensitive industries are going to have to adopt more stringent norms. With that, I'm going to turn it over to our first speaker today. So one interesting thing about this panel is that we represent different industries, and we hope to contextualize this discussion based on the different industries that we come from. Biplab represents the pharma industry over here. So Biplab, when we were speaking, one of the most fascinating things that you spoke about yesterday was how artificial intelligence is transforming the way the entire healthcare and pharma industry is evolving. Please, may I invite you to speak a little bit about the opportunities and challenges that it's going to present, and specifically touch upon the telemedicine rules and how that is prohibitive or perhaps, going to create more opportunities for the pharma and health industry.
Thank you, Lakshmi. So traditionally, pharma and healthcare industry has been growing exponentially. But post-COVID, I think so the industry is on steroids. The concept of digital health before COVID was evolving, but the focus started during onset of COVID-19. If you realize in today's context, at least in tier 1 cities, starting from doctor's consultation to diagnosis and to delivery of medicines, everything is happening online. Earlier in the context wherein you would have to make an appointment with a doctor, visit their premise, go for the diagnostic test, everything is happening online. And as I speak, there are 10,000 tech companies in India which are providing healthcare facilitation services, which are connecting patient to the doctors. And the existing pharma and healthcare companies have started integrating technology in their realm to ensure that the patient get the 100% consumer satisfaction. So when I talk about AI in healthcare, I do advise good number of digital health companies. And in the last 3-4 years, I have seen that the companies have integrated artificial intelligence in their service provider, wherein you provide certain information or documents to them in terms of your, assuming, for example, your hair samples, the way your scalp looks. The software identifies what disease or disorder a person may be having. So in the context of that, telemedicine has evolved, and there is a guideline called telemedicine practice guidelines, which governs this interaction between patient and the doctors. It clearly says that artificial intelligence at this point of time cannot directly advise the patients. It can only support the patient. So when we as a lawyer reviews tech team's internal structuring as to how it works, we ensure that if the tech-based companies or the pharma or the healthcare companies who have integrated technology, when they use the artificial intelligence, none of the activities should be considered as an advice to the patient in terms of that. So now also we have a new legislation for governing data privacy. So we will have to ensure that the data which we use or the pharma or the healthcare companies use in their day-to-day lives needs to be ensured that they are compliant with the data privacy legislations. So in terms of liability as it stands today, the liability vests with the healthcare practitioners and the clinical establishments which are vicariously liable for anything which happens to a patient. So this is how the pharma and healthcare industry has been evolving and has been using artificial intelligence. Thank you.
Thank you, Biplav. Satish, there have been, I think, a lot of changes that are taking place in the contract management operations realm, especially for in-house legal counsels. And I would invite you to talk a little bit about how artificial intelligence is being a total game changer when it comes to reviewing of contracts, improving efficiencies and productivity of your team. I would also request you as a second question to talk a little bit about data privacy and how AI deployment can impinge upon your data rights.
Yeah, thank you, Lakshmi. So contract management, artificial intelligence plays a very pivot role in the contract management. As we all know, as GC, it's a major responsibility that I always say contract management is a bread and butter for any counsel. So you have to go through each and every page, not only each and every page, each and every word to ensure that we don't miss out any critical events. Gone are the days when we just restrict our review on the contract just for 4 clauses like indemnity, limitation of liability, reps and warranties and all. Now you have to understand the business and also highlight the business risk to the business team, because none of them have the patience to read through hundreds of pages. It's the counsels who have to read through each and every page. So there is a major challenge. How do you identify the risk? So artificial intelligence has come out as a blessing for councils, where say hundreds of pages gets reviewed in a very short time. And you know that the councils can vouch. When any document comes to a council, it's urgent. It has to be delivered immediately, irrespective of the industry, irrespective of the company. I see it's a very common phenomenon in all the parts of the world. It comes from US to India and it has to be delivered overnight. How can you deliver hundreds of pages in a very short duration? And AI has come as a blessing. It turns around the contract review process in a very short duration. It helps you in identifying, the major risk in the contract. Not only in the legal, but also, it helps in identifying the business risk. So I think AI has come out as a big blessing for the councils. Of course, it cannot replace council. There's always a debate or a question in all the platforms. AI cannot replace councils. At the end, it is a council who is accountable, who is responsible for the output. It is not AI, it's not the software. So the councils will generally go through it, highlight the risk, and pass it on to the other side or the other councils. But yes, I think AI has come out as a very big blessing in the contract review process. Now, the other important point is on the confidentiality and the other risk associated with ethical consideration. I'll put it: data privacy, confidentiality, and ethical consideration. AI is a black box. You only know the output. You don't know what is inside. That it lacks transparency. So I think that is where the black box theory comes in, posting of the AI, and we don't know what is the input that it is giving the final result, what goes into it, that the final results comes out. So the major risk is, for data privacy, for any AI, the data fed into the AI should be vast. In a corporate world, that there are many information which are confidential as well as sensitive private information. So what all data can you expose to AI? How the algorithm can take care of all this information, whether it can maintain the privacy laws like GDPR and other privacy laws now across all the countries, whether it can take care of all the laws, only time is going to tell. So I feel that, when you are exposing vast amount of data to AI, there is always a risk of confidentiality and complying with the respective data privacy law in that particular jurisdiction. So that's a big challenge, I feel, as far as AI is concerned. Yeah, Lakshmi.
Thank you, Satish. And so well summarized that your AI tools are only as strong as the underlying data that you feed it with. With that, we'll turn it over to Jyoti, who represents the fashion industry. Jyoti, we are very curious to know what sort of an impact artificial intelligence is going to have on the fashion industry. The second part of my question is, since you're an AI and an IP practitioner, more specifically, what are your views on this rising trend in AI litigation? Do you think that courts in India will have to perhaps have specialists to advise on AI-related matters, because it is very, very technology-centric? And like Satish mentioned, there's lack of transparency, total lack of, I think, visibility in terms of how the data is compiled. So fairness, bias, cognitive biases. So can you share a little bit about what's happening in your industry?
Lakshmi, that's a flurry of questions, but yeah, happy to talk all of your questions. Yeah, I think let me start with, because whenever there are questions around AI and then use cases for fashion industry, you also hear about Gen AI, right? So, and most often AI and Gen AI are interchangeably used, but actually they are not one and the same. So let's look at what are these quickly, because AI in general, it refers to systems that display intelligent behavior by analyzing the environment and, producing the outcome with a certain degree of autonomy. Like look at your virtual assistants like Siri, Google Assistants, and your chatbots and all of that. But coming to Gen AI is where, of course, it's a subset of AI using deep learning methodology, neural networks. What Gen AI do is create, new content. New. It's absolutely new. And that is where its potential lies. And coming to its potential lies, but also problems lie. So coming to fashion industry, where do we use them most often is the advertisements. Not very long ago, advertisements, we had to kind of go to studios, do number of shoots with models, or sometimes other locations and things like that. But today, you have like, softwares like Midjourney, Adobe, you can just create the images, right? Like you can Dali, all of these, you can create images. And if you want to kind of create some kind of catchy words and expressions, probably ChatGPT could be of help to you. So also that, we also see that there is a lot of opportunity for us to, create some new designs, like especially when you're printing certain motifs on a fabric or you're creating something new, and that's where, fashion industry sees a lot of potential in Gen AI. Yeah, and this is again work in progress, and then but it all depends on what kind of terms and conditions all these Gen AI vendors offer us, and of course we can't really rule these negotiations. We are actually at their behest. Now coming to the litigations, Lakshmi, that you just asked me about, are like there are litigations like see, when I'm saying like when I can create a picture, like, I think of a lady standing on Brooklyn Bridge. It's a wintry morning, and I want Dali to create an image for me. And when I create and I say that I want this image in the style of Andy Warhol. Yes, Andy Warhol is a US artist, very famous artist of 19th century. If as a user, if I give this kind of a prompt to the Gen AI, and it kind of gives it like, something which I really is very, very close to my imagination. But imagine what happened. Somebody did that, and the Dean up AI, which was used for this, and again was in litigation because Andy Warhol Foundation sued them, and many other artists in California sued this, Midjourney and various other, Gen AI companies for training, their data for algorithms on their copyrighted data. Kind of just to kind of give you some sense of what is the kind of data these Gen AIs gulp, to give you this kind of results. If I were to just give you, GPT-3 was trained on 300 billion tokens, tokens equivalent to a word, right? And if every word that is fed 300 billion tokens, and Google Palm 2 used 3.6 trillion tokens, and our chat GPT-4, which is everyone's darling today, they using AI Whisper tool use millions of hours of YouTube content. So this is the kind of content, they have to consume to create the results that you want. But again, what's happening here is the conflict between the copyright owners and the AI, the proprietors. That is one. And as fashion industry and as user of Gen AI, What is my concern? My concern is, prompting an AI to get a particular output is not easy. It requires millions of attempts to get the image that I desire. I won't get it in one shot. And you would have heard that today the highest paid engineers are the prompt engineers. I'm sure all of you would have heard of that. Why is it? Because that has become a skill. But unfortunately, when I use the skill and create an image or a content, whatever is the output, do I get copyright in it? Unfortunately, the answer was no. In this case of Zari of the Dawn, there was this lady called Chris Castanova, US, computer scientist. She created a comic book. Of course, she used Mid Journey to create the images, and the US Copyright Office rejected it. But again, there's also good news. A Chinese court, I think it was Beijing court in 2024 Jan, they said that AI content could be copyrighted. But that's where we are today. If you are probably in the US, you might not get it, but you are in China, you might get it. And that's where the concern is. And of course, it requires a lot of, technical know-how to understand. I might take like a few more seconds to understand. I was so fascinated. All of you, I think you must make an attempt to read the Zari of the Dawn, the US Copyright Office order. They went on to study Mid-Journey's literature. And they said that it is the noise that is created by the AI and which gets refined by the prompts, and hence the prompts do not influence the results, and hence they are not copyrightable. Look at the technical depth here. And that's the depth we require in adjudicators. And coming to the last question, Lakshmi, that is perhaps today is lacking. And I don't think we should not blame judiciary for that. They need to be trained. And whoever today, and if you're looking at Gen AI market, it's going to be like $1.6 trillion market in next 6 to 7 years. And that only means there will be more litigations. So we need to train the people who adjudicate. So that's where the challenge is. Definitely we need trained people to adjudicate AI disputes. I hope I answered all your questions, Lakshmi.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Jyoti. I think 2 or 3 things that specifically stand out, while you were speaking, I was sort of processing it. One was the rather exploitative nature of the entire AI business, because all these data sets that are created are essentially licensed or owned by somebody else. And the fact that, they are not taking prior permission and not seeking license, or there is no process or framework for licensing itself, is alarming. Right. So I remember when I was taking a flight to Delhi a few months ago, and I was incidentally speaking on the same topic. Somebody asked me, do you think the horse has left the stable? So I said it has, but I'm sure there's a way to rein it in as well. Right. And I think the other important thing that struck me when you were talking about, the amount of data consumed in order to get the right image is the fact that there's an entire ESG element or an environmental impact that this entire technology has. So I was discussing this, in fact, with Ashima when I was speaking to a couple of days back, saying that to build Chat GPT-4, the total energy consumption was equivalent to that of energy consumed by 30 households in the US for an entire year. So you can just imagine the sort of carbon footprint and a large language model leaves, right? And the huge impact that it's going to have, especially from an ESG and sustainability perspective. So then the larger question is, do we let innovation continue unbridled, or do we impinge on innovation at some point of time, which takes me to Anubhav, who is here to represent the auto industry. So Anubhav, we are very curious to know from you, what are some of the biggest challenges and trends you're seeing, especially in the automotive industry? And what does this mean, especially when we have entered an era of autonomously driven cars? What sort of liabilities do you think get fastened to an OEM? What sort of remedies or recourse would a person using that technology have?
Thank you, Lakshmi. You have touched very interesting topics today morning. So So let's talk about autonomous cars, right? So, or popularly called as AI cars or driverless cars, right? That's the topic, and the ethical dilemmas that are involved in the interpretation or the jurisprudence which is getting involved across the world on in this area. Of course, this is the new area of law and much debated. Very few countries have actually legislated or put some framework of legislation around autonomous cars. US, France, Germany, UK are some of the countries who have kind of put some frameworks around it. In India, still we don't have a particular legislation around autonomous cars. But let us just reflect back in terms of when we talk about driverless cars, what is it, and how do they kind of function, right? And then slowly, once we understand what degree of automation and where the liability issues are, we'll get into the liability part of it in terms of what kind of liabilities could come and whom to sue. So in an autonomous car, I think it is not single technology. It is a combination of a number of technologies that go together to enable the car to kind of drive on its own and analyze the environment. So some of the technologies are or popularly called as LiDAR technologies, which are laser based, camera based technologies, which take 360. And then there are geospatial connectivities. Then there are vehicle to vehicle connectivities, right, that go in. Then there are audio receptors, there are visual sensors, where, and all of them are stitched together through algorithms and softwares, which kind of then get into an analysis of what the environment around is, which enables the car to move forward or decide what actions to take, right? Of course, there are several advantages of driverless car. First of all, I think it reduces the entire stress of driving, which all of us face every day in busy cities and traffics. I think it's a boon for disabled people because I think in their world, this will kind of take away the entire hassle of driving. Also, I think it will reduce the number of accidents because 80% of the accidents that we encounter today are human errors, and machines, given the way they are trained and the algorithms they work, the errors are much more reduced. And I think that will also change the face of insurance that is there. I think that's something I'll discuss a little later. But on the ethical side, once the driverless cars come, I think you will also see a reduction in the taxi drivers. You will see a lot of unemployment in terms of people who are associated with the transport industry, right? Because the machines will take over the driving part of it, which is mostly the mechanical part or the automation part of it. So there is one ethical concern that straight away comes in terms of whether it will take the jobs. And sadly, in this area, if the autonomous cars come in, I think there is a likelihood that those jobs will be taken away, right? So that's a sad part. But on the other hand, we also see effective navigation management, effective traffic management, optimal utilization of road space and things like that. So that's the autonomous world, right? Why there is a need of that kind of a technology in the future. Or but let us first understand also the automation, right? When we talk about autonomous or driverless cars, we talk about automation from 0 to 5, 0 being the least and 5 being the maximum. So in at present, 3 is the commercial level of automation that is being produced. The Volvos and the Teslas are kind of, and the Mercedes are giving kind of three level of automation, which is not fully automated but partially automated. So since we are running out of time, I'll quickly go to the liabilities part of it, right? So if it was right now, we are focused on, all our liabilities are focused on the driver, right? Because the vehicle is in control of the driver, and therefore, if the guy rams down into something, he creates damage to property, causes death or damage, the driver is to be blamed for it because he is responsible for the control of the car. So therefore, all the personal insurances that we take are centered around personal liability and third party insurances. But if imagine when there is a fully automated car where the driver has no role to play, then probably the question arises, should the liability be fixed on the manufacturer, right? Now, if it is the manufacturer, then there are also people who are designing the software. Is it a explicit error on the part of the software designer or a implicit? Or should the designer should have known, or should the manufacturer should have put the best technologies into the car, knowing fully well that the accident should have happened, right? I think those are the tort liabilities that come in. Is it negligence or it is strict liability policies which can be put on the manufacturer? The second aspect of it is the classical debate on whether AI can be hauled up for criminal offenses, because in driving there can be debts, there can be damage, criminal negligence as well, right? So that's a debate which still has not evolved. I think with that I will close, and we can discuss the details over lunchtime. Thank you.
Thank you, Anubhav. I invite Zamir to briefly talk about how Gen AI has been used in his organization, some of the imminent risks you see, also some of the frameworks that you have created specifically to address the risks of Gen AI.
Hi, good morning, everyone, and good to see you all, including some of the General Counsel friends. I'm going to divide my part into four distinguishing factors so that I give you some factual information. So first, I'm going to give you certain examples, where AI has been implemented, and you'll be amazed to know that. Number two, where I'm using the AI tool, it's in the experimentation process. Number three, what's the framework we have created or we will all have to create for our organization, because that will be a feedback which will come from your stakeholders. And some numbers from McKinsey, 3-4 numbers, which will tell you what's the mark AI is going to leave with you in a few years to come. All right. So to make it interesting, one of the first example I want to give you, because I represent Car Deco, and Amit Jain also is in limelight because he's one of the sharks on Shark Tank India. It's into auto tech, fintech, and insurance tech. These are the three branches we lay out. Now, on the auto tech side, we all virtually realize that, someday we will have a virtual showroom where we can buy the cars. All right. Now, when I say about virtual showroom, it's not just an experiential thing which you will see. You will have a cinematic experience. When I say cinematic experience will mean, I was one of the experimentation part of Harvard Business School when they wanted to start a virtual class. The virtual class does not mean Google Meet, Teams, etc. It's a cinematic experience on your laptop. Virtually, you will think that you're sitting in Harvard Business School, Boston. All right. So that's the kind of virtual showroom which is coming. I've also seen demos of car. So when you want to open the when you want to see the part of the roof which is opening, etc., it's with the clear sound cinematic experience which AI gives you. All right, that's the first example. The second example, which probably is happening and you are not aware, is the customer care call which you are getting on your mobile phones. You literally hear the voice of a male or female talking to you. That's a AI software or a tool which is talking to you. The AI is exactly answering your questions, exactly giving you the information which you require. It is not a real human being which is on the call. It's an AI tool, male or female voice. All right. It's all in the testing area now. The third example, because I have also worked in the entertainment industry, and you would have never observed this, but next time when you go to the cinema theaters, you can do it. On the right hand side of the cinema screen, you will find a small light which is blinking, all right, on the top side. So next time when you go to a cinema theater, probably try to look for that small light. That light is an AI tool which is trying to find out how many male, female, and children are sitting in the room. Okay, what's the use of that information? It is required by the advertisers like Coca-Cola, etc. When you see those ads, the advertisers will require what's the genre I'm addressing. All right. So this is what the creation of AI is going to make to the difference to the world. Now, when we are in the process of implementing AI in the legal part of it, this comes out of three experience. One is I have seen one of the law firm which is using this, one of the examples of luminance which was given here. And there is a machine learning process which is going on in that law firm based in Bangalore. Second is we are ourselves testing in our legal team the use of that particular AI tool. And third is 6 months back, I was at Harvard Business School as a graduate. On generative AI, we had a special session. And of course, lawyers are not losing their job. That's part of the survey also. Now, what's the advantage we are getting here? We have identified about 7. First is your documentation automation is happening. So initial part of the agreements or automation is assisting you in clearing your initial part of the agreements and documents. So it is agreements, legal notices. We have also tested litigation documents like plaint, etc. It's helping you 50% on that part. So a junior assistance is being given by the AI tool is what we found, but it's making a difference of over 50%, which will mean your productivity will go up by 50%. Number 2, we are seeing a focused legal research. It's not a random search which is happening. Facts may differ case to case basis, and therefore sometimes when you find a judgment, but ultimately turns out facts are different and therefore not applicable to you. So it's a focused legal research that it is helping us. Number 3 is the predictive analysis. This is very important because we divide our litigation into 3 parts. Where you know that your litigation is not very strong, you compromise with the party. Where you feel it's 50-50, you still compromise with the party on good terms. Where you feel that you have a good case, expedite that. So these are some basic principles you have put in place. It's helping us in predicting analysis which can be then presented because high stake matters have to be also presented for closure. All right. Fourth is, of course, virtual assistance. Fifth is customized legal advice. So when you have legal opinions, etc., which is taken, this is helping us in preparing a customized legal advice based on the facts and the business scenarios we are having. Fifth is automating repetitive tasks and reducing our cost. So it's affected our cost by about 30%. We were able to reduce it. And last 7th is compliance and risk management and therefore increase because we use compliance audit and compliance scorecard. It's being auto-generated by using AI now. All right. These are the advantages we have got. What framework did we put when we got questions from the board is what are the steps you are taking to ensure that whatever legal opinion you are showing to us or whatever litigations you really want to close it, they are not based on any biased opinion. All right. So the framework we have put in place is transparency and accountability. Number 2 is fairness and bias mitigation. These are all frameworks which are built into that tool. Privacy and data protection, of course, is kept in mind. Accountability and governance, risk assessment and management. So you're not only evaluating your cost benefit, you're also evaluating your risk and benefit. Fifth is human oversight and intervention. It's not that you feed in the data and then you just go down that line so that you get a better outcome, what is intended from your side, but it may not be in the best interest of the company. 7th is continuous monitoring and evaluation. And 8th, most important, what we found is stakeholder engagement and collaborations. Because when we make these presentations to the investors or the board is more concerned on the biasness of the input. Because anything which you're incorporating in the system, that biasness of data can decide whether you are really aversing the risk or you are trying to avoid the risk being portrayed to the management. So that's the framework we have put in. Lastly, if you see the USP of being sold to the board and the investor, is one is its large language model. Second is your semantic search accuracy, which we gave a demo of. And third is the machine learning process, is three USPs we have used. What's the difference in terms of the mammothness of AI, which is going to make a difference to your life? We had some 4 data sets from McKinsey report, which we presented to our internal stakeholders. Number one was 40% of all working hours across industries can be affected by Gen AI. So that's the first ratio we give. Number two, 55% efficiency gains by developers by using Gen AI coding tools, which means your machine learning is working and will help towards developing your teams and your departments individually. 60% automation potential created by AI for customer experience volumes over 5 to 10 years. So when you speak about external customers as a legal team, your internal teams, you are your internal customers. Most importantly, for the legal teams and the law firms, the last number is very astonishing. 80% adoption rate of Harvey AI by law firms beta testing the legal assistance. So there's an Harvey AI tool which is there. There's an 80% adoption which has been taken by the law firms on that. So these are the numbers we presented. One of the astonishing thing which also came up in a Goldman Sachs report is that the moment countries will start using AI and companies will start using AI, generative AI could raise global GDP by 7%. So I think overall also it's making a difference. That's from my side on facts and numbers and presentation on the legal side of it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Zamir. I have a host of questions for you, but I think we'll have to reserve it for after the session. We've come to the end of this panel discussion. Unfortunately, we've run out of time. Just like to conclude by saying that after hearing these panelists, I think you would agree that perhaps we would have to have a repeat session of the same panelists, maybe a couple of months down the line. Everyone's in different stages of their AI deployment journey or discovery journey. What's most important, I think, from this conversation, at least what I personally gleaned from, is the fact that artificial intelligence is constantly going to keep invading our lives. And as long as we use it as a force for good, it's definitely going to help in the advancement of our society. But when it's obviously going to be used for other purposes, or we're going to be at cross purpose with the law enforcement, it's definitely going to set us back. So here's to work towards being a force for good. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. A picture, please. Unload it. Unload it. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Okay, before we introduce the next panel team, I please request our team to once play our partners AV as well.
Hi, welcome to we are priorities. As well as applications, transforming the landscape with GenAI, developer efficient, accessible user assistance, and Introducing hybrids, a flagship solution designed for lawyers, for these lawyers to be introducing Prajapati, a pioneer platform that establishes perfect for legal employment. Introducing a purpose application designed for aspiring professionals. So it's used with writers, future of legal employment, we can change and level subjects with two professionals and comfortable and proceed begins with a bunch of ideas. So, for a crazy like travel, join us as we learn these with reality.
That's our legal tech partner, Lawyer Desk. Moving ahead with the next panel, it's on Indian and international ADR landscape. Which side are the GCs leaning? Just to ask before I introduce the panel, what do you think? Which side are the GCs leaning as of now? Before we listen to our panelist, which side? Anybody? All sides? You chosen the best answer. Okay, let's see what do our panelists have to say on that. Let's welcome Rashmi Katpalia, Director, Legal and Compliance Technic, Energies India Limited. Joining her is Sanjukta Kulkarni, EVP, and Global General Counsel, LTI, Mindtree. Joining them is Rajan Malik, Deputy General Manager, Legal, Noida Manufacturing and Electronics. Joining them is Prashanto Chandra Sen, Senior Advocate, Supreme Court of India. And this one will be moderated by Jawaj Sangha, Partner, Cyril Amachand Mangala. So please welcome everybody to the stage. It's only the second panel and just 12:30. And have I missed out a name, is it? No, absolutely not, sir. We also have, I'm very sorry, my list didn't have that name. We also have with us Mehak Rajwani.
The lady is the General Counsel for GE Hydropower. Thank you for the introduction and thank you to the team at Business World for kindly hosting us and inviting us to be part of this panel. So, this panel is international landscape. Side are the GCs leading. Now, the background to this is that the next decade for India, the interplay between the concept captains will be very crucial. This is also crucial is area in the context of doing business. So we're going to be exploring some surrounding the landscape in India. Couple of we'll probably also see so context. Do you think that mediation is sufficient and resolve complex disputes? And the mediation, how that sort of change the landscape? Yeah, what are your thoughts there?
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes. Sir.
Yeah, thank you. So if you see that conflict in any society is inevitable, right? So, but the combat is optional, and litigation is one such kind of combat, which is we should avoid. And mediation is the other way out, right? Mediation is a very simple technique, actually, which we should adopt as a ADR mechanism instead of the litigation, right? If you, I will go, and this you're talking of Mediation Act right now that we have passed, but it is the mediation is not a new concept, at least in India. right? If you will go, somebody has said that anyone in Mahabharata, Lord Krishna has tried to mediate between the two parts, the Pandavas and Kauravas, and the similar efforts were being done previously in many spiritual. In fact, if you will find out in the events that has been done, right? So in fact, there's one shloka also, Sarvam Sukham, like that. I'm not remembering right now, but that means that mediation actually is going towards the peace, and peace towards the spiritual essence, right? So I am very actually in favor of the mediation, because I personally feel that this, not only this act, and this is going to be a big boon for us actually, right? Because there are so many cases are fighting, litigation is there in the courts. And if you go by the international arena, in fact, we have already signed the Singapore Treaty. And in Singapore, Turkey, Austria, all their mediations have been doing very well. And I think we should go ahead with this. Yeah.
Thank you. Those are very interesting remarks. And the competition of both is interesting. Rachel, it will be good to have nutrition right now. The 2015 amendments, contemplate for a more stringent timelines in terms of completion proceedings. We also understand that some of the, leading institutions, most of them, in fact, all of them, have more stringent timelines for completion of pleadings and completion of proceedings. Now, how relevant and important is that from the context of, whether the civil and economic state, arbitration proceedings? Is that reassuring in the context of risk assessment and risk management? What stringent timelines in place? How is that? Institutions or arbitration firms in litigation, perhaps. What's that?
So let's just go back to why we started venturing into arbitrations, why it was started. Because there's such an overload of litigations, of cases, that we needed alternate dispute resolution. What is the advantage of that? That we have shorter timelines. We are not waiting for 5 to 10 years for our cases to resolve. If that is the scenario we are looking at, and arbitration is necessarily requiring short timelines. And when we go into arbitration, as a general counsel, I can speak. By the time I have taken the matter, I've already done several rounds of conciliation. I'm completely ready with the matter. The content is absolutely available to the client as well as to the claimant as well as to the respondent. And if you then go into arbitration and then start asking for extra time as compared to the schedule that may be decided and the schedules which are there under the rules of the various organizations under which we go into arbitrations, if we start questioning those timelines and if we do not stick to it, then those 18 months within which we are required to complete those arbitrations go to naught. That entire exercise becomes, redundant, that we weren't able to complete it during that period of time. So if arbitration is the way forward that the company or the individual who's contesting a contract, breach of contract, then you have to stick to the timelines. And normally people are able to comply with the timelines that are set in the arbitration schedule by the arbitrator, but the extra times are just taken to make things hang, make things delayed, trying to assess if the other party will back off. Sometimes there's some settlement going on, but the bottom line is, if you cannot stick to the timeline that is given, the whole arbitration process becomes redundant, becomes flaked out, is not complying with the bottom line of what is actually required when you are getting into arbitration. So arbitrators have to be very strict about this and impose costs if extra time is being taken. And personally, I have seen that many counsel are taking a lot of time. Arbitrators, in the interest of the claims that are there, tend to give some complications, sometimes may require extra time. But unless you can stick with it, the entire process comes to naught. That's my view.
I mean, it's also interesting in the background that, this is only for domestic arbitrations, and international arbitrations, it's a free world, So, both and this is really in the background that the efficacy of the entire process should not be hampered. Even we run up to meeting those timelines, one shouldn't sort of, hamper the efficacy of the entire adjudication is what I think is the key takeaway. Now, Sita, we discussed offline. So many interesting experience when it comes to institutional relations in from international context, right? And that's experiences that I give you're going to share us. And so like mediation, international context, and institutional mediation. What lessons can we draw from those in terms of implementing those in the local landscape?
Thanks, Yuvraj. Good afternoon, everyone. I represent LTI Mindtree, but the views expressed here are personal views.
That's a good target.
Yeah. So just for those of you who don't know, LTI Mindtree is a $4.5 billion entity. IT service provides IT services. We operate in over 30 countries around the world. And we are part of, the $25 billion L&T group. We are listed separately, and about little over a year back, we completed a very successful merger of two listed entities, which is L&T Infotech and Mindtree Limited. So we are about 85,000 people. The reason I gave you this background is obviously because of the international angle here, right? So I'm here to talk about JAMS in the US as as an institution to conduct both arbitration and mediation. Personal experience of referring two large disputes to JAMS in New York, one of the most critical things in any dispute, I think, is the timing of referring it to mediation. Okay, my experiences with mediation, but it's the timing. You will not be able to get the kind of resolution that you want, both from the company's board and maybe the other party is also not interested if you decide to take it to mediation straight away. And here I'm referring to ad hoc mediation and not what is already agreed. If it's agreed, it's different, but you can also refer it. You can also go there for ad hoc mediation. JAMS, I can tell you with personal experience, is an excellent center for any kind of international disputes, plethora of disputes from employment to commercial and personal disputes. So, and the kind of experts that they have, it's established over 45 years ago with a number of centers in the US. And another disclaimer, I don't represent JAMS here, but so it's not like SAIC you have, or London Center. It's when you, so timing is important. The other thing which we often overlook, and this is a key takeaway that I want to give, is involvement of your insurer, whether it's an employment dispute or a commercial dispute, because without your insurer's buy-in, you will not be able to, get their support, and they will not be able to, make their part of, the promise in terms of the policy. So involving them, and they'll have a number of questions, and so you need to look at your insurance policies and be prepared to engage with them and push them to accept. I mean, obviously, all of us know, what their first answer will be, but we need to be able to, we are convinced, and therefore this is the best way. So timing, and even though, and in both the instances when we referred, the matter took the matter to JAMS, we were in advanced stages of litigation, right? That's why timing is important. But whenever there is that in terms of a doubt, whether we will be able to succeed, because gung ho, right? At the beginning, we'll say, what our position is the best, and therefore, and then you have people in the top management, you need to manage them. And the thing is that this is it. It's black and white. We find a counsel who will agree with, what we believe is the outcome. And so we go in. But then along the way, there is obviously enough, enough to put a bit of a doubt, and therefore you refer it at the right time. And then both the parties have are able to understand that perhaps mediation is the best way, given the kind of complexities, e-discovery process, I'm talking about US here, and the costs involved, time, cost, distraction, jury trial, having depositions of your senior managers there. All of this can be avoided if you, consider mediation from a institute such as JAMS. So we have referred, coming to the specific disputes, we have referred, multi-million-dollar, 8-figure disputes such as class action, public information, to JAMS, and successfully mediated and, brought the amount to a very, very agreeable sum. So posturing aside from, the other party, you get down thorough preparation, submission of mediation statements, selection of the mediator, obviously, and then exchange of mediation statements, and be prepared. Now, when you're in mediation, be prepared that, you're going, at the end of it, neither party will be very happy, right? That's the job of the mediator. But we will feel that this is the best outcome on the day, given all of the risks that I already mentioned. And we've had one dispute from class action to the other single, employee dispute, where the demands were also to, build cricket stadiums and Ram Mandirs, and ability for the individual to, manage those. So wide spectrum, but both very successful, concluded successfully, and to utmost satisfaction. Yeah.
I think the key takeaway is that the mediator shows the right of both parties got happy or happy. So that shows the balance. Now, Mr. Singh, but we're saving you for the end. This is before we we'll come to that as well. There's a host of experience behind you when it comes to all things arbitration. We've touched upon mediation, in domestic landscape, and also, internationally, what Singh pointed out. We've also sort of, tried to understand some nuances about the domestic arbitration. The panel is also intended to discover how India, as international arbitrations. And students were having thoughts, expect that there's a ad hoc specific statute contemplating the mechanism for conducting international arbitrations in India. Would that have an impact? Would that be international arbitrations? Because I think it's also the discover approach there.
Yes, that's a, sorry, am I audible? Yeah, that's a very interesting, that's a very important point which you raised. Before I touch upon that, just two things about mediation, which is very interesting. Of course, I come to these mediation conferences with a bit of alarm because I'm way advanced into litigation and arbitration. And one worries about mediation taking over, which it is in many ways, because arbitration has lost its spirit. It's become too complex, as what Pali Nariman himself talked about. Just two quick points. I'm sorry, digressing a little bit.
By all means.
One is that the timing, as was pointed out, I'm recently doing a case where there is a fight with the insurance company, and insurance company not taken on time for the dispute. And what has happened is there is a settlement which has come for 20 crores. Prior to that, there were legal fights going on, the costs of which are 100 crores. So there was an indemnity clause in the insurance agreement, but the insurer is saying that you did not take me in at the right time. You should have, prior to even starting any strategy on this, I should have been involved. So I think that's a very critical point, and it shows how it makes a difference. Second, mediation is also inbuilt into our systems. I mean, so many GCs tell me, "Khatam karo isko, let's finish it. Why we have to go on for so long? Isko, get some solution, get an interim order." That's normally the case. So I think mediation has a lot of scope. There's tradition of mediation. There are guilds which we had. So I think that's a very important aspect. Now coming to the legislation part. You see, if you look at the UNCITRAL model on the basis of which the Arbitration Act of 1996 is based, what was the purpose of the UNCITRAL model? If you go into the travaux préparatoire, that is the minutes of the meeting which led to the model law being framed by UNCITRAL, what their concern was that you're looking at having a uniform system of enforcement and a kind of a free-flowing system of arbitration which is there. Now you're going to be having different countries with different cultures and different levels of development, and accordingly they will interfere in awards in different manner. And therefore there should be only, as far as international arbitration is concerned, there should be a model law which should be there in all countries. And that should be divorced from the domestic law. What India did a hybrid. It took that UNCITRAL model and has applied that to domestic law also. The result is, and that is something which judges feel, in various conferences when one has been fortunate in hearing them out, they say there are kinds and kinds of award in domestic arbitration. I mean, there are some awards which you can't, they are what are called lawless awards. I mean, they are absolutely, you can see it on the face of it. Either there has been some corruption, there has been something there, and the judges develop an instinct looking at a brief, what it's all about. And then there is a need, there is a strong desire to interfere. Now that becomes the precedent for even international issues which are coming up. And then you have these, now for example, the recent case, which is that one which is in curative, interfered into. 8,000 crores have gone. There's a lot of criticism. But I can also understand one aspect of that there is something in that 8,000 crores of public money is going somewhere on some kind of a fault which was carried, which happened in the arbitral process. So I think a separate act will do 2 or 3 things. One, it will build up a jurisprudence which is restricted, which is specialized, tuned with the international standards. There will be a bar, already an arbitration bar has come in now, and there will be a bar which will be focused on that. There will be assurance to the foreign investors that yes, the regime which is there under this act, it is going to be beneficial. And number 4, the other important point is Singapore, Australia. They have taken separate acts for international arbitration for this very purpose. And finally, we come down to the topic which is there. For GCs and for companies, if India is promoted as a hub, one is the investment which is coming in, but more importantly is the cost. I mean, every time, even for Singapore, I mean, people think that going to London is going to be very is expensive, but even for Singapore, it is not cheap. And let me recently, I was involved in an international arbitration. Let me set to rest one thing: no substitute for physical presence in the arbitration. I'm not saying that to ensure that I get a fee for international travel, but it's a fact. I was in this arbitration where the matter was going on. It was governed by English law, so I just had more of a supervisory role just to see what was happening. And at the end of the break, say every time they would have a break, my assessment of what the arbitral tribunal was thinking was completely at variance at what the people there at the spot were seeing, because you can't make out from the video. Until AI and all develop a system by which you can accurately assess how, even by hand gestures, someone is saying by hand gestures or physical gestures, you can determine which way the judge is going to decide. If those kind of levels of development are reached, till then, no substitute for physical. So, if you want to have investors in India saying that in India they want to conduct the arbitration with India as the seat, I think a separate arbitration act is a must, and it will go a long way in attracting that kind of investment. It will reduce costs for companies, which will lead to, I think, GCs inclining more towards arbitration.
Very interesting. As a practitioner, I would agree that, at least some aspects to a trial, if I can refer to an arbitration as a trial, cannot be sort of done online. At least, leading evidence or arguing the matter finally, as a matter of fact. So very interesting. Like, once you know thoughts on this G, it's interesting that this judgment of one solutions on GE power, interpretations to suggest that the court observed that parties can also select for the arbitration. My question is, yes, there was actually is my question, which is, the contract provided for the different mechanism, the interpretations and the background of interpreting the contract. Councils in terms of considerations for choosing policy for domestic arbitrations. I feel that with the amount of this judgment, the possibility of domestic is selecting for this it's a win. What's that?
So I think I'm first going to give a disclaimer like Sanjukta did. Since it's in G's favor, I'm very happy about that. But I think I have a tad nationalistic view here. This judgment, or rather the contract that we're talking about, was an anomaly. At least in my experience, two Indian parties very rarely agree to a foreign seat. There's a lot of pushback. And that's because of the enhanced costs involved. And now, since India is becoming such a pro-arbitration hub, at least the government and the Supreme Court with the Arbitration Bar Association coming up, we're promoting it in every way. So I don't think we should be talking about foreign seated arbitrations. We should be talking about India. And we've got competent institutes now. And they're doing the arbitrations at 1/10 of the cost. So why are we looking at institutes outside India? And I think also in terms of reciprocation, foreign institutes, I don't think they barely appoint Indian arbitrators. It's all foreign arbitrators. So there is a lot of, there isn't geographical diversity in that sense. So why should we not promote our own country there? And one may also think that the scope of judicial intervention reduces if you take up a foreign seat, but eventually you're going to come for enforcement back to India. So I think at best what India needs to currently look at is the enforcement issues. I mean, I think I've been stuck in an enforcement procedure for the last 4 years, and the other party has used every tip and trick in the book to postpone that or procrastinate on that. So I think that's what we really need to work on. But India is the next best thing.
So before you sort of conclude, it'll be good to also have your 2 bits on the mediation landscape. I mean, it'll be interesting to know from you because it'll be another general counsel's perspective. How are you thinking about the new Mediation Act and the landscape? What are the offerings there? Are there any offerings at all?
So again, I think I'd read a quote by Fali Nariman that had said that, the future of arbitration is bright because the future of litigation is not. And I think somewhere what he also said that arbitration is losing its spirit. So maybe the same quote can now be applied to mediation as well. I think, but we still have an issue regarding enforcement. So that is something that we, it needs to be worked on. And I think that's why hybrid models are becoming more and more popular worldwide. So we're looking at ARB med ARB, or we're looking at even litigation med litigation now, which I think started in Singapore last year. So I think that really helps. And from an international perspective, or rather from an institutional perspective, whether in India or outside, the only way to promote mediation is to promote mediators, which means creating more mediators. And I don't think institutions at this point are promoting nascent, or what I'd like to call infant mediators. They go in for their training, but if you see all the empanelment conditions, you need to have prior mediation experience. So it's like a chicken and egg situation. How can you not promote the mediator
to get his first mediation. So, these are small issues that are still there. And I think these are teething problems. They're going to get better, but we need to look at these.
I just want to add here on the both points which we have talked about. Although I'm in favor of mediation, but mediation has certain loopholes which you are talking about because it is not that favorable to the complex commercial disputes, right? So for that you have to have the trained mediators only then, or maybe then in case of we have to go to arbitration in that case where they are already trained. Then only we can go further to it, right? And regarding the GE case also, there's a good judgment actually from one perspective that it gives the autonomy to the parties to decide, right? And it maybe the both parties are decide that maybe although they are Indian companies, but they are having the 90% stake. Maybe the parent companies are in a different jurisdiction. Then of course they may decide that maybe in your case they have decided Zurich, right? And but all the case hearings were in Mumbai. Right, the cost was already reduced, but maybe because of the neutrality factor, that is that judgment is important. Actually, at least it's giving or basically court feels that it's the party has to decide where they have to resolve their disputes. Right.
So, point of am I allowed in terms of time constraint?
Very quick.
Yeah. So I think in terms of complex disputes, I think the hybrid model really works from that perspective. And I think we need to keep an open mind towards mediation from the perspective that we shouldn't be considering that mediation fails. Like ma'am had just said, that there's a right time for it. I mean, there are judges who are actually, who in their judgments are writing that the mediation has failed. Mediation just doesn't fail. There's a right time for it. It could be at the beginning, at the end of even an arbitral award, or in the middle of your litigation.
We very often sort of, as practitioners, or Mr. Sen would agree, we've seen that, at the time of conclusion of evidence, very often parties make the suggestion, we sit down at these tables and do this, whether it's, negotiating out of court settlement or mediation. Now, Rashmi, there was some interesting thoughts from mediators. We also understand that there has been a requirement and discussion for specialist arbitrators in the landscape for a very long time. Now, what are your thoughts in terms of, is India as a jurisdiction sort of trained arbitrators? What is the value that you believe they'll sort of bring? Are these specialized arbitrators, these specialist arbitrators, sort of niche arbitrations, or what sectors, for your experience, do you feel that they're essentially required? Construction disputes, what is the nature of their engagement?
Sure. So I just want to go back to my first question, which you asked me. I missed answering one little aspect where you said that how does the time schedule work well for the risk assessment of whether you want to go into arbitration or not. And in answer to that, I would say that that time is of the essence, just like in any contract, same for the arbitrations. If we do not have a binding timeline for those arbitrations, it's very difficult for a general counsel to tell its management that this is the right time to go into arbitration and not to go into litigation. Because if it's going to take that long, and we have to remember that our timelines are related to our cash flow. And if that money is not coming back to us, either through arbitration or any other means of having laid our claim, it is our risk assessment goes awry. So time schedule for presenting to the management to go into the arbitration is very essential. Coming back to your question about expert arbitrator and why India is lacking behind. I would say globally, arbitrators are not experts at the contract, the issues that are coming before them, more so in India. There are definitely certain industries which require, when there's a claim related to a contract for them, that an expert arbitrator, a specialized arbitrator is required. In connection with that, we are now promoting expert witnesses a lot when we are doing such arbitrations. But so far as specialist arbitrators are concerned, we have mostly retired judges coming into the fray, getting appointed, few counsel who have that kind of expertise. But if we have industries like the industry that I belong to, I've been general counsel for 26 years in the construction industry with MNCs. Construction claims are extremely they have a lot of nuances, they have a lot of technicality that needs to be understood. The same would go for something like IT, unless the arbitrator understands the industry, just like all of us general counsel know that we have a lot of knowledge of the industry we belong to. And we need the arbitrator to have that knowledge too, unless it's not just the contract we're talking about. And as general counsel, the law is something we train ourselves and understand, and we have outside counsel who will tell us, but we know the industry and we know how to apply our legal knowledge into that industry, into that contract. The same is the requirement for an arbitrator. So the specialist arbitrator is one who understands whether the claim, because I'll give you a small example. Delays in a construction industry can be interpreted in the same manner by the claimant and by the defendant both. There's software nowadays which can give you a different result, pro claimant, pro defendant. It would take an expert arbitrator having that kind of knowledge to be able to differentiate between the two. So, and in our in the arbitrations that are there in our country, more and more you will see infrastructure is the biggest arbitration claimant. So in this scenario, unless you have arbitrators who are just not generalist, but when you have these institutions, whether you have an ICA, whether you have scope, doing a lot of public sector undertaking arbitrations, you have ICC internationally, they have these panels where they have the specialists from which. So it is when, even if we are doing ad hoc arbitrations, the parties need to go and get themselves a specialized arbitrator who knows about that industry. And like I said, there are quite a few. I mean, even if you take something like media, that arbitrators, 1 or 3, whatever, have to have that knowledge. Otherwise, what the result that you're getting is an overview, the in-depth of the claim of what needs to be decided has not been ventured into by the arbitrator. Those are my views.
Interesting. I would second that. Very often we've seen in construction disputes, especially in the context of daily analysis, a big part of when the effort goes into explaining to the arbitrators or the type judges, what mechanism has been adopted, all of that. So I think it would be easier if, the specialized arbitrator could sort of understand that. So if I could quickly move to you, what was the debate for the context of the Indian landscape on, choosing between ad hoc and structural arbitration? This is a question that is put to us as practitioners very often. When we're sort of, structuring an arbitration agreement or curating that. So, needless to say that my question is also on the background that both have their own offerings. Can you sort of throw some light on general counsel yourself? What are your considerations? In which cases do you sort of select an institution and vice versa?
I think institutional, mediation or arbitration always, and because the rules, the procedure, there's a system in it. You'll have access to good mediators or arbitrators. So definitely institutional. But again, it depends on situations, like in terms of timing, and then you may have to take that call on ad hoc as well. So that's my view. But in terms of the overall, just as a key takeaway, if I were to, if you indulge me, one, of course, is be patient in any process, especially in a mediation process. Be patient. While and especially when you go to an institute, it's very structured and you will have that mediator with you booked only for that particular day, right? And you will have to, block their time a couple of months in advance sometimes. So you could be there, end up being there for literally 12 to 14 hours. And there will be several times in this process of mediation where, one or the other party feels that, and there'll be people within your own group who will say, let's walk, for whatever it is, let's just walk. So you need a mediator within your own team as well, right? Somebody who will always, be that, voice of reason to the team. So it's important to have the right kind of people who have the ability to be able to take that call on that particular day, or ability to reach someone immediately, whatever time of day, to be able to take that call. And be ready to compromise, never lose sight of what is the alternative if you walk out. So don't be, there'll be those people who will say, let's be a hero. Oh, this is not working out. So you need to, be mindful of. These are my key takeaways if you decide, to follow the, refer this any matter to mediation, institutional mediation.
Interesting. This is perhaps one thing I wouldn't agree on. I still feel that, ad hoc arbitrations, it's like in that fight between David and Goliath. When you opt for an institutional arbitration, you're fighting without all your powers. So it's very often, but it's again very nuanced. Mrs. Sen, I have already noticed positions for you. It's outside the interesting sort of responses from you. Now, in this case of HSBC API Holdings, the Supreme Court made an observation that, whilst sort of analyzing the aspect of arbitral bias, courts should sort of look at international standards. The court also went into sort of understand what constructive policy is from the context of interference. My question to you is twofold. What are those international standards? How distinct are they from domestic standards? While sort of just interpreting in the context of arbitral bias. Is how should courts sort of construct policy also in the background that the award? That's the intent of the statute, as I understand it. What are your thoughts there?
Yeah, so as far as international standards is concerned, I think one thing which has been very progressive has been the 2015 amendment, where the IBA guidelines were incorporated into the Indian statute. And I think that was a very, very welcome move. I was just trying to check that up, but I think earlier UK said that the IBA guidelines will be of persuasive value, right, but there's been a recent amendment by which they have incorporated the guidelines into the Act. Now, India therefore took a lead there. So I think that that's something which, in international forums also I put out that, to say that India is always lagging behind is a misnomer. But in those IBA guidelines, for example, when we take the 7th and the 5th schedule and compare the 2014, now the 2024 have come out. But you say, now if an arbitrator, one of the guidelines is disclose if you are a close friend of the counsel. The arbitrator has to disclose that. Disclose if you have an enmity with the counsel. That's not part of the schedule. Now that's the crux of the whole thing. So you see, if you want to incorporate the schedule, then it should be as amendments take place, those will be taken in full scale. So it's like the UNCITRAL model, how we put it. We've done a kind of a mixed job. So that is one part which we must be very careful about. Second part, as far as interference is concerned, increasingly there's a trend where on grounds of fraud, interference is becoming more prominent. The recent Nigeria case in UK is a case where Nigeria had hardly put up a fight. I mean, you'll see that very often with public sector corporations, badly paid lawyers coming and fighting and making a mess of the case and losing it. Nigeria had to pay $11 billion, which was a substantial part of its GDP, as an arbitral award. That was interfered with after, I'm happy to say, 7 years of litigation in UK courts. People say that UK courts are fast. No. Here it took 7 years of litigation for Justice Knowles, a very well-known commercial mind there, to interfere and said that there was fraud in the arbitral process, there was delay. The counsel did not do the things questions which he was supposed to ask the government counsel, and therefore it led to an award which was by arbitral procedural for fraud. So public policy, while yes, there is a ground where you have to reduce it, but Knowles has raised points, and he said where public sector is involved or public monies are involved in an arbitration, should there be more interference or not? Should there be more disclosure in terms of confidentiality going away? How much autonomy of parties are there? So these are interesting issues. Time is up, but these are interesting issues. The jury on the extent to which you should interfere, and there should always be minimum interference, is today up for a bit of discussion still. I mean, it's opened up, new questions have come up, and it's not so clear and bright as before.
Interesting. I don't think sort of we have enough to sort of open it for the floor unless the organizers have something else in their mind. But nevertheless, before we sort of close the panel, any closing remarks that any of you have, I think, Rajiv, you had some closing remarks. If you could quickly sort of,
I can just summarize in a short form if you wish.
Please, by all means.
So we are talking of ADR and the GCs and right, AI and right. So I just summarizing all these things in a short form. In courts, overflowing cases stacked high, justice delayed, a disheartened sigh. ADR emerges, a brand new road for swifter solutions, casting out doubt. As India's embrace a framework so strong, arbitration, mediation, where rights meets wrong, online disputes, a digital ease, resolving conflicts with virtual breeze, confidentiality, a cloak we create, sensitive matters, a private debate, across the globe, a mirror design, treaties like thread, a unifying line. For GCs like us, a welcome embrace, saving time, money, a winning pace. So let ADR flourish, a future so bright, where conflicts find solace in fair light. India's potential a beacon to see in harmonious grip for all to agree. Thank you.
Very interesting. Poetry. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for being with us. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My first request, the legal team of Mrs. World to also join us on the stage for this picture as well. Sumit, if you're here, Sumit, please. And thank you, Shivraj, for moderating that, but to making sure that we end on time as well. Thank you so much. Come, Ashma. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. With that, it's now time to move ahead with our next panel discussion on evaluating the digital competition bill, insights on its effectiveness and areas for improvement. Please join me in welcoming our panelists. RS Substantial President, Group Legal GK Organization. Joining him is Dr. Mukul Shastri, General Counsel from Highways. Joining them is Puran Kumar, ex-Senior Legal Director, Abidas India. Joining them is Raj Singh, Associate General Counsel, Make My Trip. And this session will be moderated by Diksha Manchanda, Partner, Chandrok and Mahajan. Let's please welcome them to the stage, everybody. Oh, what happened? Keep, please, and I've been told, so we'll just have the chair removed.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. We've been given a lovely panel right before lunch. So we'll try and wrap it up fast so none of you blame us for keeping you hungry. But thanks to Business World for picking this topic up. I think this is something that has really caught all the competition lawyers and general counsels across the country in a lot of debate and discussion. What is this DCA? What is the digital competition law? And for us competition lawyers, it's back in college when you ever studied competition law, the 101 was being big is not bad. It's just you can't abuse that bigness. Now that seems to be inverting, and not just in India but across the globe. And the digital competition bill that has come out is a reflection of that significant change, a very dramatic shift that we are seeing in how competition laws are understood and are applied. And that, of course, means that for general counsels across the country, there's going to be a big challenge on suddenly changing the way compliance is approached internally, especially, when business comes to you with new proposals and designs. There will be an element of how much of it is permitted under the digital competition law. And we use the word digital competition law, and I have a brilliant panel today of 3 people who've been helping companies for a long part of their careers in designing compliance measures. So I would love to talk this with them. But I think all 3 of them have also seen a fundamental shift of how technology is increasingly becoming important. And it's not just the technology companies, but it's becoming important for literally every organization. So what will the interface of this digital competition law be with all of these companies is something we hope to explore today. And let me start with Rajbir, sir. So what do you think are the most critical aspects of this bill for you?
Thank you for starting the conversation. This draft competition, the law bill introduced this year in March 2024, it's an ex-ante regulation applicable to systematically significant digital enterprises, so-called SSTEs, who are providing the core digital services, and those core digital services are covered under the Schedule 1 of the DCB, where 9 CDs core digital services have been listed. So if I may go through those 9 core digital services, it includes online search engines like you have Google and Bing, online social networking services, which is Facebook, Instagram, video sharing platform services like YouTube, interpersonal communication services, WhatsApp or Facebook Messenger. We use it every day. Operating systems like iOS or Android, web browsers, cloud services, advertising services, and online intermediation services. The list of these core digital services is inclusive, but it can be modified by the central government in consultation with CCI. Now, how do we identify the SSTE? There's a criteria prescribed under the DCB bill, and those identification of SST is done through 2 methodologies. One is quantitative threshold, another is qualitative threshold. In the quantitative threshold, they have 2 tests, significant financial strength and significant spread test. So I'll just touch upon this part of the significant financial strength test, which says if an entity has Indian turnover of INR 4,000 crores or a global turnover of USD 30 billion, gross merchandise value of INR 16,000 crores or global market capitalization of USD 75 billion, then those entities will be deemed to be SSTEs. And if there is a significant spread test applied, which means the end user was 1 crore in India, end users 1 crore in India, and business user 10,000 users in India, this will qualify to be SSDE. Apart from this, under the bill, they have introduced a qualitative threshold criteria where entity, even if it does not meet the quantitative threshold criteria, but has significant presence in respect of core digital services provided by them, it can be notified as a SSDE. And that depends upon the volume, commerce of enterprise, size and resources, economic power of the entity, number of business users and users, and net worth effects. Some of the obligations which SSD has, one is the self-reporting obligation, which means the enterprise has to notify CCI within 90 days of meeting the threshold that it is a qualified SSD, and failure to notify has certain penalty provisions under the bill, and therefore it's a self-reporting obligation on the SSDs. Moment you come under the threshold, you have to notify and declare yourself SSDE. Then there are anti-competitive conducts which have been listed. One is self-preferencing, which means the SSD shall not directly or indirectly favor its products, services, lines of business, etc. Data usage where SSD shall not use non-public data of business users to compete with such business users. And one of the classic example, I will not name the companies, CCI in its prima facie order, they found that some of the companies, they use data collected from restaurants listed in their platform to compete with such platforms by setting up their own cloud kitchens. And that was something that the debate went on. Second category comes restricted third-party apps. SSD, they are not allowed, SSD shall not restrict the ability of individuals, business users, download, install, use third-party applications. Other aspect, anti-steering, SSD shall not restrict business users from directly or indirectly putting offers to their end users or directly directing their end users to their own or third-party services. Take Google case, CCI found Google prohibited app developers from directing the users towards third-party payment processors. Then the tying and bundling, SSD shall not require to incentivize business users, end users, and of identified core digital services to use additional products or services of SSDE. For example, in Google in that case, CCI found that Google offers its apps such as Google Search, Maps, and OEM cannot choose another individual apps. So I think looking at those nuances, this code, the digital competition bill has been introduced, and we'll see how it will have to be implemented as we go along and see how the different organizations collaborated the services will be impacted by this bill, which will come into legislation very soon.
Thank you so much, sir. The very comprehensive overview of the bill. And I think from there, picking up on a few key points, you have, of course, something similar to what under the competition law right now is known as dominance. So you have a different word for it, but it largely seems to be similar to dominance. Now we have the SSDEs. And from how sir explained the obligations under the bill with, references to how the CCI is dealing with them, one other aspect that comes out is that these are not areas uncovered by the current law, right? It's all covered by the current law. So Mukul, if I could bring you in to probably discuss what is the goal that the government is trying to achieve with the introduction of this bill, especially when it looks like all of this is already dealt with. So why a new law?
Fantastic, Diksha. First up, thank you. Thank you for having me. Thank you, BW Legal World, and to make me part of this fantastic panel. A very interesting question Diksha has asked, that why more laws? And mind you that there already is a draft competition amendment bill. So there is an amendment to competition law itself, whereby the real threshold value is coming in, and the other changes. So why a new DCL, why a new digital competition law when the basic premises can be covered under Section 4 of the Competition Act? And as Disha started with, that being big is not a problem. If you abuse your bigness, that is the problem. So even if you are big tech, if you are Amazons and the Facebooks of the world, that is not an issue. Issue is when you start start using that position to create anti-competitive practices in the market. Now, having said that, let's just come to specifics as to why it was required. So one of the reasons what CDCL, that is the Committee on the DCL, has put forth, and which is what even the government has said, that the digital markets are different. They're very different from the brick and mortar market that we live in and what the Competition Act primarily deals with. And even if you see the European Union, EU, has come with a Digital Market Act. And maybe we have modeled our Competition Act also in 2002 based on what were the practices in EU and UK. And likewise, we are now modeling our digital competition law also mostly on what are the practices is covered under the EU law of Digital Market Act. Even US and UK also have started to have the digital market or similar legislations. Now, coming to the specific as to why the DCL is required. Now, I'll just take a cue from what Mr. Sachdeva has pointed out, the Google example. Google, and all these things are in public domain. Google has a policy called UCB, whereby they said that if you will have any billing payment system, which is other than what Google is giving, then you have to pay some higher percentages. Then you have to give or share 11% to 26% of the revenue with Google. This is what they started with. Now, so they are the big platform, they are the gatekeepers, and therefore every user who wants to use their services has to get the bill done either by their platform, or if they're using some other billing services, they have to shell out a huge chunk of revenue. Now, these people, they went to CCI for an interim relief. CCI is investigating Google under Section 4 because right now DCL is not law. The only law right now is the Competition Act. So Section 4, they are investigating. But then they said there's no interim relief because we cannot give you. What is the harm we'll see? So all these entities like Shadi.com and Kuku FM, etc., they are now hardened. Why? Because even if later it is found out that Google's practices were regular dominance, there may be some fine imposed on Google, but then they are hardened with. So even if it is taking 6 months, 1 year, 1.5 years time, so their whatever a billing cycle is, whatever payment is, they are now hardened with that. And there's no law right now which caters to that kind of scenario. And therefore, I feel that DCL is a right law. It might have come a bit later, but then again, it is in a step in the right direction. Now, there can be arguments whether DCL can be made a separate act or it can just be an amendment to competition law. That doesn't make much of a difference. No, but there are a few aspects I'd like to bring into this DCL, which is there right now, the critical aspect. As Mr. Sachdeva has rightly said, that SSDE. So DCL talks about SSDEs. Now, that is where a big problem arises in this current legislation, the bill that is there. Now, SSDE has a dual qualification or a twin qualification, Section 3, Subsection 2. One is, as Mr. Sachdeva pointed out, is the 4,000 crore revenue mark and 1 crore business users. Prima facie, it looked like that's a decent number. But just let's see the data a little bit. Fintech industry in the country, there are almost 7,000 fintech startups. Now, there is a study which says the fintech market can be easily a market of $1 trillion by 2030. Now you see 4,000 crore, which is just 550 million USD, vis-a-vis $1 trillion is just 0.5 out of 1,000. Likewise, 1 crore users. Mind you, they are end users as defined in the Act. Now, I can be on WhatsApp, I can be on Snapchat, I can be on Telegram, I can be on some Instagram Messenger. I'm a single user, but there are 4 end users. I'm a single person, but then 4 end users. So 140 crores in India's population, and they are using WhatsApp, Snapchat, Instagram, etc. This means it is 230 crore, 240 crore of end users. So just 1 crore after 230. So you see the percentage, 0.5 out of 1,000, 1 out of 230, and you are an SSDE. As a fintech player, as an IT company, the moment you are 0.5 of 1,000 and 1 of 230, you are an SSDE, and you are competing with the Googles and the Amazons of the world in compliance. How difficult it will be for those players. Is this the right startup ecosystem that we want? So that we have to really deliberate and think about. It looks like that 4,000 crore is a huge number. It looks like that 1 crore business users or end users is a big number, or 10,000 business users is a big number, but they may not be that big. And that is why the market study should have been done more empirically, looking at the Indian scenario, which is growing day by day. We are not Europe, which is stagnant or is not growing that fast. So that is one piece which I feel has gone amiss. And the second piece is the definitions are extremely broad, extremely inclusive. As Mr. Sasdara said, there are 9 items in CDS, Core Digital Service. First of all, CDS itself is an inclusive definition. Whether they are 9 or 90, nobody knows in coming times. And each and every of those 9 items are inclusive. Now, what does it mean? This means they can, it's a bureaucrat, an executive body can interpret it in whatever manner it wants to. One thing which is missing right now in that 9 list is generative AI or the AI per se. But then again, you can say it's an inclusive definition. You can include as intermediation service, and you can say AI also is covered. So that is a very big problem, I feel, say, with the bill right now, and it requires more modification and more nuanced approach to it. The bill is slated to be presented in the monsoon session, but I see that some more work is required to be done on this bill by the time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mukul. I think I couldn't agree more with some of the points that you made, especially around the lack of clarity of the scope of the bill. But I think 2 points that sort of emerged and they strongly made an impact on me was one, the primary reasons, as you highlighted, for the bill to be brought in is the speed of investigations under competition law generally. And there, what we've seen with the European experience is that this is hardly a law which is self-executing. You've now inverted sort of the manner of assessment to say that, okay, I will not examine your conduct when you do something wrong, but do no wrong. And if you do that wrong based on your self-declaration, I'll come behind you. And it seems, at least from the way things have been going on in Europe, where these big tech companies and all of them filed their compliance report, and European Commission said we are investigating, that the benefit of speed may not really be there. But equally, as you rightly pointed out, this is going to be fairly expansive in its scope and largely unclear, with a lot left on how the CCI defines the regulations of who are the companies covered, what is the conduct allowed, not allowed, all of it along with a very significant penalty. So Pulin sir, if you could just give us a little bit of an overview of how you think the industry is going to react to something like this, because we are now very fundamentally changing the way in which a lot of companies are used to operating, where earlier scrutiny would be based on bad action. But now it's all seem to be moving more to a self-regulated compliance territory, where if you fail, I'll come and chastise you immediately.
Thank you, Diksha, and thank you, Business World, for having me here. See, from industry perspective, if I look at from the lenses of industry, there has been enough regulations, and there are regulations coming in again and again. So whenever as a in-house counsel, we go to the board and apprise that there is a new law, that the first reaction comes in that, it's a highly regulated country, but we have to supplement that, by taking a kind of scape that, yes, it is highly regulated country, at the same time, overburdened, overstressed regulator as well. So we have to really make a balance between the two. But all said and done, I mean, if I look at from a broader perspective, the law which has been proposed now, which is at the bill stage, it's a paradigm shift. So far, we have been looking at only the self-regulated codes, some policies which probably did not have or do not have the punitive provisions. But here the code is being converted into a huge and enormous punitive provisions. So therefore, we are visualizing on an ecosystem which puts the onus on the enterprise to be regulated, else be exposed to the huge punitive provisions. I mean, we are really, looking at an era where we can simply say that it is going to be a Ramarajya again. So that's how we are looking at. If everybody starts self-regulating so strictly and diligently, then probably we can, do away with the competition law which is in force today. But having said that, law is going to come. I mean, still it is in the consultation stage. There are a lot of suggestions and input would definitely come from all the stakeholders. And there would be some justification, as the concerns have been raised by my esteemed co-panelists in their discourse, things would shape up nicely. That is what the expectation is. But they look at from the industry perspective. I mean, who is going to be the significant, I mean, the the systemically significant digital enterprise, SSDE. And what are the other areas, what are the other companies which are not competing with the threshold, meeting the threshold criteria? I mean, is it going to be applicable to all the organization, all the companies which are into the digital space? No, there are some threshold. But if we look at from the equality perspective, probably this is being, bifurcated, and this is being, preferences or given to the lower segment of the industry. But are they really going to celebrate? I don't think that they are going to celebrate as of now, because they are out of the threshold. So therefore, when you become inside of the threshold and you become regulated, that becomes a questionable, proposition. So therefore, I would really summarize and pause here for the other esteemed panelists to chip in, that we have to see how it is going to create a balance between the innovation and fair play. So that is the question has to be seen, how fairly it is going to be implemented and how fairly it is going to do justice. That has to be seen. Another law, another code with huge punitive provisions, that's okay. We are there to really support that law which is going to come. But the question is that we have seen the resistance. If you have, I mean, we have noticed recently in an argument before the Delhi High Court in a major social media service provider, that they have gone to the making a statement in the court that it was related to some encryption and de-encryption kind of thing, and it has gone to the make statement in the court that they are ready to, in fact, withdraw the service from India. But would that be the ideal situation? Because we are so much into the technical aspect, the technological advancement. We are talking about AI. We are talking about whatnot, and kind of internet space, which is helping the entire ecosystem. Are we going to afford that kinds of loss to the ecosystems? Certainly not. But yet, the law has to see, and I am sure that the consultation and the lawmakers would take care of the things which have the equitable kind of control and self-regulation, imposed self-regulation, where the industry is also able to support that regulation. So I'll pause here, Diksha, and hand it over to you to take this forward.
Thank you so much, sir. I think one very important element that you brought out is the need for balance in this law, especially because it's dealing with tech space. So it could, anything that you do which is unwanted and unwarranted could actually reduce innovation significantly. And of course, the fact that people who are excluded may not really have a reason to celebrate, right? Because they might be part of those broader ecosystems and benefiting from some of the practices which might be restricted. Equally, as they grow, there is a risk of them coming into the fold of this law. Rajvi sir, coming back to you and discussing this a little more, what do you think the impact is going to be, especially when you try and look at the impact in light of the goals that you think the law serves to or has been designed to serve?
Let me answer. I think the first, you raised an issue, why separate enactment? And I think that was something which we started with the discussion. Mukul dwelled upon that. Pauline also mentioned about why separate enactment. If you see the preface or the people who were involved in this law, when all Mrs. Pallavi Shroff, Anand Pathak and others, Hegreef Khetan, see, when I went through the history, in the notes, and they said, look, Section 4, and originally when you say Section 4 under the Competition Act, abuse of dominance, it required delineation of relevant market. And once you make an assessment about the delineation of relevant market, you also have to take the assessment by taking into account factors enumerated in 19.4. That was something which was a tedious task, onerous task, and particularly the way the digital space was moving at a fast pace, this separate enactment was brought in. Second, under Section 3(4) of the Competition Act, it was to be seen and examined by AE, appreciable adverse effect, which I think they wanted to do away when this DCB, the law brought in or the bill brought in. And primarily the reason was, I think the digital space was moving at a much faster pace than what was seen in the other businesses or other segments. So therefore, Competition Act, where we saw certain inquiries and investigations going for 12 years and 14 years, and now all matters are in Supreme Court, there was a necessity to bring this new legislation, and this is what has been brought under the DCB. I'll list down, I think there are pros and cons. The people of the Googles and Flipkarts, they have been opposing it. I know there are others who said it's a welcome step, and I think I will go for the welcome step. Let me list down certain aspects where they said why this law is required. Let me just, I made some notes last night when Diksha spoke to me and said, you have to come in the pros and cons. I said, okay, let's have a panel where some pros also be there. So every time we also criticize and say the law is bad. I think why this law was necessitated, let me just list down those factors. One of those was the companies who were providing the digital services, they did not follow the platform neutrality. We have seen the Google case. Second, they were using data to gain control over the market. Very important aspect. Third, search and ranking preferences. Fourth, they were collating data to improve their own products. Fifth, large digital enterprises in e-commerce sector provided reduced commissions or discounts, and they provided favorable returns for preferred sellers. Those were the, I think, the background notes because of which this DCB bill or the digital competition law bill has been brought in. I think I am in favor of this particular legislation. The way and it is, if you see the EU also rolled on the ex ante regulation. The Competition Act was ex post regulation, whereas DCB, when we talk about its ex ante regulation, which means you set the rules of the game. The moment you come within the threshold, you have to. It's a self-notification. You have to notify yourself as SSDE, and if you still do not notify, there's a heavy penalty which will be put on to you.
One interesting, if I may, one interesting point comes to my mind. I take you back some years back, and just point your attention towards the MRTP Act. If many of us must have gone through and practiced in MRTP also, there was a provision of restrictive trade practices, RTP, which had no penal provision as such. Only cease and desist order could have been passed against if anybody is practicing restrictive trade practices. In a way, I think that it is reinventing the wheel. Again, the restrictive RTP is coming in with huge penalties. So that's how, we see. So it is not new. We knew it. It has gone. But again, it is coming back. So it's a reinventing the wheel with the, of course, the punitive provisions are to be seen
10% of global economy.
Different perspectives.
10% of global economy.
It's a powerful new wine in an old bottle, something which is going to get you very, very drunk if you have it, right? Okay. But Mukul, let me come to you on what do you think the impact is going to be? Because as you were discussing, the core digital services are more in the nature of ecosystems, right? So there are multiple stakeholders involved, and I think if you make changes, increase obligations, that's likely to have impact across the board. So this could have impact to probably M&A activities, smaller companies. So how widespread do you think the impact is going to be?
Fantastic question, Diksha. And yes, M&A space is also going to get impacted, which is something which never get discussed when we discuss the DCL. But before that, I'll just like to answer one small thing which Mr. Sachdeva has said. It really piqued my interest. Very interestingly, he said that there are multiple reasons like platform neutrality and allowing one means we are using your own platform to enter into some other market, etc., etc. And that is not covered under Section 19.4, and therefore we need to have a DCL, and that is what the CDCL said. There is a Committee on Digital Competition Law. But I was hearing somewhere actually on some channel, there was one person who said that regulatory inefficiencies cannot be the reason why you bring new laws. So there are people who are that vocal about such things. But just drawing. So what I want to say is that if you interpret Section 19.4 also rightly, it nowhere stops you from interpreting these things, because what you're doing is you're using your dominance in one particular area, say in search engine, as a gatekeeper, and you are entering into other areas. So it is basically covered in 19.4, provided you really interpret in a right fashion, in that broad fashion manner. But then again, having said that, I agree with Mr. Sachdeva that yes, digital markets are different. They are absolutely different from how the brick and mortar world is, and therefore we need a different legislation, maybe an ex ante legislation than an ex post facto. So I do not know. There's no disagreement there actually that just this law is required, maybe with a little bit of tinkering. Now coming back to the M&A space here, and that is where I feel that when they're drafting this entire legislation, somehow I feel that they had this big tech people, their faces there, the Googles and Amazons, and they're drafting just looking at them, and therefore they have just missed out on many things. As I said, one thing, a lot of startups are there. 4,000 crore turnover, 1 crore users. Anybody can satisfy that. 4,000 crore is not a big amount of money. As I said, it's just a $550 million US dollars, which is for an industry of $1 trillion of fintech. So it's not something which can easily be taken care of. Now that is one. Second is, as you said about M&A space, now people are going to invest in these startups in India, right? All these big KKRs and the big names, big investors, they are going to invest into these startups, and that is where again the problem of the legislation drafting is that they define group, and they say group means group as defined under Competition Act. Now Competition Act says that if you have a 26% stake in a company, you have a 26% right means you can control 26% stake, then you are a group entity of that entity. Now KKR, which is a fund which is, I don't know how many $1 billion fund it is, if that fund invests in 26% in a startup company in India, that company easily qualifies as an SSDE. Now that small start, because then it is a group turnover that you have to look into for defining that 4,000 crore, that $30 billion for those turnovers. For that criteria, it is a group number that you have to take. And 1 crore user, as I said, 1 crore users are very easy numbers. 1 crore is not a great number, because see, one person can have multiple accounts. So you can easily have a 1 crore user in 1 or 2 years of your operations. Now you have equated them, you have burdened them with compliance cost as big as of Googles and the Amazons of the world. Now, how far it is good, and that is going to impact the M&A. Now, this means no startup is going to have a foreign investor, a media investor, which will have a 26% stake in their company. So, do we really want that? Is what the intent of this legislation? That is where I feel that we have to really look into these things and try to make it amenable to what digital markets are in India, and have to look all these things. Just don't look into the Googles and the Facebooks, have their faith and write something. Think about the entire market, do some empirical study, go understand what the realities are, and either divide the SSD into 2-3 different buckets if you want to, like what SEBI does at times, that okay, this is what LODR requirement, first top 100 market cap companies, then it will go for next tranche with some other company, something like that, or whatever else, because there are brilliant minds in government, there are great people in that CDCL. So they have to think more about this. Just stop looking at into the big tech players and write something. Think about the Google, the realities of the country, realities of India, which in 5-10 years is going to be a $10 trillion economy, irrespective whatever the political scenario remains in the country. The Indian government, the Indian people, India, the story is going to continue as big as it can be actually. And I'm pretty bullish that in the next 15-20 years we are going to be the number one players in the world. And therefore our legislation should be akin to the Indian realities and not something just copy pasted from somewhere and looking at some people there. That is what my thoughts are for the impact.
I think that's, as you rightly said, this is not something which we very frequently discuss, but there are a lot of unintended consequences that you could be dealing with. We are very different from Europe. We are not a European economy. We are not European users either. And there's a lot of merit in rethinking a lot about the law. This is the first time the draft has come out, even though We've been talking about this since 2021 when Mr. Jayant Mehta's report came out. But there is, as you rightly said, and I think what the discussions on this panel have revealed, there's a need for a careful consideration of the present bill. Of course, it's open for comments till 15th of May, so not much time if any of you want to use this discussion to put it in. Probably a lot of weekend work, but I think it really merits that kind of work because it could impact a lot of people sitting in this room today as well. I know we are running short of time, close to lunch hour as well. So I will just, if any of you had any closing comments, would be happy to take that. Otherwise, I think we do have a little time maybe for a question or two, but not much. So everybody is hungry is the message I get, but if any of you had any closing, closing comments.
Yeah. So as I said, that this is a law which is required as digital markets are different. Maybe they can really work a little bit more onto this. And I really want that those players who are getting impacted thereby, the startup tech companies or the mid-tier tech companies, they should definitely come out, look into this bill and put their point across, and they can take help of great lawyers like Diksha to draft whatever they want to put across. Just to closing comment, just one small thing to this, that obviously, then we have to see that how CCI has to interpret this law, and CCI is doing a great job, obviously, in the past few years, despite being very constrained with resources, etc. So one is, I feel that there should be more industry representation in such regulatory bodies. Maybe they have to think about those things, and the current government has come out with joint secretary positions and etc. some time back. Maybe that kind of industry connect has to be much more, and maybe if regulators can have people from industry, from law firms, from GCs and other industry players, economists in industry, maybe for a short stint, say 2 years, 3 years, maybe that will help our regulators also to grow and be aligned with the industry. So maybe that is one where we can think of going forward, and that will have the connect between regulators and the regulated entities much better. That's what I feel so.
For that, I must tell you that government and departments are having some agencies which are working under the aegis of various ministries, and they are having a big consultative approach from the corporates also. And we have been part, like we have Invest India for that matter. They are really good, and they are coordinating with the industry as well as the ministry in order to take the concerns of the industry to the ministry. So that is already happening, and they are in a big way helping government to really put forth the point of view. So that's happening. I mean, that has been the significant change over the past few years, and which we have noticed, and we have been regularly, in fact, interacting with the Invest India people on various issues, since I have largely worked in the retail industry. So there was a lot of discussions have happened in terms of the introduction of the FDI, single brand retail, and of late the BIS. BIS is also hanging on like a big sword on the heads of the industries which are the shoe industries basically. So the interactions are happening. I mean, it is going on for last 1.5 years, and still, gradually they are bringing in the specifications and bringing in into the folds. So that is happening, and I think more consultative approach has to be adopted. As so far as this 15th, I don't think that should get extended, and such a big law impacting a shift from ex post to ex ante, where I mean, we are conceptualizing, as I said, as Ram Rajya, and we should have more laws regarding in respect of connected with this kind of proposition. So let's see how it works, so that tomorrow we are off the competition law. If we are so much of self-regulated regime we are viewing and we are foreseeing. So that's the ideal situation any person would like to have. So thank you very much from my side.
An aspect, threshold which are described, this have to be seen in conjunction with the core digital services. It's not going to be applicable to every company. If I am a manufacturing hub, I work for a conglomerate. We are not providing digital services. So I'm not impacted. For companies which are big conglomerate, they are not getting impacted because they have 10,000 users, etc. Unless you are in the core digital services listed in Schedule 1 of the bill, you are not getting impacted. So when we say about the investors coming in, if those investors are coming in and investing in the large conglomerates, be it a group like JK's or Tata, etc., I don't think this is an impact. It is only going to impact the services where the core digital services are being provided by the enterprise. So it's a self-regulated. Yes, I agree. On certain aspects, they have gone on to the model of EU, where anti-regulation has been prescribed, and this is a self-regulated. If you are coming into the threshold for those core digital services, you will have to report it. If you don't report, the fines and penalties will come in. Even they can ask for information from you why you are not coming under the SSD category. So quantitative threshold is one, as I explained in the earlier discussions. Qualitative threshold is second one, where they think your size, your the number of users, end users, business users, your significant presence, etc. If those factors are being taken into consideration, you are SSD, and by such criteria, if you are SSD, then you will have to follow the law. And I think the lot of work has gone into this enactment. For 2 years. Committee sat across and they debated. They saw various legislations, including Australian law, Singapore law, UK laws, US laws, and then they have come out with this particular bill. And of course, it will require certain modification. It will be corrected as we move on. There will be inquiries, investigations, and those inquiry investigations will be subject matter of challenge. Appeal procedure lies before the NCLAT against Supreme Court. There's a limitation period of 3 years from date of cause of action. All those safeguards have been built in. But I think it's a welcome move. At least when we see the digital space, it's a welcome move.
Thank you all so much. Some very, very thought-provoking issues have come out today, and I hope all of us are able to think a little more about this, about its impact, effectiveness, and the need for the law itself. Thank you all for being such an amazing audience, listening to us. I know you're hungry, so we'll let you move to lunch now. But thanks a lot for joining in, and thank you all to my panelists. Absolutely brilliant discussing this with you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, leading us so nicely for this discussion, because this is something which was really required, and you have very nicely taken up and moderated the whole session.
Thank you. Thank you so much. May I please request Sumit and Ashna also to join us for a clap from the legal team, please, for business work. Aye. Come, Ashna, please. Thank you. Thank you so much to all our panelists, to our moderator. Thank you so much. I'll just say this, from food for thought, it's now time for food for your stomachs. It's 2 o'clock. It's time for lunch. That means lunch is served at the back of this very hall. For our speakers, lunch is served outside. We shall meet back at 2:30 and start with the next panel. Enjoy lunch. Thank you. Hello. Hello. Welcome back, everybody. A couple of minutes more, 3 or 4 minutes more, we shall begin with the next panel discussion. Let me request all of you to take your seats if your colleagues are outside. We can request them to come inside so we can start with the next one. 3 or 4 minutes more, we shall begin with the next panel discussion. Thank you. Hello. Welcome back, everybody. May I please request you to take your seats so we can start with the next panel discussion. For our friends at the back. A couple of seconds more, we wait for you to settle down, then we can start with the next one. Okay, before we begin, I'll request Automatic Counsel to please take the partners area and then we can start with the panel as well.
Hi, welcome to Rapids. We employ this from fighting to influence as well as applications, transforming community landscape with general to deliver efficient, accessible interfaces to organize. Our flagship solution designs the layers for teams partners for legal efficiency. Our IUR platform establishes clear benchmarks for legal employment. Under this presentation, designed for us by the legal professionals, so it's used to excellence with variables, future legal employment, not just increase, which we can actions and rapid success for legal professionals and actually that we see begins with a bunch of allegations. So it closely like the channel as we learn these the reality.
Thank you. First question is first, everybody had lunch? Yes, no? I only believe one. Okay, anybody else who had lunch? Just to show with your right hand. I only see 5 of them now. That's it. And one there. Nobody else had lunch? It's a very simple question. If you've just had a lunch, you can just wave your right hand in there. That's it. So please right, करना left करना. मेरा मनोबल टॉप है यार. Okay, right. Done for a friend who are here. Go ahead. If you can see me. You can't. Someone can please ask our friends at the back to settle down. No, specifically, yes. Brilliant. Our next panel discussion, and now that you've had lunch, a couple of you, I believe, you will have your Jewish high to welcome our panelist on the stage. This one is on aligning the DEI and corporate governance perspectives from Counsel. And to share the views on the same, please join me in welcoming on stage Anjani Chaudhary, Senior Executive Director in GC, Maruti Suzuki, India. Joining her, Priyanka Valesha, Head Legal, Yum runs India, Legal Head India, and Senior Legal Counsel at Zonabel. Joining them is Deepika Chaudhary, Executive Director, Asia Pacific, Xerox. And this one will be moderated by Pooja Sehgal Mehtani, General Counsel, Sun Life Global Solutions. And may also request Mr. C.V. Raghu to please join us on the stage as a guest speaker for this one, sir. Now let's collectively welcome them. हालांकि पीछे की 3 टेबल को बिल्कुल इंटरेस्ट नहीं मैं देख रहा हूँ. सी आई बी वेरी ऑनेस्ट, मुझे ये बताने में कि आप ज्यादा वार्म वेलकम किसी को नहीं दे रहे, बिल्कुल भी शर्म नहीं आती है. आई कम फ्रॉम अ थिएटर बैकग्राउंड, वेरी ऑनेस्टली आई बिलीव दैट एनीबडी इज कमिंग ऑन द स्टेज टू शेयर द विजडम विद यू, दैट ऑन अ सैटरडे deserves a round of applause. Let's try it again. Lovely. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hope you've all had good lunch, and welcome all my colleagues on the August panel. Thank you so much for joining. First of all, thanks, Mr. Raghu, for making this panel inclusive. Looking at the topic of discussion today, DEI and alignment with corporate governance. So we thought that we should first have our panel becoming very inclusive to have the right kind of diverse perspectives that we want to talk about. As you all know, DEI has become a very significant part of the corporate governance that we are all responsible for as GCs. We definitely need different perspectives. Organizations are moving towards becoming more and more inclusive. We are adopting new ways of working post-COVID. So there are different scenarios that all of us face. As we all know, there are a lot of anti-discrimination laws in India, looking at, the social laws as well. It is imperative for a general counsel to definitely bring in, not only from a legal perspective, but all practical aspects of how the cultures are evolving. And as we are all either on the boards or work closely with the boards and the management, it is very imperative and very, relevant for all of us to delve deep into how we give the right kind of practical advice to the management onto the board on how corporate governance should. So I'll start with you, Manjari. You work very close with the boards. You're also, work very closely with the management across different organizations. What do you think, the board should know effectively about DEI? How have you brought in those aspects where, you have to make the environment more inclusive and align the policies and procedures and practices in the organization more and more inclusive? So your views on how effectively, the legal team can work towards the increasing ESG and the DEI aspects that we need to take care of.
Thank you, Pooja, and good afternoon, everyone. And it's always a pleasure to be at an event that BW Legal World organizes. This was a very interesting panel, and we were told about it late evening yesterday. And I was quite surprised that earlier we were only women who were on this panel. So I said that we need to get inclusion to start with on the panel. And therefore, you see our very good senior colleague, Raghu, who we've known for a long time, and I'm sure he's going to add the right value. See, on the topic, this topic, diversity, equity, and inclusion, is a very oft-spoken subject, but I think is very important and needs to be viewed in its seriousness. It is becoming more important now because sometimes, it takes laws to get us to become very serious about certain things. All in the new ESG, regulation and the requirement in the BSR/SR reporting, you find that there is going to be a focus on diversity, equity, and inclusion. And it is just not going to be a tick in the box. The regulator, your customers, your investors, your employees also, and other stakeholders are all looking at Excuse me. Sorry about that. So they're all looking at it very, very carefully, and there is going to be greater focus on this. Organizations are waking up to that reality faster because it requires you to put it into the report now. So it's even more important. It is not, you have to provide proof of that. It is not only about saying that, okay, we've got so many women. What policies do you have around that? You can have a policy on non-discrimination, but, next is going to be how strong is that policy? Is it actually impacting the organization in the positive way or not? Are you looking, what is the ratio of people of diverse population that you have in the organization? And that diversity, we all understand sometimes only by way of gender diversity. It's not only that. You start there, but there is diversity in all its forms. which is, you could have specially abled people. You could have, I was very intrigued when, about a month ago, I was invited to ENY, and I went to their office, in the new office in Gurgaon, and they have specially abled, housekeeping staff. So the people who serve you are all can't speak, are dumb, and they were just so smart. And the way the ENY teams were including them into the mainstream, it was fascinating to watch. So you need those kind of examples. It's not only about a percentage or a kind of a tick in the box. So from a general counsel's perspective, you got to support the organization in terms of the policies and procedures. That's one thing. The policy and procedure is about getting invited to the dance. Whether you are invited on to the dance floor is how those policies and procedures are actually implemented, which actually brings you to the next part, which is inclusion. Are you really included? There can be a policy on non-discrimination, but there is still discrimination. There is a policy on non-harassment, but there is still a subtle harassment. There could be a policy of inclusion, but there are what we call micro inequities, and it is there across the board. Until you do trainings on those, and people make you aware of them, you don't realize yourself that you could be victims of those, and maybe you are the ones who are propagating it also across the board. So I think it is now a time where policies and procedures, I think all lawyers are cognizant of that. They support their organizations in putting it into place. They review them to ensure it meets with the law. Now it is the next step needs to get taken, where the management and the board needs to become extremely cognizant of this.
And aware of what could be the consequences if they are not practiced.
Yes. They also need to understand that, there could be, and the consequences, sometimes are also driven by regulation. When next year you will realize that last year was the first year of reporting on ESG. This is going to be the second. By the time the third and the fourth reports start coming, there will be audits also. And the framework will become more stringent. And therefore, the teams and the organizations will also have to become more cognizant that it is not only about having it, but implementing it and showing practical examples by way of illustrations and demonstration that the D, E, and I is being made a part of the organization.
No, thanks, Manjari. And because these are very relevant points, it's not only about helping in drafting the policies or bringing a legal viewpoint. An active role by the general counsel and the legal teams. Why it is more effective is that if it comes from a legal team, right? This is how we can help change the mindset. People do take it seriously of what could be the consequences of not practicing those policies. Not only legal or regulatory consequences, there could be reputational aspects also that management and boards need to take care of, because more and more we are a part of global organizations. And not only that, I mean, the scenarios is changing across for all organizations. If you don't progress with that kind of a mindset to become more inclusive, and it definitely is going beyond gender. So it is not just restricted to the female gender. You have all sorts of diversities existing in the system. And recently, in fact, I also lead DIB for my organization. And, I heard that bringing in neurodiverse candidates into the system is the most difficult. And it so happened, not going into the details, coincidentally, that when we began our PWD journey, the very first few candidates that we've onboarded are neurodiverse candidates. So looking into all the legal aspects of, how to onboard them into the ecosystem and make it very inclusive for them and also for the people who are already existing in the system. It's not only legal. I mean, a lot of, Manjari, as you said, a lot of sensitization programs in the organization to have it ready and to create that kind of an enabling environment that, those people also thrive in the organization. So, Roop, if you could throw light on, we know a lot of anti-discrimination laws, anti-harassment laws that are there in place. How could the general counsels, bring in that perspective to the management and the board, that it's not just about laws? How do you go beyond it? And how do you go beyond gender? As I said, that it's not related to just or restricted to just being, taking care of gender representation from a female perspective, but just expanding the definition of diversity beyond. We have people from the LGBTQI plus community. We have specially abled people in the system. And also in the new ways of working, a lot of situations are evolving where people would want to work from different locations. How do you take care of the equal opportunity policies? So if you could about that from your perspective.
Thank you, Pooja, and good afternoon to everyone. Well, it's a very important subject that has been touched upon by this panel. And as far as bringing in more equity, more diversity is concerned across the gender, I think, first of all, as a general counsel, we are conditioned to be more equitable. So we should have the courage to say the right thing before the board. And it is not only that we get the board aligned with us as far as equity is concerned, across genders, across LGBTQ and all, but even other things, you have to get the board aligned. And it's not only that you get the board aligned, but you have to sensitize the larger employee base so that they become more sensitized. Recently, just around, I think, 2-3 months back, we onboarded uh, employees from LGBTQ community, and we all obviously held some trainings for the employees so that they are more sensitive towards that part of the community, and they are more, as far as the communication is concerned, there's no discrimination, there's no eyebrows raised. So we conducted those trainings before onboarding LGBTQ community people into our employee base. And over and above that, I don't think it is like a one-time sensitization program. It has to be a consistent monitoring and assurance program. So you sensitize and then you monitor, and then you can bring about a mindset as well as the behavior change. It's more to do with inclusivity in employees' minds. So that part you have to drive. As general counsel, you assist various functions to drive that. They come back to you for advices. The HR, general counsel function closely works with the HR to drive these changes. And I'm also a part of DENI committee in the company. So we drive a lot of policies around equal opportunity. So I think COVID has taught us that location is immaterial. Of course, you have to be business facing, but at the same time, if there are people or employees, but the talent is there and they have locational constraints, how we can include them. So we need to be, we are not there. It's still a journey. And, but we are looking at policies where we become more inclusive as far as geographical locations are concerned. And, otherwise, differently abled people, we've employed some differently abled people as well. And having, I think there's a regulatory norm that you need to have an advisor for them. So having a proper advisor, investing in that advisor, having a employee on board to kind of, if they can go and discuss their grievances with them. So these kind of investments companies have started making. They have become more sensitized. They want to be more inclusive, and they want to obviously drive more inclusivity. So that's all from my side.
Yes, Manjari.
A thought that was coming to my mind on this topic when we talk of how do we run this? And, I go back to my G days because I used to lead G Women's Network in India for them. And, why that program went well and why it was really served the purpose for what it was set out was because there was a mandate for it and the correct intent about it right at the chairman's level, right at the chairman of G's level. And from there, it was run like a PNL. Sometimes all these initiatives, we run them by the way. So somebody, in addition to their everyday job, please look at it a little. There's no monitoring about it. There's no budgets around it. There is nobody, the way you monitor your sales numbers. If you monitor these initiatives in that manner, and there is a, mandate for it, not only at the board, at the chairman, at down below at the senior management level, and then percolating down. And that can only happen when it is run like a PNL and there is a dedicated sort of a fixed goals and objectives put on for it. And therefore, it gives it that necessary that this is another pillar of the company that we have to take forward. And I saw it flourish simply because it was run in this manner. And sometimes the intent is very good in other times I've seen, but it doesn't go forward just because there is there's no structure to it and it's not monitored. There is no sort of focus of the senior management.
Yeah. No, very well said, Manjari. In fact, what can't be measured can't be done is so relevant. And all programs that you undertake to make your organization more equitable, inclusive, if there's no governance around it, no structure, no committees to provide oversight on how are you what are the metrics, how are you measuring on them, and how are you performing, then unfortunately, because this is over and beyond of our day jobs of whosoever does it. If they're only run in a very siloed manner, with a few people who are expected to lead it, that's not going to bring in the results that the organization wants. It has to be championed across teams. It has to definitely start from the top and percolate down to all levels and kind of have a sandwich situation where everybody is working towards, and is aligned towards making the environment really inclusive. Mr. Raghu, coming to you, what will be some of, we've had different perspectives on how DEI is aligned and embedded into corporate governance and the advisories that we give and the the areas of focus that we have. I would want you to throw some light on, do you see that there are in a practical aspect, if we see there are any challenges that we encounter with the management and with the boards that we work with in really effectively practicing some of these things?
Thanks, Pooja. Thanks for including me in this panel. Which I think everything that Manjari, Roop, and you said are relevant. They have to be done, policies. But there's a letter and there's a spirit, and I've had the good fortune or the misfortune of working 50% of my career with large multinationals and 50% with Indian promoters. And this is with no malice to either side. There is optics and there's reality. Okay. All that we are talking about, when we hire a person, do we look at the talent of the person or we go by as a male, female, LGBT, what, there are so many criteria that happen. And today, if you look at, well, there's a mandate for listed entities to have at least one women director. People have just ticked the box. Show me one board of any large company where there are 5 women in the board, except I guess maybe it would be ICICI, because Mr. Kamath always believed that women should come to the top. But we are still at a very nascent stage of inclusiveness and diversity. And if I'm being contrarian, please don't kill me for this, but that's reality. And people don't understand. What people don't understand is the huge advantage that you have when you have an inclusive and a diverse population. I have had the good fortune, in fact, in my last stint also, I used to always say that my department had 70% women and 30% were men, and I ran with them for 8, 9 years, and we did some of the largest transactions. The question is that you have to treat people based on the merit that they bring to the table. You don't, these committees and all this, these are optics. There has to be intent. And I fully endorse what Manjari said, that come from the top. You have to, when BSR, I have seen the template, it asks you for what's your diversity ratio, okay, what's your male-female ratio or all of that. You can take at a lower job level, you can take 50-70% women, but you don't allow people to come up to the top levels. It's actually, at some stage, even SEBI will look at all the data. It's only the second year, third year, and I've had conversations with the directors at SEBI on this topic. They're just collating data at this point in time. They'll come down quite heavy with, when self-regulation fails, regulations will come. And that has been the trend around the world. If we want to tick the box and try to demonstrate that we are doing this, we are doing that, it will not help. At the end of the day, in a growing economy, this is the only way that you can do. 50% of the population is female. I'm just taking a ballpark, 50% men and 50%, maybe the ratio will be 2 or 3% here and there. And if you, in the offices you walk in, you will not find that. Yes, in the factories you'll find that. So there is white collar, blue collar, and all the various things. So that is one aspect. The second aspect is that when you actually work with diverse people, and trust you me, I've had the fortune of having male bosses, female bosses constantly, and large teams where women were there. The kind of perspective that comes for the business, the kind of safety norms. I remember many years back when we were talking about caps for all the call centers to go down. And we were the first ones who actually set up a standard, which subsequently we filed it with the High Court Delhi, and that became the norm of how cabs have to be used when female trolleys are getting dropped. Small little things that have to be done in depth. And you have to believe in letter and spirit. You cannot say that SEBI wants this, I will do this. Somebody else wants it, I will do this. And this is the much hyped discussion, but I think we are still at a very nascent stage.
Yeah.
Very nascent. And I would urge everyone who's sitting in the room, if there's one takeaway, please try it out. Even if you don't believe, please try it out to have a diverse and inclusive team, and you see the impact of that. You realize yourself that it's far better to have a diverse team than to just have either a female-dominated team or a male-dominated. Have people, and people specially abled as well. And as you were mentioning about E&Y, in AMS, the earlier days used to have this room which would all, all the male sorting and all that. All that used to be done by people who are specially abled. Because as a policy, the company said, we will not take anybody else other than specially able people. Because there was no time urgency, they had to sort, they will sort it out and they'll do it. Because you have to, and this is tone at the top. On the multinational side, I think the message comes from the top, so that they are maybe a notches higher. But at the end of the day, we all come from the same community. And we have the tendency to bring that back. And so somewhere we have to push it. And that's the only way. You don't have a second choice.
Absolutely. No, thanks, Mr. Raghu, and very, very good perspective. And I mean, it has to be practiced in letter and spirit, because, we still have a long way to go. If, even if there's representation, till the time there is equal representation or moving towards equity, what's going to happen is that, the representation, till the time it is in minority, it is very difficult for those people to share their perspective. So all the more work required to to be creating an environment where everybody can speak up, share their perspectives, because it's just not getting in those people, it's also making the environment inclusive in real sense, so that everybody can bring in and share their perspective, talk about what they are feeling. I'll share a very relevant insight that we did an inclusion survey last year. And we had all our, DEI multi-year plans of onboarding people from, the PWD community, especially able people, and people from the LGBTQ community. And we were working towards that. And the results of the survey come in, and to the extent that I can share, we were, quite positively surprised to see that there are already people in the system existing from the LGBTQ community, and who are specially abled as well. And we were thinking that we have to onboard, but there are people already existing in the system. And then we started working backwards to create an enabling environment so that those people can come in and, share what their real identity is. So there's a lot of work in creating that sort of environment. Sometimes we think that we have to onboard people, but it's more about how you are working with the environment. And there are people, maybe there's somebody who's suffering from mental health challenges, they're not speaking about it. So a lot of work needs to be done, and it definitely, the tone that you set from the top really matters. People have to see across that there's intent and there's real willingness in bringing that kind of change.
If I may,
Yeah, sure.
30 seconds. I've seen a lot of boards where there are women. Okay?
Yeah.
We are just oblivious of the fact that there are people from other genders who are there.
Yes.
The kind of conversation that happens, it's absolutely obnoxious, to say the least. We will not do that conversation when we are overseas, because overseas the equality rights, the women there will stop you from doing that. But we are very oblivious of that. The second other element is that as general counsels, and this is my humble request to all GCs, you are the influencers, not just a lawyer. You have access to the senior-most people in the system. The chairman speaks to you practically on a daily basis. The vice chairman speaks, the senior leadership speaks. You are supposed to be the influencer, and you are supposed to really push this agenda, because you are doing something, you're doing a human service to that organization in the long run. If you don't do that, you are failing in your responsibility.
Just to add to what Raghu was saying, I think, as lawyers, we have to push the agenda of diversity, equity, and inclusion. That's fine. But I think in our own perspectives also, diversity is one. Try and get as diverse a slate as you can in terms of your own, teams and organizations. But also be very mindful of equity and inclusion. In the whole process of looking for diversity, we forget that the other two parts of it, which is equity and inclusion, is far more important. Because you can hire somebody, that person can be a disabled person or especially abled or LGBTQ or a female staff. But if you're not going to give them an equal standing and hear them, they are not going to flourish, and they are not going to be able to stand up and and come into their own. Oftentimes we see equity is that, are you hearing everybody on your team? Sometimes we don't. Inclusion, I can give you, G did some very nice things for us, and shortly before I left them, we had a training for 3 hours, which was done through some guy who'd come from Harvard, but it was an online training. He told us about these things, about these micro inequities, and it's a great example that I'd like to share. He said, think about, in the morning, you are a senior, you're the general counsel, you're walking down to your office and you are passing by your team. The team is eager, you're the boss, everyone looks up and tries to say good morning to you, this, that, and you are in your own thought. You are not doing anything wrong. The intent is absolutely right. And 4 people have wished you. You look at one person, smile and say good morning. and just walk past. And you have not said anything or acknowledged the greeting of any of the others. Now, what happens? You go and get on with your work. But the one that got acknowledged feels that, wow, my boss looked at me, remembered my name, and even acknowledged my greeting. Whereas the other three, the whole day is ruined because they spend the better part of their day thinking, what did I do wrong? Maybe she's not happy with me. Maybe he's not looking. Why did I sense something which is not good? This is this. Look at the loss of productivity and the lack of motivation that happens. And this is these I really felt woken up when I went through this training, because inadvertently we end up doing these kind of things. I'm not saying we do it advertently, but inadvertently also. So I think why I shared it is because somewhere I think if it can ring a bell with all of you, and maybe even a certain percentage of the time you're conscious of it, I'm sure it will go a long way to build more equity and more inclusion in your teams and in the environment around you.
Very good example, Manjari. We have Priyanka also with us. Priyanka, do you want to share your perspectives?
Hello, everyone, and my greetings to the co-panelists. So I totally agree with just Manjari said about the training about the unconscious bias. I think what we try to do is we try to bring in the diverse people, but are we creating an environment for them which is inclusive and equal as well? So rather than making them adjust to what we are doing something for them, as an obligation, no, it's more on the perspective of that this is which is normal, right? So it should not come across that there is some extra effort gone into it. So at many times what happens is that even after doing all the policy making, there are challenges in terms of the resistance comes across from the traditional stakeholders, right? The resistance comes across from the varying governing structures. Now, how we can help build that? We can help build that by training the people who are in the organization, because only adopting a policy will not help, only implementing will not help, but rather than training the people, as I'm happy to know that there are already trainings happening in some of the organizations, but it's not everywhere. There is strong resistance from a lot of traditional organizations. So there, I think a lot of work needs to be done. As Mr. Raghu also pointed out, there's only one board member on the in the board of directors, because they're just complying to what is required to be done, but they're not trying to bring across as to what can be done to ensure that there is inclusivity. So inclusivity will not come in just complying with what is required, but rather than making it a norm. So from my personal professional experience, I have seen organizations work across wherein they're bringing in the programs and they are ensuring that they are part of them. So they are learning their language, they are learning how they can make them inclusive. They are not creating those unconscious bias. So that's few inputs
Thanks.
from.
Thanks, Priyanka. No, very relevant, perspectives shared that. In fact, since as you said, Mr. Raghu, that we are in positions of influence and we should use it positively. Unconscious bias, we cannot just do away with it. That's going to exist. But, if we can influence and work with different teams, with HR, and compliance to make to making people aware of what unconscious bias is, that's also very relevant, because the more awareness we have, the more people are going to think about it and be consciously taking some actions that we should be. Then another also a very relevant point is that we get to work on a lot of policies. We should always keep in mind how we can make those policies gender agnostic, more inclusive, because it's a change that we can bring in the organizations. And how do we just go beyond organizations to take those changes back home? If your policies are gender agnostic and you are enabling all genders, change is going to happen back home as well, which is then going to bring in the right societal level changes that we want to make the environment really inclusive. So anybody wants to share any perspective of how any of your organizations have worked in this space?
Before we go there, one last point. Have the courage of conviction. If you believe in this, stand up to it. Say that. There'll be a lot of resistance, but please stand up to the cause. You will be the harbinger of this change. And that's a request to every GC, because you all are not only thought leaders, you are the leaders who are looked up to in the organization. You are role models. So it's up to you how you want to carve that role model. Sorry.
No, thank you. And you're leading from your question, Mr. Raghu, that Manjari, you spoke about it. What you said is a perfect example of developing a sense of belonging in people. You know, if you go beyond DEI now, it's also the inclusion of B, which is belonging, on how people as an effort of DEI measures feel. You know, are they effectively landing with people? So a lot of work is now done on belonging. And I would just come back to each one of you. If you could share some personal examples or something that has happened in your team or personally in your space that has motivated you enough to, aligning DEI with whatever you do and creating a sense of belonging in your teams and in the organizations that you work with. Any examples that you want to share?
Thank you, Pooja, and thank you, Manjri, for bringing out a very basic but very relevant example. And that actually happened with me lot of times when in my growing up years during the corporate ladder, when I was climbing the corporate ladder, many times I felt very ignored. Okay, you are being very courteous to your boss, and maybe subconsciously he or she is kind of not reciprocating, and this brings down the productivity. I've gone through it myself. So obviously I've inculcated this in my DNA, that with my team I have to be very pleasant, I have to be very inclusive and very unbiased. Perfection may not be there, I'll be very honest, but every day you have to work towards being perfect. So because all your team members, they need to feel included, they need to feel that there's an unbiased attitude towards you. Because if you're saying, like, there are 5 different people saying good morning to you and you're just responding to one, and others, you're subconsciously excluding the others, and it really brings down your productivity, at least for that day. And if it is not addressed, then it just pents up. You know, it pents up, and you're a human being and you have emotions, and it pents up and it keeps growing. So and to that I would say you should speak up, and the bosses should listen up. So I think that's it's not only speak up. I think we perpetuate speak up a lot. It is also listen up. So we should be perpetuating listen up as well. Thank you.
Pooja, to this question, it's a tough one actually, and I think all of us have been through. And it could be gender agnostic also. I think as we start our careers, whether we are men or women, we do get sidelined, and people not listen to us, and you got to fight your way through and get. And as women, perhaps the days when we started, I think there was a little more of that. But then, I started my corporate career also with law firms, and it was a little bit of, I could sense that there was a little disparity. But then I walked into a company like GE, and that really opened my eyes. I think maybe people who worked in GE, some of them may have had different experiences, but I can only vouch for my own, which was one of great inclusion. Amazing amount of inclusion. I was, the fact that when I joined them, I was only about 4.5, 5 years of legal experience. But before that, I was a professor where I taught for almost 7 years. They actually took my previous experience into consideration when they gave me my designation as an assistant vice president. And that was the first step of being recognized and being included. and suddenly you wanted to give back to that company that was looking upon you and taking your experience into consideration. And throughout my 18 years or 17 years with them, I continued at every level to see that I never got sidelined just because I was a diverse person or otherwise. It was all about your capability, what you could bring to the table. If you could do it better than your counterpart, you were given the role to and the job to do it. And I think that, and alongside that, I also used to lead the women's network. So I think that got cemented into my thinking and my psyche. And I think when I walked into Maruti, of course, I was the only diverse candidate, so to speak, at their management level. But and there were inequities, but and very unconscious also. I think they don't even realize. But the fact was that how did I continue is because of what I had learned, and what I had learned. It was, I put it across with a sense of professionalism and with a sense of perseverance to show that, I can do the job as well. And gradually that acceptance began happening. I think we are at that stage now where we've just put up our first line, which is all manned by women. So for a company that was only having men at the shop floor, that's a big step for a company like Maruti. And I think that's a good start, and which is going to get taken forward.
Thanks. Just closing comments. Yeah.
No examples. Just I can go on and on giving you as many examples as you want, which we can do in trophy time. But I think all of us need to know the fact that let me just compliment the General Counsel world. If today you look at the General Counsel world, it's the diverse and inclusiveness is very visible. You can see there are so many women who are heading, and equal number of men are also heading General Counsel, and the teams also building up. So in the General Counsel world, I don't think we'll struggle, but we must play our role in influencing and in bringing about that change. And it is there's only one direction. If you don't do that, you are behind. The reason why GE or American Express, all these American, they are not doing this for charity. They believe in it. They have struggled. They have had their pitfalls much before, and they are all 100, 150 years old companies. So therefore, their evolution has taught them that this is the only way. And if we can learn from those organizations, it's only better for us as India goes into the next, 5 trillion or 20 trillion economy, right? Thanks.
There are statistics and data that prove that there are better results, there's better innovation in companies that are diverse. And I'll just close on this note that, I haven't really seen communities focused on women in law, particularly as is required for women in tech. So really proud, that in the legal community, at least we have, equal representation, and we've been inclusive. So if we have that, why not spread it across? And as you said, that we can be influencers. We have you have one question? Okay. So, let's put all our efforts to align the DI measures with whatever we do. Yes. Yeah, hi, Sujata.
Also, I feel that hand in the pulse. So when he said that, well, you would be not liked for what you're doing, so taking off from Manjari, I felt that the equity and E&I is important. So from the GC's office, we went and we said, okay, we are going to have a dipstick analysis, talk to teams, whether they felt included. So that threw up a lot of results. And then one of these out product was that when you're talking of cabs, so most of our young girls are out at the client's office. So when they come back, we have a system of a cab when there is somebody sitting with the driver, right? So there'll be two girls or somebody. Sometimes one drops off, and then one girl said that then you're alone with two men. So then we said, okay, then let's have a transgender. So that's where, when you spoke of our cafeteria, that thanks to Justice Chandrachud, when I said that, we said that to our admin, let's try and have something. So now we are trying to have a transgender a company when a girl is alone in the night with a cab driver instead of two men. So I think when you start speaking to the youngsters, then the tone can kind of happily harmonize and we are able to take it up. And so for that equity and inclusion, I think we need to talk to our people and then get a feedback.
Joe's mentoring always helps. Definitely. So we can go on and on, but just closing on this very positive note that since we are in positions of influence, let's use it very positively. Thank you all so much. Thank you, Sir Raghu, Manjari, Roop, and Priyanka.
Thank you.
Any closing comments? Sorry, Priyanka, I didn't come to you. So just quickly, any closing comments from you?
I won't take much time, but just from one of the small examples from the initial of my career when I joined at one of the organizations as an intern. So from that point, I think the inclusivity came across wherein they had like, you are not calling anybody as ma'ams and sirs, and any designations is not going to matter. And I was offered a freelancing position within a matter of 4 months. And my senior, the reporting manager, I still can't call her with her name, but she used to always not reply to my emails saying that if you're going to write it, ma'am, I'm not going to respond to it. So I think there are small instances, there are small things which go a long way, which matters a lot. And as we just talked about amongst the co-panelists as well, it's not about only inclusion, but it is all about equality. So we need to work more across the equality as well. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all so much. And thank you for being amazing audience. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Raghu, for joining in at the last moment. So thank you. Also, thank you so much for moderating that. Thank you. Sumit, are you there? And Ashna, the legal team. You please join me to this picture as well. Quick. Come. Please, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you. Before I invite our next set of panelists to enter the stage, just to inform you, we also have another event here tomorrow itself, which will have a line of very interesting meetings and also industry leaders at the 5th edition of BW Global Leaders Summit. It's happening here tomorrow, followed by the BW Legal Leaders Award 2024. We have the Yes, this is happening tomorrow, the 5th edition of the Global Legal Summit 23-24. Here itself, the speakers are going to be there with us, followed by the awards ceremony. That's the legal awards ceremony in the evening. Thank you. Our next panel is on combating white collar crime, strategies of prevention, detection, and response. To share their views on the same, please join me in welcoming on stage Amar Sundaram, General Counsel, Senior Vice President, Women, and Chief Compliance Officer, NAC Corporation India Private Limited. Joining them, Manish Rama, General Counsel, Real of Cyber City Developers Limited. Suresh Kumar Sharma, General Counsel, Partner, Deloitte. Samit Gambhir, Vice President, Corporate Law and Company Secretary, DCM, Shriram Limited. Once again, let's invite Mr. C.V. Ravi Sarkama, Group General Counsel. Sorry, changing that one. Saradhana Madison, and this one will be moderated by Pallavi Pratap, Advocate on record, Supreme Court of. Let's collectively welcome them both. Thank you.
Just give me a second. Let me just start by saying that this definitely is an inclusive panel that we see here. So thank you, BW Legal, for doing that. And I'm surrounded by, I think, the best brains that we have. And they've already threatened me to ask very difficult questions. In case I ask them a difficult question, they are going to counter ask me difficult questions. So therefore, I've also bribed them all to tell at the end that I'm one of the best moderators that they've come across the whole day. Moving on, I think I'll start with Raghu, sir. The first format that I had in mind was that we must hear from all of them what is their understanding of white collar crime. My understanding was basically from the first scam that I ever heard of, which was the Harshad Mehta scam. I don't know, the early 90s, I'm sure all of you must have seen that Netflix, I don't know, one of those series or movie. And then I think it was the Satyam scam that I heard about, which happened to be the second white collar big crime. Then the 2G spectrum crime, and then we have the Nirav Modis of the world. So moving with Raghu sir to start and give his 2 minutes of dope on what white collar crime looks like.
Thanks, Pallavi. You start with dope, right?
Yes.
That's
You got the googly that I was trying to put in.
So there's no dope here. I think we're all gentlemen, and I don't think anybody is on drugs. Right? Thanks, Pallavi, for that introduction, and thanks, Business World, and thanks, audience, to bear with me one more time. In terms of men by nature, human beings by nature are greedy. When it started, maybe the evolution started, there was no greed, but gradually, as things start happening, greed increases. The more the opportunity, the more the greed. So the question is that the white collar crime and the white collar crime is typically committed by people who are in positions, right? Because they have that opportunity. Greed is very human, right? It is not Indian, it is not American, it's across human race. So, and you mentioned a few of the scams, but there have been larger scams around the world as well, right?
Quite a lot.
So the question is that why they happen is because if there's an opportunity and you leave your doors open, people will swindle, right? What do you do? There are two or three things. First is that you have to have some preventive mechanism, right? And preventive mechanism, typically you lock your doors, and typically for companies, you have very strong policies, you have maker-checker principles. There are people, while there is access to various things, you are not the only one who's accessing. There are 10 people who are watching it, right?
Absolutely.
That's one way. The better governance norms, the less likelihood. Criminals will still commit crime, but the less likelihood of such crimes being committed. The second thing is that how do you train people? You have to tell people that if you do this, this is the destination, right? And you have to be very firm. The better governed companies have less fraud. It's globally seen because the governance is not just letter, it's also in spirit, and there are people who are monitoring. Like I know typically in banks, other organizations think about audit. In banks, around the year, some audit or the other keeps happening. There's a corporate audit, there's an internal audit, there's a concurrent audit, there's an RBI audit, there is a global audit. There are a number of audits. So you're always on your toes, and the probability of anybody you getting caught is so high. And the repercussions of that, if you're getting, I'll give you very small, I'll not get into the bigger white collar crimes, but reimbursement of fuel bills. And I'm giving you this as a live example. This was a gentleman who's sitting in a cabin next to my cabin. I didn't know. Concurrent audit, they pick up this particular claim in which the person has claimed some 25,000 bucks. And the bills that are enclosed, these are reimbursements, by the way, so people believe that that's their money.
Right, sir.
but inspect bills that are in serial order. So the control auditor came, obviously redacted the name and said that if this happens, what the office is supposed to do? As it is, the guy is supposed to leave. Simple. There are no questions asked. And then they divulged the name. And this guy was a guy of 14 years, a fantastic pedigreed professional career. But for that one mistake, he lost his job. So the question is that unless you have the controls, and then obviously the prosecution part I've already mentioned that you have to do that, and laws will come, and therefore you're seeing more and more laws coming in, more and more. But law can only do so much. It's that culturally you have to have processes, principles, everything in place, and you have to invest into that.
Right.
Control functions, people believe that control functions are a liability. I believe control functions are an asset to prevent damage from happening. Yeah.
Right.
I'll pause there.
Samit sir, would you want to add some 2 minutes of whatever
Thanks.
non-dope maybe?
Okay. So I think, I fully agree with him. And, normally there are two things. One is greed and the other is unawareness. Because as he said, normally the corporate frauds or the white collar frauds are generally done by the people in positions. So what we have seen is the people who are in authority or in positions are generally doing these kind of frauds.
Right, sir.
So one is greed, of course, greed. That's where, you need to have some policies, you need to have all things. But the other thing is unawareness at times.
Right.
And that's where the role of a GC or a compliance officer comes into picture, that you need to let them know also that this is something where you can actually fall upon. This is something where you can actually get caught.
It is a crime.
Yeah.
Because a
So
lot
I
of
think,
times
the
people don't-
awareness by the GCs to the persons, therefore I see a lot of role of training and awareness to the employees.
Right.
This is a kind of a, first level protection, I would say, when we can say that please make sure that you're not doing all these things, because then you don't know
Right, sir.
what will happen. So therefore, unawareness and greed is the important two things. One, criminologist in US actually give a very good example. He says there are three drivers to a white collar crime.
Right, sir.
Opportunity, as he rightly said, opportunity is always there. Whenever an opportunity, there'll be chances of crime. That I said greed also.
Correct.
Second is pressure. At times what happens is you are actually in pressure either by your bosses or by some family circumstances, some medical circumstances. You are in pressure to do some kind of a crime, and you want to do that. Third and very interesting thing he said was rationalization. He said people start giving a rationale to the crime, saying, "अरे भैया, ऊपर वाले ने सबको बराबर बनाया है, अगर मेरे पास ये opportunity है मैं ये करूंगा, और अगर उसको ये मिल रहा है मुझे नहीं मिल रहा तो क्यों?" It's a rationalized,
Correct.
They're
Yeah,
trying to
we
justify their
always
claim.
justify.
Yeah.
That's right, sir.
Correct.
Suresh sir, would you want to add 2 bits?
2 bits only? Or?
Yeah, just 2 bits.
Okay. I look at this from a 3-tier perspective, right? I mean, if you look at the stakeholders, there are these lawmakers and there are these regulatory authorities, enforcement authorities. You see, the intent has always been to say that, okay, let us try and, make sure that there's a level playing field and there's a fair game that everybody is able to play. Then comes the organization where, my co-panelists, whatever they said, I would agree with that, there's an opportunity, there's a greed, there is sometimes pressure, and I'm not entirely certain I'm able to agree with the lack of awareness, because I'm sure these people are way smarter than normal people because they're able to know and manipulate the system.
Absolutely.
Right?
Correct. Yeah.
And that is one part, and which is where I feel that having very strong control mechanism and a very clear articulation of what the organization stands for and walking the talk. I mean, if somebody does not fall in line, if somebody falters even a little, there is zero tolerance, right? And then you come to the individual level where you look at, then it's an internal battle between, your dharma and what you believe is right or wrong. And a lot of people can very easily, fall into this justification. I actually heard somebody saying that, oh, it's okay for a particular enforcement authority to take bribes because they are very poorly paid. But that's not the case. I mean, it's just justifying that. I don't think one can accept that kind of a justification.
That's correct. That's correct, sir. Manish sir?
So Pallavi started with the history of crime. So she was saying, and she took us.
Whatever little I knew about it.
So let's take, for instance, apart from greed, there is also one thing which is called temptation. So in the Garden of Eden, if one was to start that the world started from Adam and Eve, there was a temptation to eat the forbidden fruit.
Absolutely, sir.
So in the independent India, I think the Mudra scam or the Jeep scam,
Oh, that's
which
right.
that was the first scam
First scam, yes.
which happened. And if you look at the scams have been there, and ultimately it's human. I'm just picking up what was said that the biggest scam in this country, if you say the white collar crime which happened, was East India Company.
Yeah, that's
So
actually
that
true.
company got incorporated in 1600 by 271 merchants who put their trust or money together. And ultimately, does anybody know what happened to East India Company? Anybody can raise their
You
hand.
just bought it now, no? One of the Indians only have bought it.
Anybody raised that? That's not correct.
No, I'm
Okay.
sorry.
So that's not correct. So what happened was in 1857, East India Company, the company which had the exclusive rights to have business over India, it had exclusive control over India. It was not only required to work as per law, but it was law unto itself.
That's right.
It could actually make law.
Charters.
It was a private company which had an army of its own. Can anybody guess what happened to it? The company became bankrupt. In 1874, by the act of the British Parliament, maybe I can't remember the date correctly, the British Parliament, the company got wound up. So ultimately, so that I would think is the history of corporate crime, white collar crime, and insofar as the Gora Sahabs and the Governor Generals. And most of them, if you would look, and this was true everywhere. The same thing happened with the Dutch East India Company.
Dutch East, yeah.
In France, there was another example. How many of you have heard of a gentleman called John Law? So it's very interesting. He created the bank, that is the central bank, the system of central bank, and he created in France. And the interesting part was that he was a son of a goldsmith. They used to issue hundis or the notes by putting in gold. And he realized that insofar as the gold system and the manner in which the rupee, the money can be, he could trade more. Everybody would not need the money on the same day. And he created that currency system, which became vogue in France. He also became the finance minister and he created the Mississippi Company. And that company also got bankrupt. So that was the first joint stock company in Europe, which was created. And the other interesting parts which Sir used was dharma. Mahabharata is again a conflict of ethics. And ultimately, what is dharma? To kill somebody is your dharma. Not to kill somebody is also your dharma. And each one, there is Swadharma, there is Rashtradharma and things of that nature. And you keep justification in doing the same thing done by Bhisham Pitama with Amba and Ambalika. So he thought that it was right that he could not have got married. The same thing, he had taken a vow that he would never marry. And then you had Shikandi. A same kind of a vow at the 14th year was taken by Arjuna. There was Udupi, I think one of the tribals, and she said that you have to get married. And he did get married and it was his dharma. So therefore, insofar as corporate frauds are concerned, they will keep happening. We have to have systems, processes, conscious, and norms of the society. They will keep happening. And it's nothing new. It has only changed its avatar. The corporate frauds have only started after the Industrial Revolution. There were no companies, there were no corporates. There were nothing black and white. And once it has come, it has happened.
So I'm going to ask Sundaram sir now, because he's the one who's been threatening me all along that he's going to ask me tough questions. So here I am asking you a tough question as to what do you think? What's your dope on this? What's your dope on white collar crime?
So Pallavi, let me give some bigger picture about white collar crimes. According to a recent FBI data, US spends almost 300 billion US dollar annually to confront white collar crimes. If you look at some of the data which coming from Interpol, some of the data coming from World Economic Forum, two major areas which has been identified globally, which is going to pose a big challenge on the white collar crime in 2024 onwards. One is online digital transaction, and the second one is a cryptocurrency. So these are the two major areas. And if you go a little deeper to understand that why this is happening, why these two areas have been selected, two reasons. One is a big data push, which is happening now. And the second is technological advancement that is happening both in terms of AI and ML. So these are the reasons. As the technology is advancing, there is going to be a big challenge for any government entity, including India, to deal with these two sets of bigger challenges on the white collar crimes. Now, if you see, and that's a government data I will be talking about, as on 2023, there were 1.13 million financial cyber fraud that happened in India, amounting to some 7,800 crores, right? If you see cryptocurrencies, ED attached assets worth 900 crores as of 31st of January 2023. ED and CBI and FIU, they issued show cause notices to 9 offshore platforms who were into the business of cryptocurrencies. So that's the global pictures that I'm talking about. This is not going to end. Corporates will deal with white collar crimes. Now, what is the solution? So there are two solutions, in my opinion. One is a global solution, which is an external solution, and second is the internal one. So when we talk about a global solutions, we are talking about global collaborations. So now if you see most of the investigating agencies, they are collaborating with each other across jurisdictions to deal with these nuances, right? So G20 was another big event which happened. India is a part of that G20. We just hosted G20. 85% of the global GDP is in G20. 75% of the global trade is happening in G20. So there is a whole collaboration now which is happening between countries to tackle this white collar crimes. So that collaboration is need of the hour, that needs to go. On the internal side, as my co-panelists said, there needs to be a strong compliance program within the organization. There is a need to have a strong whistleblower mechanism, because most of the scams that you spoke about, and we can speak more about it, if you look at the genesis of these scams, the genesis and the starting point is a whistleblower complaint, which was ignored. If that is not ignored, many of these can be prevented.
Sorry. So, Raghu sir, coming back to your observation with respect to greed, is that working? So, I understand that, individuals and the humans, the very nature is greed driven. But what makes a corporate actually commit the white collar crimes that we see right now? And there are so many of them that are getting reported. I'm sure a lot of them are not getting reported as well, but the ones that we do see on a day-to-day basis, what do you think? Is it the corporate greed, or is it just the individuals who are driving it?
See, typically corporate, the ones that you're referring to are typical companies that are very promoter driven.
Right, sir.
And typically promoters have their own coterie.
Right, sir.
You want to do something, it's like you pull all your forces together to commit that white collar crime.
Right, sir.
It's like an insider trading. There are so many insider trading things have happened which are actually traded by the promoters, but not in their name. It comes through some. In fact, I would dare to say, please not to be held against me, but one of the reasons why IBC is failing.
Yes, sir.
Why is IBC failing?
I moderate a panel tomorrow, which is on mediation and IBC, and I think that's the reason. Right.
Exactly the reason why IBC is failing, because
Absolutely.
it is not coming clean.
Absolutely.
People are filing insolvency petitions to evade the debt that they've taken and take the asset back at a far lower
throwaway
rate.
price.
So
That's
you
correct.
want to clean up the debt that you've done.
Right.
It is run on by my father who say that, but But we've been part of a lot of IBC bids,
Hmm.
and we suddenly realized somewhere that it's not happening because nobody's looking at your bid.
That's right.
They're looking at something else. And I'm sorry to quote the counsel who was on the other side, who happened to be a good friend of mine, on the sideline said, Raghu, kahan phasa hua tu? He just told me. He says, where are you? And we were bidding after bidding because, there is this credit committee and all that. They have to see whoever is. But I was softly told, and after the fourth bid, we said, enough, that we withdrew. But the question is that you can make laws, people are bidding, and I would want to see someday where IBC really goes behind people who are trying to camouflage this and punish them. Because unless you really make an example out of this, you can make laws.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. People talk about, say, murder. Either life imprisonment or hanging. That's a different matter. That's a matter of court.
Yeah.
But till the time you punish somebody who's actually murdered, if there is enough evidence, it will never stop.
True.
So the question is that why do corporates? Because there is this huge penchant of trying to grow at any cost. That at any cost is where the problem starts. If you look at today, look at the so-called unicorns. Till about a year back, we used to hear every day there was a unicorn.
Unicorn, that's true.
And now you hear every day unicorn is bursting.
Absolutely, yeah.
That's because how's the valuation games, right? It's a valuation game based on future revenues, based on future EBITDAs, not on current EBITDAs.
Absolutely.
You can take future projections, but that cannot be your sole basis of valuations.
Absolutely.
So my friend from Deloitte, I know they know all the valuation game, is smiling, but that's the way it is. And why do you never see a Tata initiative fail, or for that matter, any of the big industrial houses? Because it's based on solid output, based on which valuations happen, not based on that today I have an idea, and then I do an Excel sheet, then I do a PowerPoint, go to a private equity guy, he trusts you. So it's actually who's holding the baby in the bathwater at the end.
That's right, sir.
And that guy is in for trouble. In between people, the whole chain, and it's all white collar crime. I would think that promoting that kind of thing is also vital. I'm not saying that you should not go by valuation, you should not give adequate weightage to that. But the question is that somewhere we are buried in the woods for the trees. That's it.
That's true. As a matter of fact, only yesterday I came across an infra company and there were some 15 SRAs which were there. And that infra company, I was surprised I'd never heard of, and 15 good SRAs. I was myself surprised that, an IBC mechanism is used for a company which nobody knows of. So I think must be the land bank or something like that.
In my previous company we were extremely acquisitive, which they are still. We, at any point in time, I used to have about 40 odd projects on my table,
Correct.
M&A initiative, but we used to leave them because, people expect the moon. You must look at what is it that you want to do in that, because this is how white collar crime is perpetrated.
Absolutely. Samit sir, I'll come to you since you're closer to the mic. The question that I have is that the biggest challenge that these days corporate India at least is facing is lengthy investigations. How is it that in your own risk management strategies do you accommodate all of these factors? Because as a company secretary also, like sir said, that there are audits which happen multiple times, and there are pain areas that you come across. How do you incorporate that in your own risk management strategies?
Yeah, so I think you need to have proper controls and audits, and everything is required, absolutely. But I think the most important thing among all these, which I realized in my career, is that awareness and trainings.
Yeah.
That actually plays a very important role, because until and unless you tell them and you actually train them, tell them that these are the things which you have to avoid it, and these are the things wherein you can, as I told you earlier also, it's very important. The other important, protection, or I would say is a tool which is not very well used in India, is vigil mechanism or whistleblower tool.
Yeah,
actually.
yeah.
So whistleblower tool is a very, very important tool, very significant thing. And if it is properly, adequately used, problem is that, the whistleblower has to be properly adequately protected. There is no victimizations. Now the SEBI even says that you have to write in the policy itself
Right.
that there will be no victimization of the whistleblower, etc., etc. But still people are, they don't come up actually. Even if you know that something is happening, you want to do that, but you are not coming up. So I think if you encourage this practice of whistleblowing in a much more manner, much more transparent manner, and encourage this with the trainings and all, I think this is one of the wonderful tool for a risk management. And the other thing I have seen, and which I have realized, is that if, because everything has to set at the top tone. If your promoters or CEO, the management, they're ethical, generally you don't find much chances of, the frauds in the organization.
Right.
Plus, it's also relates to the well-being of your employees at times, I've seen. If you are taking care of your employees very well, and you're taking care of them, there are transparent policies, employees are feeling happy, they're happy in the organization. Even if there are opportunity, they don't go for that. They don't think of even that, because everyone there, they're taking care of me very well. So I think one must also understand at the promoter level or at the management level, that taking care of your employees, well-being of employees is very, very important, to understand that they shouldn't get any pressure or any rationalization for the white collar crime.
Correct. The dharma comes in play then. Suresh sir, I have a question for you, which is that insider trading has been a very big source of white collar crime. SEBI has definitely come up with bits. What do you think about it? Do you think it is really according the chances that, in some manner, the insider trading has really taken a backseat now?
See, if you really look at it from the perspective of SEBI, and I've interacted with the SEBI officials, and they've got their hearts and head in the right place.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
really want to do things right.
But it's surprising, they send you notices after 10 years. I mean, there's so many of these matters which are pending in Supreme Court just now. That,
Maybe in some exceptional cases, but from what we have seen, they are very, very prompt.
Mhm.
And also, being an advocate, you will know that in certain cases, if it's a criminal matter,
Right, sir.
it'll get picked up once it is known that a crime has been committed.
Absolutely.
So perhaps the example that you're giving could be in that category.
Correct.
But what I'm seeing is that if you look at the statistics in the last 7 to 10 years, if you look at it, the sheer number of investigations that SEBI has done
Mhm.
has gone on a very, very steep curve. And in the last couple of years, they've done 140 plus investigations. And SEBI is doing a lot of work. If you look at the requirements that they have to come out, I mean, every organization has to come out with a structured digital database where people need to track who are the list of people who have received unpublished price sensitive information. At what time did they receive? What communications they exchanged? They're really trying every possible means to curb this kind of a menace.
Mhm. So you
Yeah.
think that it is actually in the right direction?
I think
with
it's in the
respect-
right direction, and the market is also realizing it that SEBI is serious about it,
Mhm.
and definitely I believe it has had its positive impact.
Right. Manish sir, coming to you, since you represent one of the biggest infra companies, if I may say so, housing and infra companies, and we've seen in the past that there are so many builders who just sort of run away with innocent home buyers' money. What is it that DLF does differently, which we see that the other builders are really not incorporating?
So I'll not talk about DLF, but I'll give you a general overview.
Right, sir.
So the first thing is I understand my limitations. I don't talk about the company. So what has happened is that again, taking it from the first expression, greed. Greed took over everybody insofar as Noida was concerned, insofar as Delhi was concerned. There was no laws. We did not have RERA. We do not have a robust system. IBC did not know how to deal with insofar as the insolvency with respect to home buyers were concerned.
Yeah.
We made a mess out of it. We did not realize that 1 lakh rupees you could go to IBC. So they did not realize, probably they have taken it to 1 crore. Probably they should have taken it more.
Mhm.
So they would have dealt with it in a proper manner. So So I think IBC was not there, RERA was not there, land laws were not there. Generally, insofar as outside of Delhi, even in Delhi, average around about 6 years it takes for a case to get
Correct.
sorted at the first level.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So the entire infrastructure which was there in the legal framework which was there, it is encouraging for people to do those kinds of things. There were political changes. The Noida happened because you took land from the government. I'll give you-
Quality and lot of fees, yes.
pay 10%
Yeah.
of that amount, just the registration value, and
Right.
then ultimately you could sell, loans were available, and you could play on people's money. So again, the greed takes place. Everybody wants to buy one house, second house, third house, fourth house. It's very easy for you to buy your second, third, and fourth house. It's very difficult to buy your first house. So as a result of which the government and their laxity facilitated that kind of a fraud to happen, or that kind of a thing to happen. Nobody wants to get bankrupt, but if you look at before IBC, no real estate developer had ever gone bankrupt.
Absolutely true.
So this bankruptcy of real estate people has only happened in the last 10 years. And before that, if you look at, so I think the framework was not there. The government was not vigilant. The RBI was not vigilant. The banks were not vigilant. IBC was not there. With IBC, RERA, and some modifications, if they were to upgrade, insofar as these laws are concerned, title insurance was to be introduced. I think this will be a thing of the past. So you'll have a lot of funds coming into, foreign investments coming into, and things will become better. So markets to correct themselves require some kind of frauds or things to happen, and then regulations are put in place. So today, I think so. We will have to see how things turn out, but the real estate market has become much more safer than what it was.
Do you think RERA is really effective in that sense? What's your
See, RERA is a very, very positive and a good step. So today, nobody launches a project unless one is sure that insofar as she, it can deliver. And therefore, RERA and IBC put together,
yes, sir.
it's become very difficult for somebody to launch a project and not to complete it.
Correct.
The consequences are so large that very particular company will become bankrupt for sure.
Yes, sir.
So therefore, I do think that, of course, there is a lot of improvement which is required. A lot of blame is to be put on the lawyers. I think the regulations have done insofar as people, litigants and lawyers have to improve. Laws are quite up to mark.
That's right. Yeah, they're quite up to date in that sense. We sort of have done a good job there. That brings me to you, sir. There are so many compliances and so many regulations that are coming in every day. Do you think that is accommodative of ease of doing business, or do you think that these actually act as a hindrance with the regulations that are coming to stop the white collar crime?
So let me give you a dimension to it. All kind of M&A transactions that's happening. The investors and the transferor and transferees, they're all looking at what kind of a compliance program the organizations has. And that has a very important bearing on the entire due diligence report that you generate. Effective compliance program is something which is a must today if you really want to prevent a corporate fraud. Whistleblowing, as we said, is an important tool. The most important part, which is over and above all this, is a cultural transformation. It's important that the tone from the top should be very positive, and the organization should focus on a cultural transformation. Most of these frauds which you see internally is rooted through a third-party contracts,
right?
And a small invoices, bills, travel bills. These are small incidences which ultimately roll up to a bigger scam. So that tone from the top, a strong message from the top, along with a strong compliance program, is essential to prevent.
I'll have a last question here because I see my time's up. But how many whistleblowers have you guys come across? I mean, being the GC, you have one. Yeah,
We
but all
all
of
of
them,
us must have
and they've
suffered.
been given the adequate protection that they require, or is it what we see in the movies?
So, just to add, I mean, whistleblower protection legislation is yet to come into operation.
Correct.
But having said that, internally, at least many of us,
Yeah.
I can vouch for other GCs as well. Many of us ensures that the whistleblower's name, identity is duly
Is protected,
right?
yeah.
So, and we, each one of us do that investigation. That's a part of our GC role, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I think the tone at the top matters a lot.
Yeah.
And I would agree with what Amar said that we have seen people raise, and in a sense, it is a vindication that they believe that your organization is mature enough to handle that kind of a matter.
Yeah.
And then you deliver, and that gives people the confidence that, okay, non-compliance or wrongdoing is not tolerated in the organization.
But that's quite adventurous also, no, to look at whistleblowing in that sense.
Whistleblowing only comes into play when people have belief and faith in the system.
That's right.
And
yeah.
that's the
Yeah.
culture that I think, I've been a GC now 30 plus years. So I've seen that evolution.
Right.
Today, the GCs are people who have a voice.
Yes, sir.
They are no more postmen who used to sit, pick up a problem with the business, send it to a law firm, and law firm decides what had to happen. Having said that, it's also tone at the top. People now don't want to just make money at any cost. There are people, there will always be outliers.
Right,
The
sir.
majority of the big business houses that are doing, they want to set standard. They're building institutions.
Hmm.
They are not running a small business. Like, to give you an
Yeah.
example, what Manish was referring to, maybe an organization of his, it's an institution now.
That's right. Yeah.
They're not just real estate players. They are an institution by themselves.
Correct.
Whereas there are many people who are running. So similar kind of things are happening. There's a new generation of entrepreneurs. There's a maybe first or second generation entrepreneurs. And we are also learning from the Western world.
Hmm.
But one point, or to Suresh's point, where ease of doing business, I think we are going through that churn right now. If you honestly ask me, is there ease of doing business? My vote would say that no, there's no ease. There is far more complex things that you have to comply with. Once we go through this churn over a period of time and things start falling into place, then the trajectory will go up.
That's right.
That's
I think all of you are in that stage where you've seen the previous 2 decades also, and the ones that are going to come now. And with the whistleblowing, I think it's just that how much of an organization is able to provide that comfortable environment for a person to open up and say that, okay, this I think is wrong. So
And there are mechanisms in which you protect the whistleblower.
correct.
The whistleblower doesn't have to. Earlier, the whistleblower used to write to the HR,
Oh, okay.
used to write to the chairman. Now it goes straight to the audit committee,
Uh-huh.
or you have an ombudsman who's outside the office,
Office,
and
yes.
companies are investing into that.
Correct.
And obviously the ombudsman has to report to the board and to the audit committee chairman without naming the person, saying that these are the 5 complaints that I've received. And the management also is giving adequate budgets.
Right, sir.
Because for typical multinationals like
Right.
the one that I used to work for earlier, 42 markets we used to operate. So the ombudsman would travel all around the world, and I used to actually joke with him. I said, "Your life is much better than the GC's life. You get to go anonymous.
Yeah.
You don't have to tell anybody why you're going to Budapest, but you go to Budapest and come back, right? And then you give me a 2-sheet page that I investigated, which fine, I believe you. But that's the part of it.
But that's quite interesting. Time's up. And they've got the buzzer on also. So let's just any questions, anyone? I think everybody's sleepy. Sorry. Anybody wants to wake up and ask us some whistleblowing question or a dope question? No one. Thank you so much for having us here. And thank you so much for all of you answering all the interesting questions.
Before we went,
My compliment is coming here.
before we went, we had decided as a group that we will compliment Pallavi, young Pallavi, for moderating this session with all senior GCs that we have. But you have done a fantastic job, Pallavi. And we had decided that as a group, we are not going to talk about yesterday's order. which was a part of white collar and needy. We had decided, but after this session, please feel free to reach out.
I taught him well. No, I taught him well how to give me compliments.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Pali, for moderating that. The legal team, can you please, Sumit and Ashima? Aye. Why is Sumit and Ashima every time? Because they've also been very instrumental in putting on dialogue together, along with Bani. Of course, many more, your entire team, of course. Once for them, please. You know, I was talking about the entire session in general for you to, I was just asking you to clap for the entire session, not just for Bani and both of those बजा सकते हैं इनके लिए चाहे कभी भी. But thank you so much. Thank you. Well, quickly moving ahead with our next panel from combating white collar crime, we now go on to implications of new criminal reforms. So, what do the industry want to know and potential areas of concern? And to talk on the same, to share their views on the same, is joining, welcoming on stage and Dr. Pinky Anand, Senior Advocate, Supreme Court of India. Joining her is Dr. Kundini Sharma, GM, Rural Oil India Limited. Joining her is Dr. Sajjada Ghemawat, General Counsel of the Vedanta Group. Joining them is Sridhar Pottaraju, Senior Advocate, Supreme Court of India. And this session will be moderated by Mr. Sahil Mishra, Managing Partner, Trust Legal. Let's please welcome everybody. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. Hello. Good afternoon. So we are on a panel. It's a very new thing, futuristic thing in my opinion, because on 1st of July, this will come into force. And the transition we are going to talk about. What are you going to expect in the new act? And the name I haven't still been able to frame the short form of that entire thing, IPC, we know. Okay, we can call IPC new version or whatever. I'm very, very happy that I'm part of this panel where I'm moderating Dr. Pinky Anand, Dr. Kumudni Sharma, Sridhar Pottaraju, and also Ghema sir. I started working under Pinky ma'am in 1998. So it's always something like, it's so humbling just to see her, just to meet her, be at the same place where she is, whether it's a court. Otherwise, I'm always very happy about it. And now, coming to the topic of the day, some of the, I would say some of the narrative can be useful. One of the narrative is what is so new and why it has been done. What was the real need? There is a lot of controversial stuff happening on media, electronic media, print media, that why the government did this change. What was the tiering need? Is it something which is really going to benefit? Is it going to improve your criminal justice system? And to answer all of this, just see two information I'll give you. Rest all my very, very Augustus panel will see that what they want to say. That road accident as a separate category has come for the first time. You know how many people die out of road accident in this country? 70,000 people annually. For the first time, you have a dedicated section in the new act where road accident has been addressed. Similarly, some lighter stuff is also there. Thug was a very popular word. Thuggy. Thugs of Hindustan. There was a movie also. Now the section of thuggy or thug has gone in the new act. Because that was a colonial thing in 1850s and 1890s. A lot of thugs used to be there in the Eastern UP. Bihar was quite famous for that. So there are a lot of interesting stuff. And the last part is about the gender thing. That at many places, the new act has actually got both male and female. It's not he. So both of them have got a prominence. This is what is my limited understanding. And I'll first come to Dr. Pinky Anand and ask her that what are your own pluses in the new act, which you are very excited about and which you definitely feel will improve the criminal justice system?
Thanks, Udit. I think you have voiced some of the issues that concern this, but I'll tell you one of the principal thing that concerns today the Indian system of justice, the justice delivery system. And I think one of the primary issues with criminal law has been that you have tremendous amount of delay. Frankly, as far as laws goes, we have good substantive laws. We do need amendment from time to time. And I'm definitely not talking about the amendment of the Constitution. But at the same time, delay is a huge obstacle. I mean, at the present point of time, we have crores of cases, and I'm talking about criminal cases, as per the NCRB surveys that are pending. So one of the principal concerns that has been addressed in the current series of laws, and believe me, Sudhir, I also struggle, even though I was in the Rajya Sabha committee when framing these laws of the nomenclature, because we've all grown up with CRPC, IPC, and Indian Evidence Act. Right. But having said that, the timelines that have been set for the various processes, which include filing of charge sheet, which includes the investigating officer to give his report, which include informing the victim, which include the disposal of the case itself. I hope we are able to follow it. But if we are able to, like the Arbitration Act, just to give you an example, I mean, the Arbitration Act, when the new amendments came, we put a timeline of 1.5 years max for domestic arbitration, not for international. That was left available for discussion. I mean, it is only ultimately a directory kind of situation, definitely not mandatory. So this, I think, is one of the principal things that the criminal justice system has been looking for a changeover, so that you can actually have justice at hand. A victim wants what? Justice delivery. You want the state to have it. Today, you have a criminal conviction rate of about 57%, which is incidentally high compared to the earlier rates, which used to be around 24-25%. So that has been one of the principal key changes. There are several more, but I will leave it to Ada. I'll just flag one or two, and I hope, I know Kumudni will want to talk about a couple of them. So I've been fascinated with electronic evidence. I think the electronic evidence, we have come to this age. I personally was part of the systems which did, for example, DNA fights rape. Now, scientific analysis, digital evidence, these are both the features that have been really outlined in the current law to bring it in tune with current times. You have cyber crimes, you have DNA as scientific evidence, you have digital evidence which had to be proved through a rather rigorous process and made it impossible. But as I said, I'm going to flag that only, and I know that Kumudni has something to say on this, so she will probably tell you a little more about this part. One last, just flagging, the new laws have been made victim friendly. I think for the first time, we've changed the orientation. So the orientation is no longer, otherwise the victim was as bad as an accused. When a complainant went to court, when a complainant went for fighting for justice, they had to be confronted with the same kind of obstacles as the accused was. And I think that situation has been drastically amended in the current laws.
Wow.
And one more, I did forget that, economic offenses.
Yes.
I think the targets have been set for that. We have brought into phrase counterfeiting, Ponzi schemes, scams. Each of these has now been qualified and brought under the current laws, because earlier we didn't have. PMLA had its own restrictions. You didn't have predicated offenses, which were economic offenses. So half the problems happened. We all know that. And today, because of this coverage of not only economic crimes as large crimes, because you have a minimum punishment of 5 years going up to life, you even have petty organized crime, which has been brought under the surface and defined with the new laws, which I think is very imperative for India. We are not today heading the world on the economic front in its own way. I think if we can do and ensure that we do not have repetitions of what has happened in the past, which we are ensuring today also with the new laws, that will change the regime over.
Amazing.
These are some of my flags.
So I'll come to Kumuddin later, but first I'll come to Dr. Sanjeev Bimar. And he is the Group General Counsel of Vedanta. Unfortunately, his name is not flashing there. He's one of the finest general counsels in the country. We all know him, we respect him for his original ideas, and he has a particular notion about this entire aspect, because he has a ringside view from the corporate perspective, from handling complex assignments. So two major things have come up, sir. One is that the proceeds of crime or organized crime kind of stuff has been mentioned in the new act. Secondly, forensic is being touted as they have mentioned that the forensic will be mandatory, and National Forensic University is doing series of workshops to prepare themselves in next 60 to 90 days for the kind of work which is going to create. And before that, the government was so advanced, they have created 9 forensic universities across country so that they prepare the country for the kind of, which Pinky ma'am also said very correctly, that the transition to the electronic medium and science-based entire criminal trial will be a faster, and even with more than the 50% which you talked about. What is your take, and how it will also give comfort to the corporate India?
So, thanks a lot. And I would like to first thank the business world for inviting me to share my views on this very relevant and contemporary topic. I think, the questions are very relevant, Sudhir, for the simple reason, two things. Today's the new legal framework that addresses the major issues on two fronts. One is the technology, and the second is the societal needs. And that is exactly the reason why what we are finding today in all these 3 legislative frameworks in terms of evidence-based, which is database, where the forensic based evidence and all that. Now, because your topic is also that what is that impact on the corporate, and the way in which I look at the whole legal framework is in 2 parts. One is to keep the house in order. Now, to keep the house in order essentially means that from an evidence standpoint, where the digital data or electronic data is getting recognized, so it essentially means that we will have to maintain the data in that format. We will have to have the technology and software in terms of maintaining that data. We will have to have the forensic based mechanism in terms of maintaining data, because that would all be required when the proceedings would start in the courts and all that. But then you also raised one important point, and which is on the organized crime. One of the biggest threat which appears to me, as far as the corporate India is concerned, or from the business is concerned, is this very definition of organized crime. Because it's very specific. It covers economic offenses. Economic offense is again a very wide definition. It also covers that, all those unlawful means which you are using. And then it says it introduces the concept of organized syndicate. Now, just think about it. The way in which the definition is structured is that if there are 2 offenses or 2 or more offenses in the last 10 years of imprisonment of more than 10 years, it essentially means that you become a part of organized crime. So if there are prosecution initiated or charge sheets filed with regard to some, the officials of the company or the directors, and there are 2 or more people, then you will always have a threat in terms of getting yourself categorized in that organized crime and organized syndicate. And that is what the whole issue, all about, and where the industry, I think, is disturbed perhaps. And that needs to be somewhere addressed. And this is how I want to, in the initial comment, I would say.
Very well, sir.
Yeah,
Very well. Kundi ma'am, I'll ask you that you have seen it from the government perspective. You are heading a very important public sector undertaking, its legal function. What are some of the missed opportunities you see? What are some of the missed opportunity, like marital rape? We haven't talked about that here also. Is it a missed opportunity? What do you think about sedition law? It has been amplified. Do you think that is something which you want to talk about? And what are your highlights of the new act? What comes to your mind that after 1st of July, this will be something which will be positive for the criminal justice system?
Sir, for the implementation since 1st July 2024, what bothers me is your evidence part of it. As a corporate, this is something which is going to really affect me in a direct way. Other proceedings, other laws are there, but this is something which is our concern. The way we are maintaining our data, the way the integrity of data is to be supported, the way we have to keep our employees aware to protect the informations, or how should be our archival policy should be there, because any case which comes to the court, we tentatively believe that 10 years we need to keep the data. With the frequent changing of the officers, transfers, promotions, resignations, superannuations. And the data is kept in the computers. We need to be very secure, carve out policies. Nobody deletes the data. And if deletion is there, what kind of policies of the punishment should be imposed on employees? That is something which is like, no, that is the first thing which I feel. I have to create a robust structure in my company to ensure, because we mostly deal with the commercial disputes. So in any dispute, the evidence would come.
Right.
This is something, sedition and all that may be not directly affecting me as a
Right.
GC of the PSU, because generally we are the Government of India enterprise, and it's a very remote possibility that such kind of issues will come
Yes.
up in my area of work. But evidence is something which really will be hurting me. And for that, I as a GC has to make out a separate plan, roll out a separate plan to aware my employees.
Okay, good. Sridhar, you are a senior advocate in Supreme Court. Some of the things I want you to discuss is, one is that I think it's an extremely positive step that tomorrow's stalking or voyeurism is something, it was always associated that men is doing it. In the new act, there is no distinction. Men and women both have been included. So that's a huge transition now. That's one of the striking thing which I saw. And the second part which comes to my mind is, Sridhar, I also feel that this NGT judgment of 2 weeks or 3 weeks back, where they have said that proceeds of crime, it will be proceeds of crime if STPs are not functioning, and PMLA laws will apply now on environmental offenses. Now they have, yes, they have, it's a detailed judgment, and they have now, PMLA has been remotely mentioned because proceeds of crime what has been used in the new act here, in the new criminal law. So the PMLA included all these environmental law changes in 2013, but not even a single pollution control board or environmental authority has been penalized by ED till now. Now they could have linked it up here also. So that's one missed opportunity which comes. So one positive I told you, the women one, men are equal in most of the sections for the first time. And this is my second. Third is, what are some of the salient features as per you, which we all should know? A lot of general counsels are sitting here, it will be for their consumption. Sorry, I asked too many things, took liberty, right?
I know. Thank you, Business World, for having me here. I think as branding is the key thing for all corporates, the first thing which comes to our mind is the branding of the new laws. They bring Nyaya into the center of this entire discourse. And now it was only penal. Now we are talking about Nyaya. Now what does Nyaya comprise of? What is Nyaya? I mean, looking at it from a constitutional perspective, your motto of the High Court is Satyameva Jayate. So therefore, Satya is what we wish to succeed as a practitioners of law. And Supreme Court says, Yato Dharmas Tato Jaya. Therefore, Dharma should win. So Satya and Dharma are the end goals which these institutions respectively try to achieve. Now, will it be possible without Nyaya? I think this symbolic change, if it is only a symbolic change, contributes a lot to give a purpose to the entire administration of justice in this country. It brings out the perspective of Satya having Nyaya at its heart. Because ultimately, it's not only about victims or accused, it's about the society being in conformity with Dharma, which is the end goal. And the citizen being the primary focus of this entire scheme of the new criminal laws. Gender neutrality is a part of Nyaya, as I see, because I think it will be stereotyping that women cannot commit offences. So therefore, we need to give them that equal competence and capability and due recognition of their capacity to commit crimes, and then give them the due which they are entitled to in law. So be it as it may. Now, the other issues that we are looking at is going forward after probably 74 years of independence and 74 years probably of a vibrant constitutional functioning of our courts, we finally figured out that
What is the end goal of administration of justice? What is Nyaya and how do we approach it? I think at this stage, maybe I need to highlight that probably the role of the legal profession as such. Definitely with our experience on this side, I think we can categorically say that going for the client is the end goal and probably maximizing the billing is the second part of that same end goal. And therefore, I think all of us are reminded that Nyaya is the end goal and then the other things come secondary. Very well. Pinky ma'am, we come to you again and just take us in detail to few of the judgments which are actually reflecting in the new Nyaya Act which has come now, which will come from 1st of July. And one of the another unexplained area for me is when I was looking, and I'm very thankful to Ashima, she's not here, that she gave me this. She didn't give me a sustainability panel, she gave me this panel, right? So thank you to her. So I could read all of this. But you remember you taught us this when early practice, we were only doing criminal law with you, right? So one thing which bothers me is 377 is out because if both, it's a consensual sex between two adults of the same sex, it's fine. And since there is no mention, it's fine. What happens to if it is not consensual? That has not been addressed in the new act. There's no section to that. These are some of the things which will come to my mind. The second thing is, which are the judgments which comes to your mind? I'm sure you would have represented in many, which you feel even for the corporates, for the new economy, the fifth largest economy, that, and for the whole women and the inclusiveness which this government has been working so hard. What do you think it is reflecting here in the new Nyaya Act?
Honestly speaking, on this, I was just listening to you on the environment front, by the way, and just talking about you having this panel instead of sustainability. But only Sudhir Mishra can manage this, that you managed to put them both together. So that NGT, STP judgment, I think you very well brought it into how it can actually work well under the new system. But you're right on the other scores. And I was just telling Kamavat also that on the subject, before I answer your questions, on the subject of women and addressing them and saying that, women and men are equal. So I was telling Hemawat in my book of Trials of Truth,
Yes.
which Penguin published,
Yes.
there was a chapter called Women Who Kill. And whenever anybody interviewed me for the book, somehow or the other, everybody came around to that chapter. If the whole concept of women can't kill. Well, generally they can't, but they can. Of course, the motivations are different. And if you go back to the psychology, apparently there is a fair amount which is there, but a lot of it is greed. Aggression is lesser, just as a broad feature. So there are differences, but yes, the new laws have ensured gender neutrality.
Yes.
And definitely also a very major feature on removing the divergence of opinion and the dissensions that happen on, for example, classifying child. The age of a
Yes.
child, which I think has been one of the crucial features. In fact, our country is great. We've had voting, for example, across board as a most gender neutral subject in our constitution and our laws right from the beginning, unlike a lot of democratic nations.
Absolutely.
So I think we have a lot to swear by on that. But because of the lack of gender neutrality, we did have problems. On the factum of 377 and all being removed, of course, what the new laws have done is to ensure that you have a certainty. Now, judicial precedence, as we all know, ensures that certain legislations are put out of the way, certain sections are
Right.
washed, they're held to be ultra vires and therefore unconstitutional. And obviously out of the book, so to say, but they don't go out of the book. So finally, the actual insertion and making of laws to identify. And when you were talking earlier, Sudhir, there's one question. Why not change the earlier laws and why bring in new laws? That is some kind of views that people sometimes take. Did you need to do that? Well, the reason very often you bring in new laws is to put the emphasis, as you said, and Sridhar said, in fact, on, for example, Nyaya, for example, the victim friendliness. That is something which our laws somehow didn't see because it was a punitive law, a penal law, punish, not to bring justice to the people. So therefore, this entire, I think, dialogue that has come across surface brings to light and involves people like all of us
Yes.
to discuss and say, all right, society, today India is a different world. And definitely being in the forefront of the economic world, which fifth largest economy, and we hope to be even larger than that, or rather higher than that, we do need to set our house in order as far as disposals are concerned. That's why I said in the first instance, one of the things that I believe in We have terribly good laws by and large. And we, of course, amend them from time to time and we do whatever the necessary consequences are. But we have too much time, which we take on, honestly, if I might say so, an obsession with due process of law at times. Cases take 10 years, 12 years, 15 years. Where are you going to get justice with that in hand? So I think if you put down timelines to say, all right, justice means that it should not only be seen, but must be given. So I mean that's what the hallmark of all this grievances that come across. But on judgments, if you say, particularly when I worked on this agenda with Ogilvy, by the way, on DNA fights rape, you have DNA which proves it.
Right.
You don't require circumstantial evidence. We've been living on circumstantial evidence. Now, very often in criminal laws, aside from murders and something which happens out in the fields and right in the open, most of the crimes are behind books. I mean, when I was doing some of the corporate criminal liabilities, by the way, and including Lalit Modi's case and whatever else, you found that it was ultimately paperwork, paper trails. It was a very simple transaction, but made very complicated. It sounded complicated. It is actually very simple, but it was a scam. It was taking the people for a ride, depriving people, divesting them, disgorging them of monies that they were entitled to. So I think digital evidence, forensics.
On this point, I have to tell you, sir, Ashima is sitting here because she gave me this panel. I was just saying before that. I'll tell you something very interesting. On Saturday, National Forensic University in Gandhinagar is doing a meeting, a high-powered Home Ministry meeting. I'm part of that panel, discussing the entire implementation of new Act. And you will be surprised, the person who is the Vice Chancellor there was the person. In 2007, I was a standing counsel for Gujarat for all environmental cases. I was standing for almost 1.5 months in Bhavnagar for a wildlife trial, the Gir lion poaching case. He, for the first time, connected the blood of the lions with the poachers who were based in Katni. And that became the basis for wildlife forensics world over. And all of that is now today, the whole emphasis on forensic, when I saw that, and then I calculated back that how many universities have been created in last 5 years. And now it has been given a legal sanction from 1st of July. So this is all getting together actually.
Yeah, look at what 65B was.
Yes.
The current 65B requires a process which becomes near impossible at times,
right,
because you have to trace the system back to the original computer from where it was stored,
right,
ensure that you actually bring it to the court.
Right.
Copies are not good enough.
Right.
I mean, till yesterday, by the way, even emails and WhatsApp are a question
Right.
mark. They become, you need to have it. We are living on it.
Right.
All of us are surviving through these means. So if we can't use these as evidence and use them in a reasonably simple manner, as has been done, even copies are considered good enough today.
Right.
Look at the difference it makes. People who are here are GCs, but I don't know how many of them have seen real courts. And you actually see the evidence happening, and you find that you take about 20 days to try and get a witness across or the actual system across, and you find that what is normally said about electronic evidence, it has been tampered with, it is faulty, the original has not been produced, and you go on from day on day on these kind of evidence. You actually dispense with that. So this was one of the most greatest leaps that the systems have made, because this will help us to dispose. And forensics, it's made mandatory for 7 years plus. I have been dealing with a number of people, including, for example, I'll tell you, Sudhir, Keshav Kumar, etc., who are in fact experts in forensics. And
so he was the investigating officer in that case.
I know.
Yeah.
I know that.
Yeah.
I was with him recently also, and he's amazing. He actually puts together, and if you put him there, and he'll give you stories of your life,
Right,
on how he tracked down based purely on forensics. No eyewitness, no. Sorry to say, but Sudhir Mishra comes across and say, "My lords, मैंने देखा था." ऐसा नहीं होता. It just doesn't work. So this circumstantial evidence takes away at this oral testimony. In any case, sorry to say, but witnesses are tainted also at the best and worst of times.
preparing and you started when the first you spoke, you talked about how digital and all these aspects will become the key for the new implementation. So basically you are assuring to the general counsels here that when the new act will happen, this will be faster. So for the trial or examinations, the cross examinations will happen, and there will be a time frame also will be done, and plus the infrastructure which the government has created. And I say I've heard it again and again that the worst communicator of their achievement is the present government. Actually, they have not been able to communicate it properly. Even on this Nyaya thing, when I was reading, I said, why people are criticizing this? This is so good. When Sridhar told me, Sudhi, this is what the purpose, he used the word Nyaya. Now, if you see This is the purpose. It's so different from what we had for almost 150 years.
Communication often follows various channels.
Yes.
And there are various
उसके लिए education भी चाहिए, हाँ.
उसके लिए मतलब you need to have, and you're right, but communication to people, and that is what the purpose of our discussions here today is, not to talk to you and I to each other, but to actually communicate across to the public that this is what the laws hope to achieve. So the question of when you raise eyebrows on it and say, why are we going through this? So as I said, one thing only bothers me, the change of name. It's mind-boggling. We've grown up with these, but I mean, we are talking about the new gen. We are not talking about yesterday, we are talking about today, and we are definitely talking about tomorrow. And the tomorrow only faces this. And if you go beyond, see, Evidence Act is not only linked to criminal law. Evidence Act is linked to civil law. Evidence Act is linked to commercial law. It is linked in every possible way. So though it comes within the framework of criminal laws, Evidence Act actually superimposes itself in all these domains. So you imagine a contract. I mean, today in arbitration, for example, when I do, we don't go into oral evidence. We just sit down here, the documents, we'll take a call, address your arguments. We just done that 2 days back in some proceedings. Nobody wanted also, frankly, and when we proposed no evidence is required, no evidence is required. Obviously, that will fast circuit the process rather than go through.
I'll come to you. First, tell me that all this is must be music to you because we are going in a positive direction. You are handling a client which is multi-country, and you are seeing many jurisdictions. You have variety of challenges about jurisdiction, and people often tell you about our laws, whether it's arbitration, whether it's our civil litigation, or even talking about the IBC and others. How assured you feel when you see this act being implemented from 1st of July? Yeah.
Sudeep, I would say that the general perception about India is that we have always the best of the legislations. We have the right legislations at the right time. And today also, if you notice as, the kind of words which are being used, like, Nyaya Sanhita and all that, and it conveys something because, this is the way to create a public opinion about a legislative framework. So from a legislative framework standpoint, there is always, positive views about, almost in all the jurisdictions. But where we are failing, and perhaps that also doesn't get addressed in this new legislative framework, there are in this legal ecosystem, legislation is only one part. There are certain other parts also. For example, when I talk about criminal justice system, there's a investigation, there's a prosecution, and then there is a court proceedings. Now, on all these three parts, whether we have developed a mechanism of somewhere accountability of these institutions, have we addressed the systemic issues of these institutions? If we have not addressed those issues, then somewhere we would be failing. We might have the best of the legislation, but we would be failing somewhere. The right example, even the timelines have been prescribed, in this legislation, but the timelines were prescribed in earlier legislations as well. IBC failed in our presence. We have seen IBC was one of the most revolutionary legislative framework, but it failed. We have not respected that. So unless we do that systemic change in terms of these institution buildings, perhaps we would be failing somewhere. And I would just add one more thing, and because you mentioned about that NGT issue, just think about it. One particular offense gets created under environmental law, it becomes part of PMLA, and the same environmental authorities, they give you licenses and approvals. Based on this, you are running your plant. Somewhere something was found subsequently. Is there any accountability of those very officials?
Yes.
There is no accountability for
So
that.
this time the accountability has been done. 2 municipal corporations have been penalized for 57 crore and 7 crore respectively.
But
earlier, they only used to penalize the private players. Yeah.
Exactly. Where we are failing is that accountability in terms of penalties with those institutions.
Correct.
But by that time, the kind of economic growth which we need, the kind of economic progress we need business houses to flourish. We need industry to flourish. And we will have to create that conducive environment for the industry, which we would be failing. And I will just add one more point before I finish
say
the topic. That just think about it. Frivolous litigations get filed. One, and when you operate in multiple jurisdictions, there are always frivolous and false litigations. Charge sheets get filed. There are a number of years which they take. But in the process, the damage which that causes to the industry is that the same company would be ineligible to participate in any other economic activity. Now, that is what the disservice which we do as far as industry is concerned when we have these kind of legislation. And I'm again repeating, this organized syndicate, it is bothering me. In fact, it is bothering me because if suppose one customer files a case in some village or some town somewhere, and a charge sheet gets filed, there is another charge sheet gets filed on some of those petty issues, and there is a, that falls under that category of threshold of offenses, then some people would be called the organized syndicate. I think that's the unfortunate part of the whole process is. And one more thing before I conclude on this. This particular legislative framework provides for attachment and forfeiture. Powers have been given to authorities to attach properties and distribute that. That was not even given in the PMLA. But then this is what is bothering me from an industry standpoint. Thanks.
Okay, I'll come to you. Shoplifting is a new offense now under the new act. We have only seen it in Hollywood movies. The people shoplift in America and other countries. So a lot of new offenses have been mentioned this time. I'm forgetting other. Shoplifting is one of the offenses which I saw that all kind of cyber related crime, phone based crime, they all have been listed very properly, which I think they understand that where India's IT revolution has gone. We have UPI, so they have integrated backward all these aspects, and that's why your electronic medium and electronic forensic, all these things will happen. What do you think? How much time judiciary will take to get trained into these kind of new setup? Because ma'am very rightly said that her own experience, she is thinking in terms of what is the duration of trial we're looking at now. It shouldn't take, of course, it should take less time, but do you think we will move in that direction also in the justice delivery system?
Sriji, I would agree with Pinky ma'am, and I really have my own doubts. We are very good in legislating the laws. When it comes to implementation, we have got plethora of infrastructure issues. And when we talk of justice delivery system, the first place is the police. We have been talking of police reforms. Police is badly, does not have any infrastructures, neither knowledge, na quantity hai, na quality hai. Both the issues are there. I will not jot down many reasons, but which you can just summarize in quantity and the quality. The first step towards the justice delivery system is your police stations, how equipped they are. Investigation is clubbed with the law and order function. Investigation is totally a different kind of a skill which is required. And the law order situation managed on the roadside is a different kind of a skill. Not many commissions have been set up to segregate these functions. This is not there. So first, if we really want to have the good justice delivery system, we should start from the step one. And then judiciary comes later. And judiciary has its own issues of understaffing, number of courts are less, the judges are less, and again the quantity and the quality issues. Okay. So really I have got much doubt whether legislating new laws will change the picture. Our population is not very literate. And even the person who is educated is not IT literate. That is another bigger question which is coming. So these laws, I don't know how much it will change, but definitely it's going to throw new challenges.
IT literacy के लिए तो कोर्ट वन में भेजेंगे तो IT literacy तो कंपल्सरी है आजकल.
सर सबऑर्डिनेट कोर्ट्स का क्या करेंगे?
हाँ वो अलग है. Coming to
सबऑर्डिनेट कोर्ट्स का इशू है सर. वो मेजर है. The courts, high courts still well equipped. When we talk of the subordinate courts and the judges and all,
yeah, it's a huge task.
It is a huge chunk of it, and then most of the people of our country are first approaching the subordinate courts.
ठीक. Good.
These are my concerns.
Shreya sir, what are your final thoughts about this? That and a lot of specific provision is there with regard to sedition, with regard to our country, security of our country. These provisions have come up now. And some of the provisions people are talking, they are very draconian. But do you think the kind of integrity issue we feel in our country, every second day, a new gentleman gets up and he says, we are collection of people. We are from Egypt, we are from Africa, we have different facial expression, different racial traits, and all kind of new things happen. People question our country being a country even. So do you think that no act will address to all these kind of challenges for for the government in the country?
I think at least these specific definitions provided to categorize a certain kind of activities as falling foul of law helps people to understand, because earlier it was all bundled up in one expression of sedition and things like that. Now you also had the UAPA. Several provisions of UAPA have now been brought into the Nyaya Samhita itself. So now what they've done, I believe, is probably reference to proceeds of crime or provisions of UAPA or certain other things. They've gradually started consolidating all the broad policy outlook insofar as crime is concerned in this country, and also try to specify which activities would actually qualify under which offense. Now, the next time any kid or a professor chooses to talk about disintegration of the country in any name, so that they know what the consequence is. It's expressly defined now. So there's no uncertainty about it, and there's no freedom of speech or anything. No such confusions will prevail now. And in the prevailing environment globally as well, we see there are two extreme positions being taken, which are ideologically, what do you call, energized, which are the ideologies which believe in a boundaryless state and then labeling certain set of people by default as oppressors, and the remaining self-certify as oppressed, and then they choose to do whatever vandalism and they are not supposed to be questioned. So this kind of events are spreading globally, and I think we need to have enough teeth in the law to face these challenges, both from internally and intellectually, both on ground as well as intellectually. Because what happens is the social media penetration has enabled a lot of people to actually share their views or propagate their views, which actually translate into street anarchy on a very frequent basis. The mobs which get mobilized on streets, the violence that educated students studying in $1 million a year universities. I mean, that's quite surprising. And so therefore, these people will be on a clear notice as to what the policy of the state is as a question of national integrity is concerned. And then certain no-go zones are very expressly defined, which brings certainty to law.
Wonderful. So we are absolutely out of time. In case you have any question at this stage, you can ask any question with any of our panelists. You want to ask any question? So I think we have already, we all are very happy with our performance, I believe. Okay. Pinky ma'am, you want to say the last word? Yeah.
From Sridhar's statement
Yes.
here, I was just thinking, I said, as a true Indian, as all of us are, I do believe that integrity of the nation cannot be compromised.
Yes.
I mean, I just leave it at that. And I think there's, as you rightly said, Sridhar, I mean, even the Constitution, 19(1)(a) and all the exceptions very clearly, you can have restrictions and you should have restrictions. And I don't think when people talk, I find a lot of people talk about sedition laws or other laws, which when you talk about the integrity of the country, that they made a dent into this freedom of speech. There are some issues which are beyond freedom of speech.
Yes.
And this is one of them.
Brilliant. So thank you. We had a great time. Thanks all to all the panelists for such an amazing time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Sudha, for moderating. That always a pleasure. I would request Ashma, the managing editor of BW Legal World, and also Sumit, member of BW Business World, please join us on the stage and also be a part of the picture as well. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. And with that, it's now time to move ahead with our last panel for the day. This is on tackling one-way regulations and compliances, the GC outlook. And to share the views on the same, please join me in welcoming on stage Arun Pratap Singh, with General Counsel Sona Costa. Joining him is Samir Chugh, Chief Legal Officer, Games 24/7. Joining them is Ramani Visawanand, Group General Counsel, PBS Supply. Joining them is Yogesh Wadhwa, General Counsel, Hyundai Motor India Limited. Joining them is Moshmi Dasgupta, Group Head, Legal Pura Annex Limited. And this session will be moderated by Amin, a Senior Editor, VW Business World. Please welcome to the stage, everybody. No, I understand that we are fair, but the Josh can be high and new always. अगर फिर से कोशिश करते हैं to welcome them आपकी तालियों के समक्ष. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Aditya. And we have, I mean, everyone is here, right? No, one panelist is missing. Okay. Okay, Samir, I just met Samir. I think he's outside, maybe, yeah. So thank you for being here the entire day. And finally, this is the panel that I have. And I'm so fortunate to have some legal experts discussing how to navigate the intricate maze of regulations and compliance requirements, which are actually changing by the month, even fortnightly, sometimes in some cases. But of course, they know the way to deal with it, and that's the discussion we'll have. And I want to straightway go to my first panelist. Let me come to you, Damini, start with you. So much during the course of the day, we saw some overlapping topics, related to what we are discussing, and we will also discuss it outside. Give me a sense of how do you prioritize compliance efforts when regulations are constantly evolving and sometimes even conflicting. Can you give me a sense of perspective from your industry standpoint?
Thank you, Rahil, and thanks to Business World for giving me this opportunity. Let me start. In fact, in one of the earlier panel, a gentleman actually quoted a poetry, but let me quote a poet, an American poet called Henry Wadsworth Longfellow, who actually said, it takes less time to do things right than to explain why you did it wrong, right? So compliance is a given, right? Yes, it's a scenario. It's just not only in India, across the globe, regulations evolve. We have to prioritize compliance. So one is, of course, to be proactive, right? How do you be proactive? One is, of course, working with your operations team who know what the business is about. Second is, of course, working with your public policy and your government affairs team. And of course, reaching out to the experts. So you are ready for the evolving regulatory landscape. So you know what's coming your way and you plan for it. Once it hits you, you're already planned and you know what needs to be done. So you go ahead, implement it. Of course, one of the things that I heard many of the other panels talking about was on awareness and training. Conduct awareness and training, and then, of course, ensure compliance. One of the things that I've seen, I mean, the conflicting part, yes, it's a challenge, but what we've seen is working with industry forums, going to the regulators, explaining, getting clarifications help. The other is also benchmarking yourself with other players in the industry really helps to come together and take a position on it. That would be my.
So essentially being proactive, and that's I mean the key takeaway from this. Let me come to you, Samir. On the other side of this panel, if you have to share, your approach of, how do you kind of look at compliance regulations, when they're evolving and changing, how do you look at them and set them in a context that really helps your company? Yeah.
Sure. Thank you. Rahul. I think, see, the fact is that compliance and regulations are something that you have to adhere to.
So I don't think you have a choice on saying that do I or do I not, and how do I. The fact is you have to. And no matter what, I mean, every regulation, every industry, and especially, kind of the new tech startup as well as the new industries, these are still evolving. But the fact remains that while it is there, you got to do it on the go. So it is a mandatory thing you must do. And whatever it is, it will keep evolving, which gets me to the point that ultimately, if you are doing the right thing, you will be in compliance with the regulation. The fact that if you're doing what is right, even when the regulation changes, it will be very easy for you to maneuver and change it to do exactly what they want by a tweak, because you're still doing the right thing. So clearly, from a evolving perspective, and
Can we have the microphone back, please?
sorry, yeah. So every evolving industry and evolving regulation will continuously change. So you got to keep up with it. And like my colleague just turned around and said that you just got to be proactive. But at the same time, not only proactive, you also have to be very intuitive to say, okay, what is it that can come tomorrow, and what are the risks that are there out there that people see my business as, kind of. So in that situation, what are the kind of things that I could tomorrow be asked to do? Let me give you a very classic example, right? I mean, for example, in the gaming industry, we've been asking for regulations now for more than 4 years, right? So this is not, there was no regulations. It was all out there, open. There was nothing to do. We've been asking why, because we realized at some stage, the industry is such where there will be double side of the perception. Somebody will take it right. Somebody will kind of start to treat it differently. Therefore, at some stage, you got to be answerable, and you got to be answerable in writing and how the world can see it. Therefore, you ask for regulations. You start to put your processes and compliances together such that tomorrow when the regulations come, you are anyway complying.
Wonderful. Yes, yes. Yogesh, you can.
Well, I thought of giving a little different perspective also here. So yes, we all are speaking of compliant, and we need to be compliant. That's a mandatory requirement. But let me also ask this question and position it that, do we get the right kind of support from our stakeholders? I come from a manufacturing company, and we run a very important kind of a tool also where we check on the various compliances, the responsibilities with the stakeholders. And on a very regular basis, what we see that people are actually not doing what they're expected to do. It could be as simple as filing certain returns. It could be as simple as just updating the requirements. But a lot of times, unless there's a push, people think that it's not important. And there we play a very big role. And it's very, very important that we bring in the right kind of perspective of what we call a stone from the top. And the messaging goes out very, very clearly to the entire organization that there's no excuse on this. There's something which is to be done. Now, this could be from a perspective of ensuring that we are not complying, not meeting with any kind of non-compliance to avoid any kind of penalties, but also bringing kind of a culture in the entire organization wherein our external stakeholders, which could be customers at large, which could be media at large, were being seen as a company which believes in a lot of compliance.
Wonderful. Let me get the initial comment on the same question from Ajay, and then I'll come to Moshami. You take the other microphone.
Thank you. So for me, like for a company like us, so we are a
If you could
company.
keep it closer to you, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So for a company like us,
Still,
there are two parts of the compliances. One is the regulatory compliance, what the regulator in India talks about. And for another part of compliances, because we are a company, if you name top 10 global OEMs, I think 7 will be my customers. So if you see the kind of the contracting that OEMs are doing with us, it talks about a lot of compliances, be your human rights, be your data privacy, anti-bribery. So for me, this is not the regulatory compulsion, but also like something that my customer require. And those are the customers who are doing the periodic audit also. They're giving the reports. So the options are very limited for us, because if I need to be in the business, I have to comply with the law. Another part of this I would like to add, like we are a company where there's a lot of focus on the corporate governance part. Like very recently we got the corporate governance award also. Like for the CS Institute also, we were among the finalists. And very recently, this IIS, they carried out the assessment of our governance practices. And among the 200, top 200 BSc and NSE companies, we were ranked 33. So for us, the mandate is very clear from our board. You adopt best of the practices. You make sure that you comply whatever is applicable. And in fact, you should go beyond compliance. So if you see my website, many of the policies that regulation doesn't talk about, that is published on our website. So I think this is very much important for us.
Right, right. Okay, Moshmi, final comment from you on this first question. Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks, Ruhel, and thanks to Business World for having me here. So I think most of the panelists have already covered all the points, and I also second whatever they have said. Being in an entertainment industry, our business is not a very regulated business because the act which we depend upon is, 1952. It dates back to 1952. Though there have been amendment, it has not yet been implemented. So we face challenges. We take proactive steps. As Sameer also said, that sometimes it is important for us to let the bodies, the regulators know that yes, we need to be regulated, and they are things which we want from the regulator. So that is our approach, and that has always been our approach. So what we do is there are 4 E's that we follow. And it's like, because we are entertainment, so therefore E's are very important for us. And these are, we educate ourselves, we educate everyone about the changes that is happening in the regulatory world and which impacts us. Nothing can happen in silo. Therefore, education is not just sufficient. We evaluate and examine how these regulatory changes would have impact on the business of the company. So once we do that, then we engage with all the stakeholders, internal, external, regulatory stakeholders through our internal representation. And there is a body which represents the multiplex industry, which is called MAI. It's been formed under the aegis of FICCI. So we take the problems to them, and then we sort of try to see where we are hit and how we can sort of solve these problems. And once we do these work, then we evaluate. After evaluation, we properly put systems in place to combat all these issues. So that's what we do. And then finally, policies are framed, or regulatory policies, basis the regulatory policies, internal policies are framed. We also identify the stakeholders, because it's very important that we identify who are going to take responsibility for seeing that the policies are implemented properly. So there is operations, there are F&B, there is IT. So each department has to be told about their role, and there the GC plays a very important role. Educating the other stakeholders and the external stakeholders is very important, and that's what we do. So this is how we sort of keep pace with the constant changing compliance regulatory regime.
Right. Thanks. I know it was very challenging that there's a regulation but never implemented, and you have to go back to a dated kind of regulation. Okay, let's understand this further, maybe with examples from your respective experiences, one by one, and starting with you, Bhamini, that any particular example where you faced a challenging regulatory issue in your company or your career, and how did you resolve it?
In fact, I think Maushmi and myself were discussing about it. Each one of us, I'm sure, would have faced multiple regulatory issues. So it's sort of like something that we do come across. For me, more than the challenge that we face, or giving you an example, and I'm sure the others will share specific example, I would say there are areas of clear black and white, which is very clear to handle it, but there are areas of gray. And I think that's where the role of the GC comes in, because you're sitting at the leadership table, advising the management on what needs to be done. There could be areas, there was a panel before this where we said we have to do what is right. So when we are doing what is right and balancing the risk with what is meant to be done, I think becomes a very critical role for the GCs to adhere to. Work with the business, working with the management team, and ensuring that we balance this out becomes a critical role of the GC.
Samir.
I think let me two things. One, of course, kind of having worked in the telecom sector for a long time, we realize that in telecom is highly regulated. I mean, I don't think there is any other sector which is as regulated as telecom. Given the fact that the act dates back 150 years and the fact that the regulations date back so long, and it was always a kind of the license raj forever. It still is, by the way. But I think one big challenging thing in the telecom world, and I think they're still trying to sort that out now, is that if you go back into the telecom world history regulations, there is an act, but the regulations, there is no actual regulation that is there. These are by way of notification and circulars that the TRA and the DOT actually issue. So till about just 2.5, 3 years back, when I was still in the telecom world, I had about 17 files in my office, which were regulations or these notifications that kept coming. And at last count, it was 1700 something. So you had to put all of that together, and anything you had to go back and start to see what actually, how it transpired, and therefore, why are you here? So if you had to challenge something in the court, you had to go back and check the history. And actually the regulations, also the notifications that came and never came out saying ki all of this is out, this is what you got to follow. This is what you follow in addition to what was stated earlier, which meant that you have to follow everything and say, okay, this. And oh, I missed something. I think that's one place where I saw a huge challenge. And if you have a situation like that, as a company, it's a disaster, right? You're just trying to always catch up. And then when the regulator is even tougher, he's always trying to say, I've found that you didn't do this. Come on, now answer me. So that's one area that I thought. So the second is in the current situation, is that here is a situation the industry is saying, please regulate us. Okay. There is no regulation that came out. Finally, the IT rules got amended. They put in the regulation, but this was on 6th of April, 2023. We are sitting in May 24. It has not moved. They have not even come into force. Now, at a situation where you work with the regulators, you work with the government to say, okay, we need the following regulations. You kind of come up with regulations which are tough, but the right thing to do, and it's not implemented. So you are a semi-regulated industry today in a way. You know the regulations coming to hit you, and you're required to comply with it, which we are happy to do. But at the same time, it's not there and you're still waiting in limbo for it. And so that's one big issue that today we are kind of talking to the government. And of course, with the elections coming in, nothing's really happening. But is that how do you get this implemented quicker? Because implementation or getting it implemented is probably 80% done. Complying with it is probably the easiest part.
Thanks to AI now, I mean, if you were in the telecom sector now, I think it would have been simpler, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I'm sure they are looking at, and now with the new entire digital act and all of that, where they're planning to put in the telecom bit as well, I think it'll get simplified. But I mean, better late than never. But yeah, I think could have been done much earlier.
Yogesh?
I'll pick up the example from the manufacturing industry. And I think people from the manufacturing, they'll all agree with me. One of the most complex things are the labor laws. I'll take an example from a previous company, and I was given the mandate that the company wanted to exit from one of the plants by selling it off. And we had the mandate to close the plant. Looking at the current law, I informed my teams in the region as well as the HQ in Detroit and Singapore. I said, see, you will not get the approvals. This requires a prior approval. And I was questioned quite a lot, where I was told that if as a company I can invest in India, why can't I exit? That was the time we had a lot of struggle, went across the government offices, met with them on regular basis, filed application, at unexpected lines, it was all rejected. Moved on, yes, I mean, at the change of policy now, the government definitely is looking to bring in many more changes to the labor laws. It is coming as a kind of a balance between the employer and the employee. But having said that, when do we expect that to be implemented? It has been in draft stage, state to state for the last couple of years. We have been preparing ourselves to comply with such laws, but when do we see the light of the day? I think that's still an open question.
Right. Okay.
my issue, like the one regulatory issue that we face, it is a very small, it's a petty issue, and it is coming from the labor laws. Okay. So now you know the SEBI is so much proactive, like every day you will see one or the other changes. Very recently, they revised the threshold for the materiality threshold. So like one of the notification that is required, if any fine or penalty has been levied on you, irrespective of the threshold, that need to be communicated to the stock exchange. So we have a robust compliance system. We collect the compliance certificate. It is being placed before the audit committee, and then we communicate them if there is any non-compliance. But so far there was no non-compliance. One day it happened that in one of the compliance certificate, my HR manager told me that Ajayji, look, this happened to me that one fine of 3,000 rupees was levied by some labor inspector. That guy came, and in fact, only the security guy asked the identity card, and that guy was so furious. Then he said, look, this notice or this particular act is not displayed on your notice board. And then he ended up in paying the fine, the penalty of 3,000 rupees, two fine, in fact, 3,000 rupees and 9,000 rupees. But because it was part of the compliance certificate and placed before the audit committee, so our secretarial auditor, they are also conducting the quarterly audit. So they picked up from the minutes. And then we had to report that matter. Now it is a public domain, so I'm free to talk about this. So the fine of the 3,000 rupees and 9,000 rupees, that was levied maybe 5 or 6 months back. But we had to report to the stock exchange. Since 2000, we got listed in 2021. I think this was the first non-compliance that we had to deal with.
Exactly. Maushami, I'm sure you have many examples to share from this.
Yeah, actually, our issues are just doesn't stem from the regulatory issues. It stems from the customer expectation also, because being the biggest and the largest multiplex player, the expectation of the customer is higher, and we have to meet the expectation of the customer. That goes without saying. So, for example, the act, as I said, is a very old act. So
The microphone has to be closer.
yeah. So the Cinematograph Act, as I said, is a very old act. So there was a requirement of maintaining projectionist in all the cinemas. So this regulation dates back to the period when analog was the trend and reels had to be maintained. But now, because of the digitization, there is no need for any projectionist per se. So we had to literally convince the regulators that these are anarchic laws and this is not required. And sometimes, the people sitting over there, they also try to help you. The lawmakers, they understand our issues. And in this particular case now, because it's all over, and we did get a favorable order from the regulators itself. So what I'm trying to say is that sometimes sometimes we think that why should we even talk about these things? These are regulations, these have to be complied with. But that's not always true. We have to bring up the issues which we are facing as GCs from the business perspective, because it's unnecessary money that's going out for something which is not required to be complied with as a result of the technological advancement. These are kind of classical issues that we face day in, day out. The second kind of issue that we face is more related to the customer expectation that the customers have, because we are one of the largest players in terms of the multiplex industry. So there was an issue wherein the customers complained that why outside food should not be brought in, because the popcorns are very expensive. Yeah, so people don't mind paying 5,000 rupees or 3,000 rupees for whatever in a hotel, but they mind paying for popcorns. So this was a very big matter for us because that's our business. So therefore, we had to really put our mind into it, and we had to tell the customer that this is just not the money for the product you are having, it is for the other services which are related to the product. This matter became so crucial that it reached Supreme Court also. And the Supreme Court also, the court was kind enough to acknowledge that this is our business. We can decide whether outside food should be brought in or not brought in. We know how to run our business well. this discretion should rest with us. So, these kind of issues keep on creeping up. And we cannot be insensitive to the thoughts and to the, requirements of the customer. So these issues have to be handled with care. So these kind of issues we face, which are just not regulatory in nature.
Can I just on a lighter note, Moshmi, I know your business knows how to run the business well, but just a suggestion, jack up the price by 200 rupees, give a 50-gram popcorn. People will be happy.
Absolutely.
I take your suggestion to the management, don't worry.
So we have around 7 minutes and I have to fit in 3 questions. Starting with you, Bamini. Companies that are, have global operations, they have to manage compliance, a very complex compliance with regulations in multiple jurisdictions, How do you manage that?
Yeah, it's especially when I look at my current organization, we have presence in about 25 countries and about 68 subsidiaries to manage. So multi-jurisdiction, but the norm is to comply with the law of the land. So one is, of course, to focus on the fundamentals, ensure that the fundamental requirements of that particular jurisdiction is met. The other challenge that we've seen is what is right for one jurisdiction may not be right for the other. So how do we tackle that as a company, right? So we do have policies and processes set up, which will sort of address it. So if there is no regulation in one particular jurisdiction, but there's something else in another place, then we have a policy which adheres to, say, the maximum or the stringent regulation that's there in place and expect this to be complied with, of course, subject to the normal processes that get set up. That's number 2. Number 3, I would say, is, of course, having a good governance structure set up, because I think that's very critical. You're sitting somewhere, you have people sitting across the globe. So ensuring that the people on the ground knows what they need to do, the business owners own it, the finance head or the legal heads of the respective jurisdictions own it, have a certification process, a compliance mechanisms, and ensure that this gets placed before the board and there is a sign-off. I think this is one way that we are managing as of now.
Right. Sabi, let me ask you a very tech-related question, in your view, what role does tech play in managing regulatory compliance? And as we were discussing, what emerging technologies do you see as most beneficial in this regard? And what about the implementation part? You have regulations, then is it easy to implement them also? I mean,
Okay, so absolutely. See, I think tech is important because at the end of the day, regulations are required to be, complied with, and your compliances you have to do. And like, Bhamini just mentioned, if you're sitting in multi jurisdictions, I mean, to actually physically or manually do all of that is going to be a nightmare. So I think, that's where tech, and today, I mean, I have to give it to the startup world that, the kind of the tech solutions that have come out, I think some of them are fantastic. So clearly in today's world, we must utilize the tech available to turn around and comply. Just on this piece, I would say, kind of, for example, in the past, what we've done is we've used tech, of course, we've taken, those tools which are actually country specific, which help us to comply within those countries. But at the same time, we've also got a central piece where you put what is, say, at the corporate level, I need this done at our level and from all the countries or all the, kind of other entities. And then there are the local pieces which you must do, which you can certify and tell us, okay, this has been done. So you can put those tools together, which turn around and actually, kind of talk to each other. And I think it's important because, and clearly, especially with kind of things like Google Docs, etc., a lot of things can be just put in one place rather than sending emails, making changes. I mean, you can just see everything together. People can, multiple people can work on it. So I think that's one. So there are several of these tools available, and clearly tech is the way forward. What tech, and I think how things are evolving. I mean, today the world is all moving on AI. And I think if you look at AI, while there is still a divided house on that, saying whether AI is going to be the thing in or there is something else that's going to happen. And I mean, with the way the technology is evolving, you never know how things change. But today, I think AI shows a lot of promises. It has its own negative parts also, no doubt on that. But I think we should take the positive. And so I feel the whole AI system, AI-based technologies, AI-based tools, which are going to turn around, generate and kind of predict models and then actually, in a way, self-comply should take away, I would say, a bulk of your day-to-day stuff. And then you'll be left with what is super critical and which needs human involvement, thereby giving you a lot more time to focus on the critical parts and let a lot of the standard stuff happen every day.
Right. Yogesh, I come to you and then I take views from other panelists. What are the best practices that companies can follow when dealing with regulatory compliance, and how can they avoid common pitfalls?
Well, when you say best practices, I think, as Samir also rightly said, and same view have been coming all across. One very important is the mindset, and that's all across the company to begin with. Unless the company at large behaves in a very matured kind of a manner, and there's a very clear direction coming from the top itself that there's no option but to comply with the requirement. That's the foremost thing to happen. Now, we as lawyers, we as young counsels have a responsibility to ensure that we educate our stakeholders pretty well. There are so many new laws which keep on coming all the time. We have something coming up on the digital side from a competition law perspective, or something which is coming from a legal methodology, or from an ASCII perspective where the greenwashing regulations are coming up. Now, this is changing the way we possibly operate as a company. This is changing the way we advertise from a normal day-to-day kind of affairs. And unless our stakeholders understand the nuances, unless they are very well educated on a potential non-compliance, things will not change. And they are willing to step in to create awareness on the requirement.
Right. Ajay?
Yeah, so on this part, I would add, like, for the purpose of effective compliance, there are two, three things that is very much important. One, you create awareness. Second, you involve the people. So, like, for example, we got listed in 2021, and like the SEBI insider trading, the kind of the case law, the SEBI is levying the penalty for the insider trading. That was really we all were concerned about. But in our company, I'll tell you, the kind of the awareness that we create, hardly one or two cases were reported in the beginning. There is no issue on the insider trading. So what we are doing, whenever there is a big case law from the SEBI, we create the summary, we circulate within the organization, so the people are aware. And in the subject line, the SEBI levied this much lakhs of the penalty. Okay, people read it when the mail is coming to them. And then, like, other than that, also on the ethical compliance, if there is any, like for anti-bribery and corruption or anything, or money laundering, there is any case law from the Supreme Court. We are preparing the summary, we are circulating within the organization so that it creates the awareness among the team. And beside that, like monthly, we communicate we compile all what are the law applicable, what are the compliances, and then monthly we circulate within the organization. So that way we are controlling.
Right, right. Final remark from you.
We also majorly do that. We do a compliance audit for all the verticals, and we prepare a compliance audit sheet which are peculiar to each function. For example, for IT, it would have different set of compliance ticks. For operation, it would have different set of compliance ticks. So for F&B, other verticals, every vertical would have a separate thing. And we do these periodically, like on a quarterly basis, we do these audits internally and through external parties. And whatever the report comes, we work on that, the respective departments work on that, and then they improve, or whatever has to be modified, they do that. So that's how we keep a check and balance. So that is the method we apply.
Thank you. I wish we had more time. We could have taken some questions, but thank you, Ajay, Samir, Bamini, Yogesh, Moshami, for sharing your insights on this panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Picture, please. May I also request Ashima Ori, Managing Editor of BW Legal World, and Sumit, the VP at BW Business World, to please join us on the stage for this picture as well. And thank you, Rohil, for moderating that. Thank you so much. Thank you. Well, now we come to an end of the panel discussions, and we have two keynote addresses, which will be an introduction to the awards ceremony. But before we get ready for the awards, you want to make sure that you are sort of energized for that. So let's take a good 20-minute break, a chai break, and then we shall begin with the awards ceremony, of course. Beginning of that will be with the keynote addresses, please. It's a 5:45, so I'll be about 6:05, so we can start with the next keynote address. Thank you. Let me request everybody to settle down so we can now begin with our keynote. Also, Sumit, can you please make sure your friends are outside if they can come inside? I hope you're all sort of re-energized now because we will be beginning with the awards in a while. Okay, now to sort of set the foundation for the awards ceremony. First, we have a standalone address. Now, this is titled as Guiding Thoughts on Transforming Leadership, the growing importance of general counsels. And to share his view on the same, please join me in welcoming on stage Mr. Krishna Dutt, founder and managing partner of August Partners, everybody, please. Quickly, we've introduced him. Let's welcome sir again, everybody, please. Would you want to hang out or?
So sorry, I was outside and I was told my name is called.
Oh.
First of all, thank you, Dr. Mitra, for inviting me for this keynote address for this wonderful awards function. The topic, of course, is about GCs, and I see a lot of very successful GCs before me. Right now, after the whole day and before the awards function, when I'm looking at all the people who are looking at award, I get the feeling, have you all seen IPL on Geo Cinema? When you open it, it's a match which is about to start in 2 minutes. You have to see the audience get frustrated. That's me. Wait for like 15 minutes and then you all will get your awards. In terms of this whole, I was just speaking to a friend outside and talking about the GC and how the GC community has grown. And when I was speaking to Ashim, I said that's something which I have had I've been most fortunate for almost 2.5 decades, and want to see how this whole world has evolved. And I'll just probably share some of the experiences which I have felt and I've gone through, and I see the opportunities in GC. I actually asked, do we have data? It's a very interesting data to see how many people over the last few years are moving from law firms into GC role. So clearly that's a very, very viable alternative now. So going back to, I probably look at GC roles in 4 phases in the last 30 or 40 years. The first phase is pre-91, where I call it the legal in-house, the support phase. And that I'm talking about before India opened up and all that, the in-house legal department was not necessarily on the top of the food chain, quite to the contrary. And they were in-house would probably, and I've also been in-house for 4 years myself, but that was later, another phase. So would be mostly doing litigation and primarily disputes work. Critical disputes in the 80s and 90s, other than financial institutions and large institutions, which are very strong legal teams, would be, you would have the CEO, the CFO, and so on coming in. So that was more the support phase of in-house. In-house moved, 1991 happened, new laws came in, and suddenly corporate India started transforming. And with that, even law firms started transforming. So some of us who are senior in this audience would know that prior to, in the 80s, 90s, law firms were primarily dispute solicitors and the non-litigation would be conveyance and some contracts. The transactions were few and far in between, and if there were, there would be a CA or some advisor who would help in doing the transactions, not law firms. Post 90, what started happening, SEBI came in, markets opened up, FDI started coming in, and all of that happened suddenly. So they suddenly realized that the corporate India needed some more expertise. They started needing not only so law firms, you see all the law firms who were there in the 90s, took that opportunity in terms of transaction and get into transaction and M&E and capital raising. But so did, when the landscape of India narrative was changing, so did the in-house role. So the in-house roles shifted from support to almost what I call this term problem spotter. And I'll tell you why. So this is the time suddenly in-house legal started getting involved in transactional work. This is the 90s. And in the transactional work, because till then it was litigation work and not leading it, the large transaction, they were involved, but they were not the GCs of today leading large transactions. When I say problem spotter, because the regulatory framework was far more complicated, it started that in-house legal teams were looking at risks. And this was a phase when laws again was started changing, and the business guys used to come and say, "Arey," and I've been a part of that. I don't want to say no, I want to know what is the solution. Find me a solution. And that's when they slowly actually segment into the third phase, which is a solution provider. And they suddenly you have these GCs who became a solution provider, and the phase which I call the facilitator phase. The facilitator phase suddenly saw a huge and a long transformation where GCs, and I must say that because as I said, I was in-house myself for a time, of course, a earlier part of my career, and some of my closest friends are still on that side. Where this phase, and I'm speaking from on the other side now as a lawyer, when I see and interact with them, and this phase went on for some time where GC says we are a solution, we need to land the plane, we need to find solutions. And that interestingly went on for a long time, till about 2013, 14, 15. Interestingly, I was just reading an anecdote in a data where a GC time spent, 70% is spent on transactional work and 30% on governance work. And that's what I see the fourth phase that we're coming into, which is the leadership phase. So from the support phase to the problems, problem spotters phase, to the facilitator or solution finder, to now I see for the last 5-6 years, a transformative change where the whole GC role is evolving very drastically. So I have some very close friends in GC where I suddenly see that they are taking leadership positions in organizations. I see some of you who are doing that. There are a lot of you here. Where I suddenly see that GCs are part of strategic decisions. GCs are part of suddenly the whole narrative. So what happened in 2013 was when the Companies Act came and this whole discussion on governance and LODR came in after a few years. And so much that the whole decision on what will the GCs do in the leadership. So then came the discussion on governance. In its truest sense today, if you look at a construct of the company, you've got the CEO who looks after the business. You've got the company secretary, you've got the CFO. No one really, so CS looks after, unless they of course fold into one, the company secretary and legal, but just purely company secretary if I look at, and if I look at CFO role or some CMO role, there is no role which actually says who is the flag bearer of governance framework or the governance narrative of the company. And more often than not, for the last 4 or 5 years, I've seen some of the large, both internationally, MNCs and large corporates in India, that it's the GCs who are doing the role, the in-house legal who are actually driving that narrative. I'll give you a few examples. So earlier, when I said that the general counsels or in-house was involved in large litigation or large transactions, I see now in-house legal deciding even on new products, how the communication happens in the company, how even an internal campaign, actually a GC is sitting on and deciding how the internal campaign will go, because the GC is deciding that this is the way I want to ensure the company's brand is built. And if I want to say That so there is, of course, I see in transaction is strategic. So there was few days back a kickoff meeting with the first discussion, and I was not there. The first discussion of fairly large merger. The first discussion started with the CEO, the chairman, and the GC. The CFO also wasn't there. Okay, so that's the level. In terms of leadership roles, why I say governance and why I say they are the flag bearers of governance is because finally today in a communication that GCs do a communication, the entire role, whether it is products, or, nowadays when I say, and I'm speaking of some people that I interact with, and I'm sure, and some of you are sitting in this room, as I said, and and I'm sure this would be applicable to all. So what you won't see 5 or 6 years earlier, you suddenly see GCs are completely clued on the company's product, the company's financials, so even discussions on investor relations, I've seen other than the chairman of the investor relation committee, they take the GC. They say that, let me know what the discussion we need to have. Not of course, the company secretary and CFO usually goes. There is a discussion with investors, the discussion, as I said, with campaign, the whole campaign of GCs driving or general counsels driving that the whole narrative, we want to change the whole communication of the company into the whole transparency, fair disclosures, and that's the drive, not only internal and external. And with this whole push on governance, I see this role, and like as I said, law firms in India have also grown. I mean, phenomenally grown in over the last 30 years. As a natural corollary, I see in-house legal growing also. And it will keep on happening more and more and more. You see that in the US, you see how important large and top company GCs are. It's just natural that GCs will come into India in that space. In that, I've actually also seen effectively leaders. So I said there was nothing, it was a discussion. I said, I'll speak of experiences. And if that's the role, I'm happy to see. And I see that there are leadership spring coming out of GCs. They are effectively the ones who are also advising boards. And a lot of, especially in the, I don't know if some of you all have been dealing with this whole NEFRA 143.12, a lot of disclosure requirement. I see a lot of that happening suddenly. And a lot of GCs are suddenly, driving that whole narrative, discussing with, of course, law firms as, and the forensic experts, and how effectively they've become almost the main sounding board for all boards now. It's not the CFO. If it's a CS, if it's a GC, and from the top of my mind, I can think of, as I speak, 5 or 6 very large companies where now automatically the CEO, the chairman of the board, the chairman of the audit committee, the first call goes to the general counsel. And I think that's only going to increase as I see the participation of law firms and increase of law firms. And I see that's something which is going to increase. I would say few things which stands out for me when I see GCs. One is it's really impressive when GCs know their business. And I've seen a lot now that when GCs know their financials, their ratios, their financial ratios, their product, their marketing, they're very clear because they're almost sitting at the top of the table. Second is when they are thinking about the institution first. And that's a tricky part because we are in a country where we have not necessarily a lot of diversified, they're promoter-driven, CEO-driven, promoter-driven companies. But as long as firmly, softly, you need not. And on that, especially in that 143.12 or disclosure requirements, there are 2 types I've seen a lot, especially one, and I'm not saying GCs, I'm saying generally people both in-house, out-house, especially issues, which is a whistleblower issue. On one extreme, we see people who will shout murder, murder, murder for the smallest whistleblower. On the other, you will see people who's actually there's murder and say, kuch nahi hua hai. I think general counsel role, especially governance, is the maturity to handle it with a fine balance. And not say on one hand, the world's on fire, there's World War III happening, or completely casual and put it under the carpet. I think, and that's what the GC position has evolved. These are, I'm not saying it myself, these are what I've experienced. These are my interaction with our fraternity, people from your fraternity there. I won't hold you back any longer. I was just told to give a talk and want to keep it very brief because we've overshot significantly. Happy to meet some of you all after the event. Thank you very much and many congratulations to all the people who've won the awards. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. And now, as I mentioned before that, with this very keynote address, we began with the, and let's say a prelude to the award ceremony. To continue that, please join me in welcoming on stage for his keynote address, Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of BW Businessman and founder of Exchange Media Group.
Mr. Malik is an outstanding anchor. He was outstanding when his name was being called. That's what I'm referring to. So thank you for doing a good job. Good evening. It's my honor and privilege to be here. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of Mr. Dhanendra Kumar, who is a very acclaimed bureaucrat. He retired as a secretary in the government of India. He's worked with many chief ministers, many cabinet ministers. He was also the chairman of the Competition Commission of India. Most importantly, a very kind man. He also happens to share his birthday with my mother. But whenever I've called him for anything, he's been very. In fact, Ashima called me in the morning and said, he's so nice, and he was just going praising him. I said, I know, I have been recipient of his kindness. And last year, he sent me an article on the role of GC and what's happening on the legal and business cusp. And I thought, and Ashima and Garima at that time asked me who should be the jury chair for this. So I did recommend Shri Dhanendra Kumarji's time. And he was in Singapore and he virtually led the jury. So please give Mr. Dhanendra Kumar a big round of applause. I met some of you because we started BW Legal World in this room on 12th December 2019. I have to acknowledge the presence of Mr. C.V. Raghu. I don't know where is Mr. Raghu. Mr. C.V. Raghu is there. He's been a very important part of our journey in the last 5 years. He's been on a lot of our juries. He's contributed to our initiatives throughout the last 4+ years. So thank you, Mr. Raghu. I know you also had a GC council, and thank you for making your contributions. I remember when we started it, there was a colleague of mine called Shri Rupa. She's now an entrepreneur. She's building something in the legal tech space. Very dear to me, one of the nicest colleagues I've worked, and hopefully we'll work with her again. And I got introduced to Mr. Pankaj Vasani. I don't know where is Pankaj. Pankaj, and that time used to be the CFO and the chief legal officer of Buses, which I know well because of my advertising community, which is, with all humility, the #1 community in advertising marketing for the last 2+ years. And anytime we've done anything legal and my team asks me something that I don't know, I call Pankaj and I request him for his input. So thank you, Pankaj, for contributing to our initiatives. We lean on your time. To all our jury members, to my friend Mr. Amar Sundaram again. I have 2 law firms advising one of my company each. One is Lex Counsel, Alfred Edibert. Alfred is no longer part. Seema, Dimpy and Alishan, and they introduced me to Amar. I first met Amar with Seema many years back, Amar. And we will do the annual GC survey in a deep way so that it's of value to you. It's not just a tick mark, but this year we'll do it. That is mine and Ashima's, very important bucket list item. All the jury members of the BW Legal World Awards, Mr. Krishna Datta, you made the right point. The role of the GCs, because you've seen it from both ends, is evolving. I don't want to, you're experts, you're on board, some of you are on boards of your companies, all of you are in the executive or management committees of which contribute to decision making on large issues. So I don't want to talk to you about something that you know better than me, but I do want to say that I have said this repeatedly, and Sumit has joined us in the business side. Ashima, of course, leads it editorially. We have Krishnendra, we have Costa. Garima used to work with us, but she's gone and started working with a law firm. That's okay. She's a very important part of us still. that we want to be the homepage of the GCs. We want to earn it. And I was telling some of my friends that we have a long way to go. One, we shouldn't do a GC event just once a year. So hopefully from this year, we'll start doing more GC interactions at least quarterly. We'll do it in Mumbai, Bombay, Bangalore, Pune, Chennai, and Ahmedabad. So we have to be more, I mean, we can't be just Delhi centric. Second, we are about, as I said, about GCs. So we have to have content that is of value to GCs. And I'm sure Ashima will add value to that as she and her team do it. I don't want to talk to you about law. Yesterday, we had the BW CFO World Conference here. We had some 45 odd CFOs of very large companies in the room, our growing companies. Some of them are, Mr. Zamir Mutani is there, he's joined Cartrade, your CFO was there, and one of your investee company CEO was there. We talked about how the role of a CFO is changing, how it's evolving. I can say that we talked about compliance, we talked of value creation, we talked of thinking about the future. I think all that applies to chief legal officers also. If you look at the US, and I was preparing, the number of chief legal officers or GCs on the boards of top companies in the US is growing. And that trend is also reflected in India, though the numbers are not comparable. So more and more chief legal officers or GCs are being represented on large company boards. Some of them are also becoming CEOs or leaders of the businesses that they have been part of. That's a healthy trend. That tells you about the contribution of a GSO or of a GC to a business. The GC is a business leader, whether he or she is on the board, makes a difference, but they continue to make an impact with or without being on the board. I have your attention, so I want to, I talk about it a lot and I follow it. I told Mr. Dhanendra Kumar that I overslept this morning. I told Ashima that I'm feeling very, very tired because I've had about 15 events in the last 10 days in both the companies, and I've been doing Delhi, Bombay, and my wife allowed me to sleep extra tomorrow morning. So I missed a book launch, which I rarely do once I commit, and Ashima was there. But I'll talk to you about sleep. Because a lot of people ask me, where does my high energy come from? It comes from quality sleep, almost 25 plus days a month. 5 days a month, I'm not able to do it, but I intend to do it 30 days a month. All of us work very hard. We have dreams. We achieved a lot. But I do want to emphasize that I ask people how many hours you sleep. And then mostly tell them 6 hours. Some say 7. Only 10% of people I meet say they sleep 8 hours or more. You know all this, your families, your mothers, fathers, some of you may be grandfathers, grandsons, you may be grandchildren. So I'm not telling you something you don't know. But I do want to reiterate the value of sleep. I'm calm today. I'm happy today because I slept 10 hours last night. So I do want to reiterate, and I won't call my team in the night. I rarely mail in the night. I don't expect them to answer my mail in the night. And I work very hard. From morning, it's a different story. So I do want to talk to you about sleep. I read this book about, I think, 10 years back. I can't be sure of the date. Whenever it came 10 plus years back, Why We Sleep. It's a book by Matthew Walker. I don't get any royalties on the sales of this book, so I'm not plugging it. And I read it last year in July again. The new version came, the new update, and pretty much the same story. And it basically says if you sleep more, sleep is 60% of your health. Other is movement and nutrition. You can avoid Parkinson's as you grow old. You'll be more mindful. You'll be kind to yourself. You'll not do stress eating. You'll be able to avoid lifestyle diseases as long as you're doing the other two right. But this is 60. So I want to reiterate, because in our BW well-being world, we've undertaken a sleep study, and Indians are sleep deprived. They're sleep deprived, and with phones. So insomnia is a very big issue. So I just want to reiterate, if even one of you can sleep more, because I talked about it, I feel that I've done my job. Second is, all of you are, Mr. Dhanendra Kumar is very kind to me. Pankaj is very kind to me. Amar is very kind to me.
A lot of you are very kind to me. My colleagues are very kind to me. And I'm a driven person. I want to build something. I want to have an impact. But the most important thing that I want to talk about and I have received kindness is kindness. I want to show you the photo of a guy, and I want to see if you know him. Go back to the first slide first. How many of you know him and what is he known for? Do you know this guy? His name is given. He's an Israeli who in 2012 was very close to the. He left the base camp of Everest and he was about to climb Mount Everest. And then he discovered one of his friends had died and one was about to die. So he had two choices, either to become the youngest Israeli to climb the Mount Everest or to save a life. You can guess what he did. That's why I'm talking about him. He chose to come back from very close to the peak, and he saved his friend's life, and he got frostbites. He had two of his fingers amputated. So it's a very mean world. Everyone wants to grow, and there's nothing wrong in it. But in this world, I tell my friends and my colleagues and people I know, and everyone is kind. But this guy gave up being the youngest Israeli mountain climber to reach the Mount Everest to save a friend's life. And he was very close. Imagine, he went up all the way and he chose to come back, bring a friend. Wow, it was very tough. So whatever you do, I'm sure you spread kindness. We're grateful for all of you spreading kindness. And third is the biggest issue that faces us. It's another slide, my friend. Yes, just go back. Just go back. Stay on the Time magazine slide. This is the issue I read last year. And I know climate change is for real. Look at the temperatures in the world. Look at temperatures in India. Look at temperatures in sub-Saharan Africa. Look at temperature wildfires in US. Look at the wildfires in Europe. Look at the wildfires in Australia. So climate change is for real. In whatever you all are leaders, you are chief legal officers, some of you are on your boards. You have a lot of influence on your community, on your organization, on the people you meet. And all of us are flying more. We're buying bigger houses, we're using cars, some of them electric, some. If in our sphere of influence, we can contribute to the consciousness on ESG beyond the mandatory tick marks. And we started ranking India's top companies on sustainability 5 years back. This will be the 5th year. And it's an issue that everyone looks forward to. It's called India's most sustainable company. And we look at sustainable company practices within large companies. So I just want to say that in your area of work, if you can increase the climate consciousness, become deeply committed to the planet, and most of you are. I'm saying, I'm not telling you something that you're not doing or you're not conscious of. It's just bringing top of mind. It's my duty to be also able to share that business world is not just a magazine. I'm not in the business of magazines, website, events. We do all that. We're in the business of content and we're in the business of audiences. So our digital site, we finally launched a new site a couple of weeks back. It's a long way to go. We want to be a very large digital player. We're a significant digital player. Hopefully soon we launch a BW OTT. I don't, because of exchange for media, I know what's happening in the media space. There is a sunset date on television. I don't know whether it's 5, 10, 6. I don't know. I'm not a futurist nor an astrologer. But the fact is, we'll up our investments in digital content and in digital format in terms of delivery of content. We're also building many B2B and B2C communities. We formally launched our security community on the 30th of May in this hotel. Our site has been around for maybe 1.5 years. We've run 2-3 initiatives, but we'll formally launch it with a magazine. And I still believe in magazines again, but it's a quarterly magazine. It's not every month. And it's a cut above everyone. And, I can tell you we have 4 times yield on the advertising page than the next guy who's been around for 20 years. And I believe in abundance. Life is about coexistence. So we launched our security community on the 30th May. The bwsecurityworld.com site is live for the last 1+ year. This year also, last year we started a practice of giving a Hall of Fame at our GC Awards. We gave it to Mr. Hemant Kumar of L&T, who spent a lot of time in L&T. This year, we gave it to another leader in this GC space who's contributed to our initiative and who is a tall individual in this space. I will not take the name, otherwise it will give away the anticipation. I want to end by saying that we are in it for long term. We are investing in it. We are not, I think this year will be a breakthrough year. The next initiative you see will be bigger, better, and it's about resources and it's about doing content which finds a meaning and value in your lives, even for 10 minutes a day. On 15th of tomorrow, throughout the day, some of you have been here. Tomorrow, we have the Global Legal Leaders Summit, which is essentially our LAFM Awards. Essentially. So that's from morning till evening. In the evening at 6:30 p.m. we have the awards. On 15th at the St. Regis in Bombay. This is tomorrow. And just as Deepak Mishra was our jury chair, our well-being community is growing. And one of the most successful events we do in our domain is the well-being event. One of our best curators curates it. So we have a plethora of well-being leaders talking about mind, body, soul. It's at the St. Regis in Mumbai on the 15th. We've done it 2 years in Delhi, in the second year in Bombay. Hopefully we'll take it to, it's called the Festival of Well-being. And we have the 30 and the 30 of Well-being World and the 40 and the 40 of Well-being World. The same time with the awards and the conference. On 16th, which is the next day, we do have our Future of Design, the building design community, our luxury and design editor, Ms. Jyotsna Sharma leads that, and Jyotsna has built this with us for a while. Again, before I acquired Business World 10 years back, Mr. Pradyumna Vyas, who was the director of the National Institute of Design in Ahmedabad, used to partner with BW on the design awards. He left and that didn't happen. But for the last 3 years, he's the jury chair of our design awards. And he is definitely somebody we look up to for guidance on this initiative. So again, design is about audio design. So we have Resul Pukati, who's a Grammy winner. We have product design guys. We have, of course, architect design. We have interior designs. We have somebody on content design because the digital delivery of content is big. So this is again, really a event that we look forward to. Some of the industry leaders in this domain are at the event. So I just wanted to have your attention. So I wanted to get your time on this. I wish you well. Thank you for taking out time in your busy schedules to be here. Whatever we do at BW Business World is a jury-led. I don't even know the winners. Of course, Ashima and my colleagues use my email to write mails, and I do answer mails. I think of it as a basic courtesy. I acknowledge most mails if I have missed because I've been in the midst of the role, but I do, want to extend a sense of gratitude and for patronizing our community in the initial years. I remember starting Exchange for Media 24 years back. I used to have there, and I started Exchange for Media to build a B2B marketplace for the media industry. That didn't happen for the first 3 years, but for the last 21 years, because Pankaj comes from that domain, he was the CFO of Publicis. We're absolutely the leader in that space editorially. We're a leader in revenue and aspiration, but we're an editorial product. If you're a leader editorially, we do very bold stories, which get me legal notices. But since our friends in the legal fraternity, we are not worried too much, and they are factual stories. And we don't run Exchange for Media to run on our community. We actually run our community and showcase. But if there is a story to be told, there is a news to be done. With my experience and the team's experience, and I was talking about, you're as good as your team. Ashima is our managing editor, and with her knowledge of the domain, understanding who's the nuances of the domain. I'm sure she, along with Costa, with Krishnan, and more people that she led this year in our editorial team, will be able to build an editorial product that gets your attention and, most importantly, your respect. So thank you for partnering with us in the first few initiatives, and hopefully in the next few initiatives, we'll be able to build to a scale that has even more value for you. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Batra, for the address. And because Picking up from my left, he spoke of the jury process, and we've been blessed that we also have the jury chair, the best performing in this very well. I would request our jury chair, Shri Dharmendra Kumarji, IAS retired, former India's executive director in World Bank, Secretary to Government of India, and first chairperson CCI, also the founding chairman of Competition Advisory Services, LLP, to please deliver his keynote address. Everybody, first up, please.
Thank you so much. Good evening, friends. Dr. Anurag Batra, members of the GC community, the winners and others, the would-be winners next time. So first of all, let me wholeheartedly, sincerely thank Dr. Anurag Batra for all the kind words he said about me and also giving me the privilege to be the chair of jury. And I must tell you, this has been one of the most enlightening and refreshing experience which I had, even though at a distance, as I said, I was in Singapore when we conducted the jury meeting. A very outstanding team of jury members who knew everything about everybody, and we did it in a record time because we prepared the short list and then we had to cut down to the requisite number. Amazing process, amazing team, and for me it was a tremendous learning experience, I can say. Dr. Batra said a few things about me. I wouldn't have said anything about him otherwise, but since he said it, let me also add one or two words that I am one of his great admirers, not because I want to reciprocate what he said, for a number of reasons. And I only mention one or two. One is that I like this exchange for media immensely because this was one of my learning sites about the new technologies and so on. And I tried to find out who is the owner and publisher, got his name. And when I reached out to him, I thought he's a live wire. Within a few minutes came the reply, whether on email or whether on telephone calls, and whatever I wanted was done in a record time. In a few minutes and everything was done. So I didn't experience this kind of a thing when I was working in the government and dealing with the private sector people also, but he was amazing. So this was one of the reasons. And secondly, I found that although he was running the magazine, it was not, as he said very rightly, not in the magazine business. It was more in development process, development of various sectors and recognizing and celebrating excellence. So many things which, as a development practitioner like me who has worked for several decades, I mean, I'm 1968 batch of IAS who worked for over 50 years in the government and government-related work. And I think what he has been doing is something which all the government officials and public sector enthusiasts would like to do to make a difference in various sectors and what is required to be done. Mr. Datta mentioned about a few categories of GCs and what they are supposed to do, how it developed. I would like to share one of the experience. Well, I had brought a prepared speech, but I thought it is probably not needed here because much of what I would have liked to say has already been said by him and Mr. Anurag Batra. You mentioned about these four phases, it's fine. I would only like to add something from my experience. When I was India's executive director on the World Bank board, I came across several situations. I found that GC was probably the most important person, the go-to person for most of the senior officials. And I'll tell you one interesting story. The head of HR once, he was facing a big problem, a dilemma, that he was under pressure to do something about one person. which he didn't want to do. And he was sort of forced into a situation that he would have lost his job if he didn't do it. So he asked some of his friends what to do. So they said, why don't you consult the GC? Now, GC, as I said, is the go-to person who knows the nubs पता है सब चीजों में क्या हो रहा है जैसे भाई को पेट दिखाना होता है. So he asked him, and the GC said, okay, I understand what you are saying. What I suggest you do is you write a mail to yourself. Whenever you are pressured to do something, you write a mail to yourself that you were called at so and so time, and this is what you were told to do, and this is why you cannot do it, or this is why what you feel and all that. Describe in full detail. So he started writing these mails to himself, and finally came an occasion when that superior guy had to be was in problem, and the board of directors met to dispense with his services. And the inquiry was held, and in the inquiry came various charges, and this was one of the charge. And this evidence came, which was incontrovertible, that if the mail, the entire record exists, what happened. So this was a concluding, a clinching evidence is what happened. And there's a long story. I didn't want to go to that. The point I was trying to make is that GC gave him an advice, which was a very good advice, and the entire board appreciated. And so also many other people who subsequently felt that GC probably was the go-to person in many situations. While working in USA, I also came across several situations in the corporate sector when I noticed, and I hope that there is a documented study on this subject, empirical evidence or something. Some of the most successful companies, the corporations which were done very well, I think one of the reasons was that the GCs were very wise people there. And GCs also rose to become practically number 2 and number 3, and I have a number of instances in Google, for example, Ken Walker there, who is the chief legal counsel at GC, rose to become number 2, number 3, and many others I know. So they know what is to be done, what is not to be done, and when it should be done. So for all compliances, and for compliance these days, there is no dearth of areas when something needs to be done or something needs not to be done. And I've been working in the competition commission, and I can only tell you that as chairman of the competition commission, when the cases came before me, a number of complex cases, and we had very eminent lawyers sometimes. In one case, one of the former attorney general appeared, and we used to get all kinds of arguments and very impressive arguments. When you felt that your mind was completely clouded and cluttered and what to be done, I would request, I could see that the general counsel was sitting behind the arguing counsel. So I would request him to kindly come forward and briefly tell us what exactly is the matter. And he would tell in 5-10 minutes. The others, of course, would have taken hours or whatever they are taught by that time. This thing. So you would get a complete picture of what is going on. Now, these days, the GCs have to look into various issues of environment, and Dr. Anurag Batra mentioned about this. And by the way, ESG he mentioned. I can tell you again, when I was in the World Bank, I was also on the board of IFC, International Financial Corporation. And one of the factors which was seen while judging a company's worth for being considered or approved the loan was also its ranking or quotient on the ESG. And this is what I was mentioning to one of my friends today, that if you are going for an IPO, it would do a great service to your company if you undertake some of the ESG related work also, both for your suppliers as also for your buyers. So this one environment, then there are a number of laws relating to insolvency, money laundering, anti-bribery, trade, health, safety, employment, company, international trade, foreign exchange. Data privacy is again something which is new, which didn't exist earlier, but they should know everything about it. Intellectual property, and of course, competition commission, which is something which I always like to talk. This morning, Dr. Lalit Bhasin, in his keynote address, also referred to what the Supreme Court mentioned in the case of Bar Council of India versus A.K. Balaji, that practice of law include litigation as well as non-litigation. And this also is the stand of the Bar Council of India, he confirmed. And general counsels, they who are qualified lawyers, I mean, they may not be practicing law yet, but they help the lawyers, external lawyers, prepare the brief they give them. And also they have, the Supreme Court has observed that these are qualified lawyers who have passed law examination as prescribed by the Bar Council of India, and they are practicing the profession of law, though within the corporate sector. So what I feel that it means that they could well be considered to be worthy of practicing law. The role of general counsels in economy is absolutely crucial. It is something which currently, as was mentioned by Mr. Datta, after 91, in the present era of corporate development, the legal compliance, the risk management, the corporate governance, contract negotiation and management, dispute resolution, litigation, compliance programs, corporate transactions, strategic advisor, they have a lot of clout, I can tell you. And of course, I can notice in India, they have a lot of clout, but in USA, for example, I noticed that they enjoyed a lot of clout in various meetings and get-togethers. People, if there was a GC, probably people would like to meet him just more than probably like the CEO, because he would be able to help them more and also create nuisance if it is required more than the CEO. So GCs have a tremendous importance in the corporate world, and I felt really privileged, and I must thank Dr. Anurag Batra for giving me this privilege to be the jury and chair the jury for GCs. And this also gave me an opportunity to know a little bit more about the GCs and their brilliance. And when we are celebrating their brilliance in this award function, I would like to heartily congratulate them and hope that they would further sharpen their brilliance and go from ladder to up the ladder. And I'm so happy to hear from Dr. Batra that they propose to hold it more than once a year and at different places. And it should, and they would definitely be the home page, they are the home page for GCs. And I hope to remain connected with them. For this, with those words, once again, my heartiest congratulations to all the winners and those who could not win this time, I'm sure. Next year will probably be definitely another opportunity for them for this regard. Thank you once again for this opportunity. Wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir, for your address. And before we begin with the awards, As I mentioned, that you are blessed enough that we have our jury chair present in the hall, and along with sir, we also have other jury members present in the hall as well. And before we begin, we would like to felicitate all our jury members who are present with us. And to do the honors, I please request Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of PW Business and founder of Exchange for Media, and also Ashina Ori, Managing Editor of BW Legal World, to please join us on the stage. Yes, sir. So, lots to manage today. Please. Please join me in welcoming our jury members on the stage. Shri Dhanendra Kumarji, Chairperson from the Competition Advisory Services, India LLP. Mr. C.V. Raghu, former Group General Counsel, Samvardhana Motherson Group. Mr. Manjari Chaudhary, Senior Executive Director, GC, Maruti Suzuki, India. Mr. Pankaj Vasani, Group CFO, Cube Highways. Mr. Piran Kumar, ex-Senior Legal Director, Adidas, India. Dr. Subir Vikas Mitra, Advisor, Law, VGH, Senior Advisor, HCSA, Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, and Adjunct Professors, IIMs. Mr. Manish Lamba, General Counsel, DLF Cybersecurity Developers, and Krishna Dutt, Managing Partner, Argus Partners. A picture, please. Manjari, ma'am. I think collectively, can you please get up for all our jury members? That was not put in. Thank you.
I do want to just say on I also want to call some people, we normally thank them. I'm as good as my team. They do the work, if they have doubt, they call me. So I do want to call Sumit Narula. He's joined us recently. But Sumit, if you're in the room, bar is still not open, so you should be in the room. Krishnendra Joshi. Krishnendra is now based in Bangalore. He's part of the edit team. Mr. Joshi, and is Kostab also here? Yeah, so they're part, and I was very happy to see Garima. She worked 3.5 years with us, as I said, inspired by Ashima, she left, and I'm sure inspired by Ashima, she'll be coming back. So Garima is also here. She worked 3.5 years, nurtured this community, and Shirupa is not here, but she contributed tremendously when we launched it. So these are my colleagues who helped me build BW Legal World. We have a long way to go, but with your patronage, and so please give them a big round of applause. They work very, very, very hard. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and also congratulations to the Business World Legal Team. Thank you so much. Thank you. And with that, it's now time to move ahead with the evening's grand celebration. My name is Aditya Malik. And once again, it's an honor and a privilege to welcome all of you to the 4th edition of BW Legal World Top 100 General Counsel Awards, an initiative to recognize and also reward prolific general counsels like you who made a remark and also a mark for themselves in this very profession. This annual marquee event, it's conceptualized to fuel excellence in the legal ecosystem by identifying the best corporate legal eagles in India who have the potential to lead the way and, of course, are also doing the same. This award ceremony is being broadcasted live on all BW Business World platforms, including the social media challenge and also on the website www.bwgoogleworld.com. Any views, any news, any picture that you upload online, please use the hashtag BWLegalGC100. I also take this moment to thank our partners for today. Our exhibiting partner, Vinodi, our legal tech partner, Lawyer Desk, our knowledge partner, Chandok and Mahajan Advocates and Solicitors, our event partners, Joy Travels Private Limited, Pandro, Winley Coffee, The Thick Shake Factory, Reality Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Buzz, Impact Weekly Magazine, and Pitch. We just met our general members right now, they were on the stage. And what exactly happens? How can you nominate yourselves to us arriving at this very list? Then by a process, I'd like you to see exactly what happens in that. For that, you have a small email as well. Can you please play the jury over?
It has been a great pleasure, privilege, and honor to chair the jury of BW Legal. In fact, it was quite a job to assess the various candidates whose biodata had come. Each one was better than other, and the jury was also very distinguished. And we tried to do our best to select the best whom we could consider, but it was a tough job. Altogether, it was a great experience to be there and to chair the meeting. And I must thank BW Legal for giving me this opportunity and organizing it.
Serving as a jury member of the Business World Top 100 General Counsel was a distinguished honor and a truly enriching experience. It was a privilege to evaluate the outstanding accomplishments and dedication of the esteemed General Counsels who were nominated, and I was impressed by the exceptional leadership and legal expertise. Today's General Counsel are visionary leaders and strategic partners who play a vital role in driving business success. They possess a unique blend of legal acumen, business savvy, and leadership skills, enabling them to navigate complex challenges and achieve exceptional results. Their contributions are truly invaluable to their organizations. To the winners, I offer my warmest congratulations. Your achievement is a testament to your unwavering commitment to excellence, your unrelenting drive, and your commitment, dedication to the legal profession. You are truly deserving of this recognition, and I have no doubt that you will continue to inspire and lead the way for others in the legal community.
Let me express my sincere thanks to business world legal generally, and specifically Mr. Anurag Batra and Madam Om Shima for giving me this opportunity to be a part of this August jury forum. Coming to the subject, today, general counsels have assumed a lot of importance in the corporate world. VUCA kind of working environment and business scenario. General counsels do not remain confined to only for picking of documents or come into play only when there is a crisis. They'll have to undertake lot many proactive measures. They'll have to ensure risk mitigation so as to confirm that there is no disputes when the contracts are executed or when the contracts coming to an end. I wish all the best and extend sincere congratulations to all the winners. At the same time, I also wish all the best to the participants who could not make it this time, and I'm sure they will make it next time. Thank you very much.
A big round of applause for our jury members, please. Thank you. And just once again reminding of what Dr. Batra had also spoken of, that tomorrow in this very hall from 11 a.m. onwards, we'll be meeting an outstanding lineup of legal luminaries and industry leaders at the 5th edition of BW Global Leaders Summit, followed by the awards ceremony in the evening as well. And now for the winners today, a couple of important announcements. Once you've received your award, we request you to please step down and then proceed to stage left for a picture for the magazine and also for our editorial world online. And after that, also stay back in the very end for a group picture again for the same. Once you've received your award, we will also request you to please deliver an acceptance speech of course, 10 to 30 seconds bracket within that. Just a request, yes? You know, many of you have seen me being playing the timer since the morning. So I request you to again sort of just help me with that. Before we begin with the awards, we have two lists today. First is the fresh icon. Now, of course, you'll see a lot of members from your industry who will be joining us on the stage in this very list. They'll be very highly experienced. When you'll be like, why? Then in the fresh icon list. It is because they are debuting in this very list. That's why they're under the fresh icon list. And of course, that will be followed by the legacy holder list as well. First, for fresh icons to present awards to our first set of winners, please join me in welcoming on stage Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of BW Business and Founder, Exchange for Media. Joining sir is Mr. Dhanendra Kumarji, Chairperson, Competition Advisory Services India LLP. Sir. And joining them is Mr. C.V. Raghu, former Group General Counsel, Samvardhana Motherson Group. Please. Sir. Now this is just a list in alphabetical order, no ranks, nothing. So the first member to join the list of fresh icons for this year. Yes. Also, legal and compliance officer and company. Secretary Future of General India Insurance Company Limited. Everybody for Shinji.
So,
So I just want to thank the jury, and I'm really very happy to be part of the GC list. Only thing I just wanted to say, what I think Mr. Dhanan Kumar has said and the other speakers, the importance of the GC. So I heard when I was working for a Birla Group, in one of our annual legal meet, Mr. Kumar Mangalam Birla mentioned about Mr. Gupta, that he doesn't sign any document or he doesn't do any deal without Mr. Gupta in his room. Happy to confirm that I have changed this maybe mindset of all the business leader in my company. And my CEO also doesn't sign or doesn't do any deal without me in the room. And I have also I was successfully changed the mindset of other leaders, wherein legal guys were used to consider as a support function. So I've changed that, and maybe now I'm seen as business enabler, not only a support. So thank you for this, and thank you, sir, for recognizing. Thank you.
I'm reminded of a tagline of Financial Times FT, no FT, no comment. So I was reminded of what he just now mentioned, that this can be aptly described for the CEO saying, no GC, no comment. He should be there.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, but I just wanted to apologize that I will not be like maybe with the group photo because I'm traveling and I have to just directly rush to the airport. So thank you. Thanks. Thank you.
Congratulations, St. Johnny, sir. Don't forget the picture. Moving ahead, the next member joined the powerful list of fresh icons this year. Srikanth Karthik Shetty, Executive Director, Legal, Office and Chief Goenka Group. Everybody wants to move the agreements.
Thank you, Mr. Bhatta. Thank you, the eminent jury. It's a great and honor to be here, and I wish all the best to all GCs. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Quickly moving ahead, the next member is on the powerful list of fresh icons this year. Okay, Pratap Singh, General Counsel Company Secretary and also Compliance Officer at Sona BLW Precision Projects Limited.
Take it from both.
So, say please.
Thank you, Dhanan sir, who's really an inspiration for me. I used to follow him. Thank you, other jury members. This is really an inspiration for me. It will really inspire to do much better in terms of the corporate governance or be the compliance or the legal work. Thank you very much.
Congratulations on all the very, very best.
I know you're very senior. She says walking is good for muscles. You want to go for a walk. So clap for your friends, your community. Trust me, that's why in yoga, I don't do walking, I don't go to a gym. I delegated gym to my mom who does it for 2 hours. But I do in the morning when the yoga guy comes, he gets me to clap and do. He says it's very good for your heart.
So just clap for your friends when they come to it. And I'm sure it'll be karmic.
Thank you. That's up next. The next member is on the top list of fresh icons this year. Please. And those were right legal as well, Pavra. Ready?
Thank you so much, all of you, for coming today and honoring this meet. I would like to thank BW Legal, Mr. Anurag Batra and his team, and the esteemed jury. So this is my first, like Kumar sir said, but I hope not the last. Thank you so much.
Congratulations and to many more. Moving ahead, the next member is on the profit list of fresh icons this year. Amit Jindal, Chief Law Officer and Head of Legal Department, Directorate General of Hydrocarbons. Amit bhai.
Thank you, Business World, and thank you, eminent jury, for this recognition. And this is a great platform for us and recognizing our role and importance in the organizations. Thank you very much, Business World, again, and thank you, jury.
Thank you and congratulations, sir. Our next member is on the profit list of fresh icons this year. Amit Kumar, Head of Legal, Aegis Networks Limited. Mr. Kumar, everybody.
Good evening, everyone. I would like to thank BW Legal for this huge, amazing event that they have been organizing. Anurag Batra sir and the eminent jury that has adjudged today's winners. And I would also like to thank my organization and the Pope family and whosoever has contributed to this milestone that I have achieved today. And thanks everyone who has been present today to witness this. Thanks a lot. Have a nice day. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, sir. Winners, please don't forget your individual picture and then also in the very own for a group picture. Moving ahead, the next member is on the profit list of fresh icons this year. Amit Saxena, General Counsel, HCL Infosystems Limited. Mr. Saxena, everybody.
Good evening, everyone. I would like to thank Business World and Editor-in-Chief, Mr. Anurag Batra, and other jury members. And I would like to narrate one instance in my professional journey. Like when, as rightly said, that when we started as a head of legal, so we used to take care of litigations only. Slowly, our like horizon, our exposure, our involvement to day-to-day business activities, compliances, regulatory compliances, ethics, and other issues. So I think we have been contributing more and more towards business operations, and most of the times now, chief legal officers and general counsels are also being like referred as a CEO or a kind of senior officials who are there on the boards and running companies or making profitability also. And I would also mention that one of the previous experience in my Tata's growth, I was recognized as one of the innovator in my sphere of work. So what we did that we started ensuring compliances, made a lot of processes, policies for which were replicated in across other Tata group of companies. So I was also bestowed upon one Tata Innovista Award by Mr. Ratan Tata itself. So that was something about 10, 12 years back. So this reminds me of this thing that general counsels are not only taking care of legal issues, they are innovating in their sphere of work also. And I think there is a lot miles to go now. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations, sir. Moving ahead, the next member to join the powerful list of fresh icons this year. Anubhav Kapoor, General Counsel and Senior Vice President, Samvardhana Motherson Group.
Thank you, BW, Anurag, and the jury. This is the great recognition for what we do every day. Thank you so much for the encouragement. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Congratulations. Moving ahead, our next member to join the powerful list of fresh icons this year. Please. Nominee Viswanath, the Global General Counsel, Previous Supply Chain Solutions Limited. Rampins.
Where are you based, ma'am?
Chennai.
Chennai, come all the way.
That's right. Thank you. I know. Thank you, Nandri, Mr. Anurag Batra, the eminent jury members. Thank you for this recognition. Indeed, a real pleasure to be here. Wonderful event. Mr. Batra, I'm going to hold you to what you said, that you're going to hold one of your conclaves in Chennai. So I came here all the way. Thanks you. Thank you once again.
Congratulations, ma'am. Moving ahead, our next member to join the powerful list of fresh icons this year, please. Devika Chadha, General Counsel, Sunshore Energy Private Limited. Devika, are you ready?
Thank you so much, the jury and BW Legal. It's an honor. Thank you.
Congratulations. Moving ahead, our next member to join the platform is the Fresh Icons this year. Dr. Kumudni Sharma, General Manager Legal, Oil India Limited. Are you ready for Doctor?
I place my special thanks to PWD and PW and the jury and acknowledgement for my seniors and my team members. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, ma'am. Thank you so much, Mr. Raghu, for helping with the awards. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. I please request Mr. Hemant Kumar, Group General Counsel, LNT, to please. Okay. I please request Ms. Manjari Chaudhary, GC Executive Director, and the GC, Maruti Suzuki India, to please join us on the stage and help us present awards for next set of days. Ma'am. Our next winner to join the party is the Fresh Icons this year, please. Dr. Sagar Suresh, Senior Counsel, India and South Asia, Employment Law, Legal and Global Affairs, MasterCard. Dr. Sagar, everybody. Fresh Icon.
Jury members for this prestigious award and honor. It has been a great day. We are not just carrying this trophy and award, but we are carrying rich experience of our jury members, our colleagues, and thoughts which will resonate throughout. We are not only business enablers, we are defenders as well as strategists. Today we are holding great seat with management and definitely with evolving laws and coming era will make a change, a greater change. So thank you, BW Legal World, for making part of this. And MasterCard, this award is dedicated to my entire legal team, without which this is not possible. Thank you, MasterCard, my priceless team. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Congratulations. Moving ahead, next member to join the platform is the Fresh Icons this year, please. Malta General Counsel Uno Minda Limited.
I would like to thank PW Legal and Ragji and eminent jury for this recognition. I think that I hold this along with all the GCs present here in the forum. Thank you all. Thank you so very much.
Congratulations. Thank you, sir. Moving ahead, our next member to join the powerful list of fresh icons this year. Hemant Rajwala, Chief General Manager, Legal, Indraprastha Gas Limited.
Honored and grateful to the two members of BW Legal and the jury. Thank you once again. Thank you.
Congratulations, sir. Quickly moving ahead, the next member to join the powerful list of fresh icons this year. Jyoti VK, the General Counsel and Senior Vice President at Aditya Birla Fashion.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I'm actually at loss of words to explain or to, to share how I'm feeling at this moment. It's indeed a great honor. Thank you, Business World, eminent jurists, for, recognizing me with this award. I would really like to appreciate and really thank you again for celebrating General Counsel's contribution towards building a responsible society. That's very important. And I believe the role of legal, the General Counsel is just not that of a legal business enabler, but a conscious keeper. And it's always a balance that we have to keep striking every single day. Thank you so much for bringing out, this aspect of General Counsels to the whole society with this recognition and with these kind of functions. Business World, thank you so much. And may these functions grow in large numbers. And lastly, I would like to thank all the people who have been behind me. 14 years I've been here in this organization. When I joined as a legal head, our legal was seen as a support function. And that's when I embarked on this mission to position legal as business enabler and conscious keeper. And to a large extent, I feel I'm fairly successful. Thank you so much. I would like to thank my legal team who has been always been there with me and made this happen. And I really thank a big shout out to all my legal team there in Bangalore and in all other offices of India. Thank you, and thanks to my family too, who have been my great support system. Thank you, everyone.
Congratulations, ma'am. Moving ahead, our next member to join the profile list of fresh icons this year. The Executive VP, Legal and General Counsel, InfoEdge India Limited.
Thank you so much, esteemed jury. It's a privilege and pleasure. Very grateful, very grateful. I think just transition to another role, but this one is dedicated to all of you. I think all of you here, everybody deserves it. And I think we play very important roles, as is eminently visible here. This is the entire community, actually, and it's a great voice for the entire community. I want to particularly thank the team that I've had the privilege to serve across the last 3 years. It's been a fantastic journey. Also, we want to thank my wife, Shushmita, also a lawyer, not joining here today, and the twins, Himani and Shani. This one's for you. Thanks.
Congratulations. Moving ahead, our next member to join this powerful list of fresh icons, please. Raman Shrivastava, Senior Deputy General Manager and Legal Head, ASM Group of Companies, along with this song work. We actually have a fresh, very fresh icon. Joining our business, it's great.
My this awards wants to be a lawyer, so he always accompany me wherever I go. Thank you, business world. Thank you, sir. The blessings of the Dhanin sir and the words of the Dr. Anurag Batra reminds me of 2 lines. आप जहाँ बनाओगे जगह क्योंकि आपको हुनर दिल में उतर जाने का. And another for all my GCs who are assembled here together today for this precious moment for all of them कि हम नए वक्त के सूरज हैं, हमें पहचानो, जलेंगे हम तो तुम सितारों में रोशनी होगी. Thank you.
Congratulations. Just wondering कि सर की शायरी दोनों बराबर चल रही होगी. Thank you so much, congratulations to you. Moving ahead, our next member is in the purple list of fresh icons this year. Mihir Raleigh, Chief Regional Counsel, India, Disney Star, India. Amir, everybody.
Thank you, BW Legal and the jury. I'm honored, humbled, and grateful in equal measure, and I accept this for myself and my team. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Moving ahead, our next member to join the powerful list of fresh icons this year. Next, we got the good Graphhead Legal, PVR Inox Limited.
I would like to take this opportunity to thank BW Legal, the eminent jurist, and all friends who are here. It's a big thing, and the very fact that the GC's efforts are getting recognized is also just too good. I've traveled now, it's been 23 years, 25 years I've been to this profession. I'm becoming emotional because never this has happened, the way it's happening now. So it's a big thing. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Congratulations, Ram. Moving ahead, our next member to join the powerful list of fresh icons this year. Please. Kunjay Kumar Singh, Legal, Ahluwalia Contracts India Limited. Kunjay.
Business world and the eminent jury. I would like to
Congratulations. Moving ahead, our next member to join the powerful list of fresh icons this year. Pooja Sehgal, General Counsel, Sun Life, Global Solutions and Company Secretary, Sun Life, Global Solutions, India. Over here, everybody.
Extremely thankful to BW Legal World and jury. Such recognitions are definitely a motivation to keep on pushing things doing better. And also a reminder to give back to the community in whichever way we can. So thank you again.
Congratulations. Also, thank you so much, Manjuji, for the awards. Everybody wants to hand, please. Thank you. But I request Mr. Pankaj, performing the group CFO of Q Highways, to please join us on the stage and help us present the awards. Moving ahead, our next member to join the list of fresh icons this year. Priyanka Valesha, Head Legal, Yum Brands.
Many thanks to the eminent jury members for this selection. Thanks to my mentors, because of whom I'm here today. And thank you to the BW Legal World for giving us this opportunity where GCs are recognized. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. And our next, Deborah, please. Yanshu Pandey, General Manager, Legal and Company, Secretary, Uniqlo India Private Limited. Yanshu.
Good evening, everybody. Thanks for gracing this occasion with your presence. And I would like to thanks BW Legal World, Mr. Batra, esteemed jury members, for this recognition, and all my friends, family, and especially my team at Uniqlo, who have played a very crucial role in this journey. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Now, please don't forget your individual picture and then also group picture in the end. The next slide, please. Aseem Malik, Deputy General Manager, Legal, Noida Manufacturing, LG Electronics India Private Limited. Everybody.
Getting an GC award at BW is just like getting an Oscar award for me. So that's the thing. And I just want to thank you through a small poem which I have written here, right? With parents' love and wives' embrace, this honor finds its rightful place. Tejas Yoga, guiding light, inner balance ever bright. LG support, a steady hand, Jodo's choice in this grand land. But the children and today, this is strong and probably. Thank you.
Congratulations. With that, next W, please. Anshul Goyal, General Counsel, Stanza Living.
Thank you, Business World. Thank you, eminent jury. I'm really privileged to get this honor. This is the debut year for me, and I hope that I will, in subsequent years also I am able to get the award. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank my family and support the team has given to me. Thank you.
Congratulations. And the next debut, please. Rosary Katwalia, Director, Legal and Compliance, Technip Energies India Limited.
Thank you, BW. Thank you, Anurag. Thank you, jury. This comes after 26 years of being a general counsel. I spent 17 years with an American multinational called Bechtel and 9 years with Technip Energies, which is an EU company, a French company. I have to say that from day one, I was treated as a leader, not just an enabler, but a business leader. And more, I see Indian companies have connected with that thought, and that is what GCs are being treated as, not just enablers, but leaders. And GC word is the last word if it comes to protection of the company and the work that they do. I also want to say that with the kind of events that we have now, just like what BW is doing, GCs don't get that much recognition. We are stuck in our offices, in our deals, and we're not litigators. We don't go to court like law firms and lawyers. So GCs, for their visibility, this is a great effort, and I have full commendations for that. Thank you so much.
Honestly, I just want to say that appreciation means a lot. Me, Ashima, and the team are always thinking what to do which is deeper. So we'll come to you for one-to-one conversation. We do our awards through a very honest process. I love every media company. We don't sell awards. Okay, I want to say that, and I can say that I know about every media company because of Exchange for Media. And everyone is good. I believe in coexistence and abundance. There's enough in the universe. So we want to make the process better, so on and so forth, make the parameters better so that you're excited too and not just meeting your community. And I want to say the hallmark of the evening is the GC Hall of Fame. So please stay back for that. It's one of you who has won it. And I'm sure when we announce the winner, you'll be appreciative of that. So thank you for your kindness, Rashmi ji. And I can only say we genuinely believe we have a long way to go, and we have a feeling of community. I built Exchange for Media by doing things which in the first 3, 4, 5 years wouldn't make money, and our co-founder would tell me, Anurag, ki band kar do. So I used to tell him, I don't do everything for money. Money will follow you. First, we got to make an impact. So really right now also in the legal world community, we're investing. I mean, we have partners, sponsors, but honestly, we have a long way to go in terms of monetization. But I think we also have a long way to go to be deeper in this community, and we will try and be deeper and not just do an event. And, for example, career progression for everybody is a very important theme. AI is important. So we'll get into the L&D space in this domain in our BW Legal World 40 under 40, BW Legal World 30 under 30. I've shared this story before, but I want to tell you in the first year, I requested Justice Narasimha, he was not a justice then, to chair the jury. He came and he saw that there was Mr. Shardul Shroff on the jury, Mr. Rajiv Luthra on the jury, Mr. Ryan Karanjawala on the jury, Mr. Lakshmi Kumaran on the jury, and only 5, 6 such names. There were 15 or 18, I can't. And he said, he was very gracious and he said, I'll be here whole day, but I want Mr. Shardul Shroff to be the chair of jury. And I can tell you, they told me, Anurag, you don't know anything about legal, so you sit out. So I sat through the jury meet. As in it was a virtual jury meet, but I didn't participate. Well, really, I don't know. And I can tell you, there were 42 shortlists, and I'll take names today because it's well known. So I have a law firm for business world. It's called Trust Legal Sudhir's law firm, and Petal works in our. And she was 42 on the list, and Sudhir was like, "You can't." I said, "I can't do anything," and you know me that it's not like I'm telling you anything. And then there is a friend of mine. His name is Siddharth Batra, not related to me. His father is the MLA of Rohtak, and Siddharth is when I was on the MDI board for 3.5 years, I recommended him as a lawyer, and he's MDI's lawyer. And Siddharth was 41. And I said, I can't do anything for you guys, And then Mr. Shardul Shah disqualified 2 people on some technical things. And they made it to the list. So my evening was like saved. Otherwise, I would explain. So we do our awards through such an honest process. And I think that's the most important thing in a world where in legal, what kind of accusations are being made at judges. I'm not saying they're right or wrong. I don't know the facts. I'll put all the disclaimers I've read, seen. I don't know personally anything. So integrity is very, very important. We're in the midst of elections. I hope we get a government that is really, really sensitive to the people and it's progressive. And we also get a strong opposition because I really believe that India needs that. So I just want to say that, and we are not on the back foot by doing awards. We are deeply investing in editorial. So we are not an event management company. I get excited about stories. Today we've done a story on the main BW site, businessworld.in, about Justice Rohinton Nariman commenting on a deal, which is it's a huge deal. And he said it's legal, the way it's been done, right? And that's very important. It'll be on the legal world site also. So we're an editorial product. We have a locus standi, we have a process, and we are in it for the long haul. It will take us another 2-3 years to build. So I just want to say, I'm again saying my gratitude for your time. Your time is the biggest asset. Your attention, your name, and especially our jury members who are really helping us in the first few years. So stay back to the legal whole thing about I hope the jury and us and justice in choosing who we've chosen.
Thank you. And on that note, the next debut, please. RS Sachdeva, President, Trust Legal JK Organization.
Thank you, BW Legal. Thank you, Dr. Batra. Thank you, Mr. Dhanil Kumar. I've worked with him on many matters. Thank you, jury. Thank you for this recognition.
Congratulations, sir. Moving ahead quickly, next debut, please. Sharikat Sarkar Global General Counsel Aisha Motors Limited. There was.
So truly honored to be here in with all the legal stalwarts and the friends and colleagues. You were as good as your team. So definitely this is a testament for the effectiveness and collaboration of the team. And this would definitely inspire us, me and my team, to do even better. Thank you, business world. Thank you, friends. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you so much, Mr. Kumar, for helping us with the awards. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. I request Mr. Pulin Kumar, ex-Senior Legal Director, Adidas India, to please join us on the stage and help us with the awards, sir. With that, our next deputy, please. Sanjay Yadav, CGM, Chief Legal Services, Oil and Natural Gas Corporation Limited. Sanjay ji, everybody.
Thank you, Business World Legal, esteemed jury members. I dedicate this award to my organization, ONGC, and especially the legal team. And this will be a motivating factor to work harder and contribute more. Thank you.
Congratulations. Moving ahead, our next deputy, please. Azuka Kulkarni General Counsel, LTI Mindtree Limited. So, ambulance.
It's a great honor. Thank you, BW Legal and the jury. Tomorrow is Mother's Day. I know for all of us sitting here, every day is a Mother's Day. And I'd like to thank my mother, to all the mothers in this world, for all the sacrifices and the prayers and blessings that they give us. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. For that, our next deputy, please. Shalini Kulshrestha, General Counsel, South Asia, Densu International.
From the bottom of my heart, I would like to thank BW Legal World, Dr. Anurag Batra, and the eminent jury members. I am grateful to everyone who has supported me in this journey. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. And with that, the next debut, please. Shruti Jain, Chief Legal Officer, Sterlite Power and Transmission Limited.
Thank you. Thank you, BW Legal and the eminent jury members. I'm really grateful. Thank you. Also thanking my team. They've done a wonderful job last year and several years. Thank you to all the team members in this organization and all the previous organizations. I'd like to thank everybody who's been part of this journey. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. And with that, our next debut, please. It's Executive Director, General Counsel, India, and Regional Senior Counsel, Asia Ball Corporation.
Really intimidated by the stalwarts that we have in this gathering. So thank you so much to everybody. Thank you so much, Dr. Batra, PW Legal World, all the jury members. And this would be incomplete if I don't thank the only client that I have, which is my company, Ball Corporation. For those of you who don't know, we're the largest manufacturers in the world for beverage cans and household containers. So next time you're sipping on a cola or any alcoholic beverage in a can, when you open it, there's a highest probability it would have been made by us. So as we say in Ball, Indians are united by two C's. One is cricket, one is cinema. We're just trying our best to add one more C, which is cans. Thank you so much.
Congratulations with the fourth C. Moving ahead, the next debut, please. The President General Counsel, HEB City Gas Private Limited.
Thank you very much, the jury and the organizers for this award. And I would also like to thank my organization, my previous organization, my colleagues, my ex-colleagues, my family for this honor, who are responsible for all the sacrifices and support they have given all throughout this journey. And I hope that we continue with the good work and get recognized in future also. Thank you once again, everybody.
Congratulations, sir. Quickly moving ahead to our next debut, please. Foreign Women Associate General Counsel, India MEA and APAC HMD Mobile India Private Limited. Welcome everybody.
For this, thank you so much. This is truly a great event for our community. Thank you.
Congratulations, sir. Quickly moving ahead, the next one. Big Singh Manager Legal All India Limited, Ratna Company. Okay.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am deeply honored and humbled to receive this prestigious award from BW Legal, and it is a testament of dedication and hard work of entire oil legal team. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Moving ahead to the next one. Somebody in the General Counsel, Karthik Group.
PWD legal and jury. I think I would only reiterate to everyone what Mr. Anurag Batra said. The role of general counsel is expanding. It's not restricted just to legal. It's compliance, secretarial, ethics, governance, government affairs, and ESG is the portfolio you get. Second development which I saw, Kardeko, of course, is prominently now because of the Shark Tank, with participating in that. But during your investors presentation also, there is an expression in the pitch that, you are a general counsel, decorated general counsel with, background of Harvard Business School, just to show the leadership and the corporate governance mechanism which is working in the company, which is very important for the investors. Investors keep interacting with you as a general counsel because they really want to know the health of the company from corporate governance point of view. Third, what I saw in last 14 months, just to reiterate, your appointment at the board, 6 boards in India and Singapore. That's the next level of general counsel I'm seeing right now. So boards are expanding. Get up for it because you are at the leadership position right now. That's from my side. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, sir. And now down to our last few. Our next set of winners declared due to some unforeseen circumstances, but we have members from the company to receive awards. The next one, please. Yogesh Wagha, General Counsel, Hyundai Motor India Limited.
Thanks a lot, Business World and the jury members. We spoke about the fair and transparent manner in which these awards have been finalized. I take an honor to receive this. Thanks a lot.
Congratulations. Okay, right, the next one, please. Divya Srikhar, Managing Director, Legal India, FedEx Express, are with us. What do you want to charge me to receive the award on behalf of Divya? No. No, okay. We shall move ahead to the next student. Yes. Hello, Gujarat Chief Compliance Officer and Head Legal and CSR, Poonawalla FinCorp Limited. Devada Sadhana Das, ADP Legal and Principal Legal Officer to receive the award. Manoj and also Arnab receiving the award, please. Congratulations. Moving ahead, the next one, please. Throughout the Chief Legal Officer and Head of Board Affairs, PNB, MetLife, Devadasa Sanjeev Soul, GM Legal to receive the award on behalf of Mr. John. Congratulations. Thank you so much, Pankaj Ji, for helping us with the award. Thank you. I request Mr. Manish Lamba, General Counsel, DLF Cyber City Developers, to please join us on the stage. And the next one, please. Parihal, General Counsel from Credit Bureau. We have with us Mr. Mukul Shastri to receive the award. Congratulations. Thank you so much, Pulin Ji, for bringing us with the award. Counsel Sir, deeply. Thank you. That is the first advocate, Dr. Prashant Pratap, management partner, Pratap, could you please rise in the station and help us present our next set of awards? Are you, sir? With that, our next one, please. Counsel, United Spirits Limited, Diageo India. We have a Sakanksha Rana to receive the award on behalf of Shobna. Congratulations to you and also to her. And the next one, please. General Counsel, Power Energy Private Limited. We have with us Stuti Tandon to receive the award on behalf of Subutta. And also for Stuti. Congratulations. And the next and the last one for the debutants, please. Friend, Senior Legal Counsel, Medgenome Labs Limited. We have with us her brother, Vipul Jain, to receive the award. And also Vidhi joining us virtually. I believe that she joined us. Prashant. Has Vidhi joined us virtually? Can you check? Okay. Congratulations to one also to you. Congratulations. With that, we come to an end of this powerful list of debut icons. I think collectively, let's just give them a huge round of applause. And from that, let's move to our next list, which is of the legacy holders. They've been present in some or the other list in the previous editions. That's why they're this one now. And the first member to join this list of legacy holders, please. Amar Kumar Sundaram, General Counsel, Senior Vice President Legal, and Chief Compliance Officer, AIC Corporation India Private Limited. Also, Adi, even louder one, no?
So I'm picking up from what Dr. Batra said in his opening session. And Dr. Batra talked about kindness and he showed us that Israeli mountaineer, so there are almost 1,800 law colleges in India today. And almost 75,000 to 80,000 people pass out law every year. So my request to all the winners today is that get associated to the nearby law college, contribute in whatever way you can, teach, adopt one or the other law students, and the whole fraternity of next generation of lawyers will be a different lot. So that's kindness that I was looking after. Thank you so much, business world. Receiving it from a dear friend Manish adds to the happiness. And me, Raghav, and Samit, we were outside and we were talking, and suddenly a very nice thought came that it doesn't make any sense that you have money in your account and you are not there. So spend money on your happiness as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Congratulations, sir. Once again, to remind all the winners, please don't forget your individual picture and then also a group picture in the very end. And the next one, please. Ahmed Mahib, the Executive Vice President and General Counsel, ACME Group. We see sir's not here, I believe. Amit, sir? Nope. Okay. The next one, please. Oscar Chandran Group General Counsel, JMR Group. Oscar, sir.
Thank you, Mrs. World Legal. Thank you, Anurag. And thank you, esteemed jury. Really grateful to my legal team and more importantly, my GMR group, which has given me the platform to excel in the field of law. My wife, Kaveri, is here. I would like to, for all the support, what she has done over the years. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, ma'am, to you as well. Moving ahead, the next one, please. Victoria Roy, General Counsel, South Asia, America, India. Roy, sir. Ma'am is, she's outside. Yeah, probably as uses outstanding. Okay, till then we shall proceed with the next one and we can always come back. Please. Christopher Krishnamurthy, Group General Counsel, Interglobe Enterprises. Christopher.
Thank you. Thanks very much to BW and especially to Dr. Batra and to the jury, and many thanks to the Interglobe family, particularly to my team. And thank you all.
Congratulations. Quickly moving ahead, the next please. Harmony, Allah, General Counsel, Zomato.
Thank you for this VW World. Thank you, Dr. Batra, the jury, and of course, my team at Zomato, without which this wouldn't be possible. Thank you.
Congratulations. Winners, please don't forget, I begin reminding, and I want to remind you, one individual patient and also a group, we shouldn't be in. Very important, we got the next one, please. It's Roy, General Counsel, Pradesh, Puerto Rico, India. She did come. Right now. We shall come back again. Yeah, mate. Saturday evening, anyone celebrating? No? Next one, please. Dr. Rupal Shakri, General Counsel, Cube Highways. Hey.
So thanks, 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 Dr. Batra, thanks to all the members. So we feel that what these awards do, they play a very major role in motivating not only us, but also the younger generation, the young leaders who are watching this. And the quality of legal professionals which are coming now in the profession is because of these awards. I wish our better legal world, they're doing a great job, and thank you.
Congratulations. Moving ahead, the next one, please. Office in Chief of Gamawat Group General Counsel, Vedanta Group. Dr. Fred.
I'm grateful for this recognition. I think, Mr. Batra, you have been a visionary. You are one of the first person who has recognized and acknowledged the importance and relevance of this profession. You are doing a great job in terms of helping facilitate the evolution of this function. And we have not seen the peak of this profession. Peak has yet to come. Thank you very much for everything.
Congratulations, sir. With that, the next one, please. Captain Janandwala General Counsel Adani Group, we have with us Oscar for receiving the award on behalf of Jaipur. Congratulations. Thank you so much, Manish, for helping us with the award. Thank you. Let me request Ms. Shweta Bharti, Managing Partner, Amarabi, and Solomon to please join us on the stage and help us present awards to our next level as well. Moving ahead, the next one, please. Case of each Kumar, Chief, Legal Officer, Intellect, Design, Arena.
Thank you, BW Legal and esteemed jury. I also want to take this moment to thank BW Legal for giving me an exclusive page and publishing some of my write-ups and articles. Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations. Moving ahead, the next one. Northern Rohan J.R. Director, Legal and Compliance Member of the Executive Board, Air Liquid Global ENC Solutions, India. Ramadendra.
Thank you, Mrs. For, thanks a lot to the team. It's truly inspiring to have such events again and again. A lot, we spoke a lot about local department, judges and stuff like that. You know, the transition of the legal department coming forward. I see the legal department not just a business enabler, but also going to be a profit center. You know, there's a saying that every race a run gate. And I'm sure legal department will be seen as profit center going forward. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, sir. Moving ahead, next one. Right. General Counsel, South Asia, Puerto Rico, India. We got lucky.
How are you? Sorry, I'm the Houdini General Counsel, the third time lucky. Thank you so much, BW Legal World, and of course, the eminent jury. It is always a humbling experience to be part of this list, given the kind of names that appear in this list. So thank you so much. As usual, this is one for my team. Thank you.
Congratulations. Moving ahead with the next one, please. Head of Legal Southern Asia, Director MCS India, Kenview. Am I here, everybody? So, and the job of considering for this award. Thank you, Anurag, for giving us an opportunity to come together. And good to see some old faces and friends here. I'm just and there's an opportunity to have all the fraternity members here. Thank you so much for that. I'm also told by the communications opportunity with a session like me. So I represent on 15th of and this is the spin-off and demost business of Johnson Johnson. Is the consumer business? Strain, Johnson, and so on. Last thing that I would say is I see a lot of descriptors in social media for industry colleagues saying business enabler that many of you also spoke about. I love that descriptor because that's what we are. Business enablers, and we see it on the table most of us, all of us. Business decisions are made. I think that's a big shift. I mean, the legal profession is to see more changes in the exciting times. Thank you. Congratulations. Congratulations. With that, the next one, please. Monica Dhingra General Counsel of Fortum, India.
Thank you very much. Thank you, BW Legal, Dr. Anurag, and all my management team members in India and in Finland. And this is my third award in a row. I'm deeply humbled and honored to receive this award third time. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations, Ram. With that, thank you so much, Dr. Prashant, for introducing the awards. Next, sir, please. And I request Mr. Krishna Vadat, Managing Partner of Argus Partners, to please join us on the stage, along with the members of these. I also request Mr. Mahajan, Managing Partner of Chandok and Mahajan, to please join us on the stage and help us present the awards for the next set of winners. And with that, the next one, please. Monica Satsriga, Head of Legal and Compliance, Olive Trading, India Private Limited. Good morning, everybody.
Thank you, BW Legal, the eminent jurists, and Dr. Batra for this award and for motivating all of us present over here who have been giving their inputs to their respective companies for such a long time. Thanks once again.
Congratulations. Moving ahead, next one, please. Praveen Madani, Chief Legal Officer, Mahindra Lightspace Developers Limited. Okay, I believe Man's not here. Next one, please. Royal Director, Legal Risk Management and Compliance Cluster, Indian Subcontinent, D.V. Shankar.
Thank you so much. We've been waiting for a lot of people to take the awards, so I would like to make it very sweet and short. Thank you very much to all the esteemed panelists and all the jury members here for giving this award. I just slightly feel a little old getting a legacy, but I think, thank you so much for bringing this new section of the award, and I feel very much privileged. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, one. Moving ahead with the next one, please. From the Marathi General Counsel and DB, Legal and Compliance, Sula Vineyards Limited.
Indeed, it's been a pleasure to receive this award. And thank you, eminent juries and Mr. Anurag and the entire team of BW Legal, Ashima and Garima, and who all tirelessly put lots of efforts to make this event seamless and without any hassle. So much.
Congratulations, winners. Please for both event picture and then group picture as well. With that, the next one. Rajiv Arora, General Counsel, Indus Towers Limited.
Good evening, everyone. Deeply honored. Thanks to BW Legal World and the entire team, their partners, and the eminent jury for the award. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. And with that, the next one, please. Legal Aid India, Australia, AXO Global India. Everybody.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you, Business World Legal, the esteemed jury, Dr. Batra. Thank you very much for this award and being a part of my professional journey. And I'd like to add, professional journey is not always glories. It is a journey of rise and falls. And thank you for being a part and always being encouraging. Thank you so much. I was so grateful. Thank you.
Congratulations, one. Moving ahead with our next one. General Counsel and Chief Legal Officer, Play Games 24/7 Private Limited.
Thank you, thank you, Anurag. Thank you, BW Legal World. And Ashima, thank you, Shweta, Pooja. We said that the government keeps you busy. A lot of people keep you busy. That's true. But I think this is great to receive this, and thank you again. I represent the sector.
Congratulations to you, sir. Moving ahead, the next one, please. Very Regional Counsel, Senior Corporate Counsel India and SARC, Autodesk India Private Limited. I believe Shikhaji is not here. Next one, please. Sajjata Balachandra, Regional General Counsel, Ernst and Young. For us, what does everybody want?
Thank you, Dr. Batra. Thank you for this recognition. Deeply obliged. And I think, as always, love to thank the management of EY. Without their trust and confidence, I don't think we can, the unwavering support of my team. And I think many a times we forget our families. So this is for my husband and the two girls of my daughters who keep pushing. Pooja knows it very well, how they keep pushing me. So we spoke of DEI. I just want to take just 30 seconds. So I heard Justice Pratibha Singh recently. She said more than 50% of the law graduates are girls. Less than 15% join the profession, and a much lesser number gets to the top. I just leave this thought with the GCs. I think many girls are probably not able to get into law firms or litigation given the kind of limitations that they have. So I think it's we should be encouraging more girls in the team. Thank you. Thank you once again.
Congratulations. Congratulations. With that, the next one, please. Amit VP, Corporate Law and Company Secretary, DCM, Shriram Limited. So what's it? If you can.
Sumit, you may want to help Ashima with this. Yeah.
Can you please check for Samit, sir? Yeah, I'm just wondering, bar hai bhi ki nahi yaar? I don't see any. Or are we talking of just no? Okay, I think he's very interested in the bar right now. We shall go to the next one, then come back. Please. On the go ahead, legal vice president, Enterprise Investment Managers Limited. Everybody. We got down to the last few, and I think the amount of Josh that you showed in the initial one, you should have the same as now. Sir, Mr. Ghosh.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Great acknowledged and for the contribution. It's such an esteemed and it is, congratulations to my colleagues here. I just want to thank because sacrifice and support is not possible. This event on the day-to-day, I just realized that the experience of interacting with startups in the industry, it feels like that the mission has been built on stone. And I think it's a deep sense of responsibility I recognize. Thank you so much.
I want to say Ashima said, there's a colleague of ours, Bani. Some of you may know her. I think her father slipped and she, of course, gone home. That is important. So I think that's why and Ashima is doing her bit. So that's, I hope her father is okay, but we'll manage this small gap of communication.
Okay, well, with that, next one, please. Suresh Kumar Sharma, General Counsel, Patna, Deloitte, India. Suresh, everybody.
Sir. Thank you, BW Legal World, and thank you, Dr. Batra, for organizing something as magnificent as this. And thanks to the jury as well, and to my team and my mentors, all of whom have made this possible. Thank you. Sumit and my colleagues at BW, I know it's been a long evening. The JC Hall of Fame award is immediately after the couple. So you want to request all our friends from the GC fraternity to get in personally. I think there are 3-4 more to go, and then the GC Hall of Fame.
Yes, sir. With that, the next one, please. Bani Mehta, Regional General Counsel, South Asia, JE, Aerospace. Vaniji? Okay. Let's move ahead with the next one, please. We need Global General Counsel, Tech Mahindra Limited.
Thank you, Business World. Thank you, jury. And this is for my team. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, Shwetaji and Poojaji, for helping us with the awards. Everybody wants for wheels. One will ask you, again, a couple of them can't make it here. They have the other team members receive the award. The next one, please. Amit Bhasin, the Chief Executive of Marico Limited. We have with us Korea Gunal, Legal Manager, to receive the award on behalf of Amit. Amit and Korea. To receive the award. Congratulations. And the next one, please. Assembly Council Chakra. Go. Can you just collectively give some love to Chetan as well?
Thank you so much, BW team. Thank you so much, Dr. Batra, Ashima, and the esteemed jury. And of course, this is not possible without the support of my team at Trucker and at home, my which is my better half. She's accompanying me today. So thank you, Sunena, for all the backing you've given and the support you've given. Thank you so much, everyone.
Congratulations to you, to ma'am as well. Quickly moving ahead, the next one, please. Lalawandi, General Counsel and Chief Governance and Compliance Officer, We Work India Management Private Limited. We have the Senior Manager, Ravan Verma, to receive the award. Congratulations to you. And the next one, please. President Legal India Bill Finance. We have with us very much received the award on of Kaushik. Madura. Okay. The next one, please. Vitali Rasu, General Counsel, Vice President, Legal Compliance and Corporate Governance, Eureka Forbes. We have with us Shubhavi Basu, sister-in-law, a civil engineer, to receive the award on behalf of Mitali. Congratulations, ma'am, to you and also to Mitali as well. Moving ahead, the next one, please. Santosh, we for our General Counsel Legal, L&T Finance Limited. We have with us individual manager, Mr. Rahul Chauhan, who receives the award. Congratulations to you and also to Santosh as well. With that, the next one, please. Okay, Dr. Bhatia, General Counsel, Hero FinCorp Limited, we have with us Joe Savla to receive the award. Please. Congratulations. And to the next one, please. General Counsel CS Award member of Boeing India.
Thank you so much.
Only say three things. First is thank you, Dr. Batra, for building a legacy for GCs. So Business World Legal has built a legacy. The second thing which I wanted to say is thanks for choosing me, and this is to my junior friends, and they consider me young for this world. Thank you for and nominating myself. The third thing, just wanted to add to sir you Dr. Batra's recipe of sleeping 8 hours. So I'm in that club. But I will just add two more things to that recipe. One is eat responsibly. And third is exercise regularly. Thank you for the award.
But food is again very important. And that's where I make mistakes.
Congratulations. See you soon. Moving on the next one, please. Siddharth Grenali, Global General Counsel, Chief Compliance Officer, Waste Sustainability Limited. Okay, so next one, please. It's Rajat Singh, General Counsel, Global Health Limited.
Hello, everyone. A very good evening to you.
And thank you, Business World, Anurag, Ashima, for a wonderful gathering, and the eminent jury for giving us an opportunity to stand here. Have a good evening. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Okay. With that, as Dr. Batra was talking about that very last award, Hall of Fame, and as I say that the best is truly saved for the last. So this is the Hall of Fame award. So you wish to say something before we proceed with that? Okay. The winner of the Hall of Fame award for this year, and we really hope that that will love and support and motivation. Yes. The Senior Executive Director and General Counsel, Maruti Suzuki. A standing one for ma'am. How about that? Yes.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone, and this is a big surprise. And thank you, BW Legal World, Dr. Batra, Ashima. I have a long association with BW Legal World. I remember when they just started, and I had some contribution in that. And to see it grow and reach this height, and to make this such a great platform for all the GCs, I think it's commendable. So congratulations. And I don't know what to think about this because I know that I had told them that I don't want to be judged for the next, the top 100 GCs award because I'd already got it 3 years in a row. I said, no, this is no more of that. So I think everyone else should have chance. And we do have very wonderful talent that is growing and coming up. So my compliments to all the winners who won today. A great job. With this Hall of Fame, I hope it's not saying that this is the end of my career and my contribution to the fraternity. I think there's a lot still more left to be done, but it's always a pleasure and a great feeling to know that your fraternity honors you and gives you a recognition of this kind. It's also a culmination of nearly 35 years of work. So starting as my career as a professor and then moving into law, it was a mid-career shift. To see yourself grow and reach this level, I think is always heartening. The journey has not been easy. Sometimes people ask me what it has been. So I always have one thing to say that, for the last 20 years of my life, at least, I've been trying to run a marathon at the speed of a sprint. So it's been difficult, it's been challenging, but it's been equally rewarding as well. And I have a lot of people to thank in this. First, my colleagues. I've had a great set of colleagues wherever I've worked. So I think a big shout out and a big thank you to all of them who've always been highly competitive, highly supportive as well, and great peers with whom I worked. And they've always made me want to do better. Along with that, I think I was fortunate to also have tough but equally great managers who were invested in my growth and my career. So, right from the time when I joined as with the independent counsel, and then moved into a law firm and then G and then now Maruti, I think everybody, all the managers, all my CEOs, all my senior managers have been wonderful. And what they've taught me, I think, has remained with me ever since. And I think I've gone on to say the same things and, out of experience to my teams. Lastly, my teams. I think I've had the fortune of working with wonderful people, getting them on board. Most of them have gone on to become general counsels in their own right, and that gives me immense amount of satisfaction. And just recently, somebody joined Sony who has just worked with me as a senior counsel, and he told me one thing, कि आप सिखाती बहुत हैं. So, so I said, once a teacher, always a teacher. I think I can't get that out of my system, but I intend to do that more. Go back to teaching and, try and give back. And lastly, I think it's been my family. I wouldn't be here without their support. It has been unwavering throughout the ups and downs and the goods and the bad. And I think they've always been the wind under my wings, and I'm here because of them. So a big shout out to everybody, and thank you for this. It makes me feel more responsible, and I feel that there's a journey yet to be done. And I continue to look forward to support of the fraternity and all of you in whatever we need to do next. Thank you ever so much. I'm honored.
Thank you so much, Manjari. Ladies and gentlemen, as we draw the curtains on this illuminating day, it is my immense pleasure to extend a heartfelt vote of thanks to everyone who contributed to the resounding success of the BW Legal World Top 100 Plus GC Conclave and Awards. To echo the words of American writer William Arthur Ward, feeling gratitude and not expressing it is like wrapping a present and not giving it. Coupled with the wisdom of the Dalai Lama, who advised, share your knowledge, it is a way to achieve immortality. These quotes say it all. It is evident that we can achieve remarkable progress when we come together to share our knowledge and insights. First and foremost, I would like to express our deepest gratitude to our keynote speakers, Dr. Lalit Bhasin ji, Mr. Krishnava Dutt, and Sri Dhanendra Kumar ji, whose profound insights have greatly enriched our understanding of the evolving legal landscape today. A special thank you to Dr. Anurag Batra, our chairman and editor-in-chief, for not only inspiring us with his words, but also for his visionary leadership that continues to guide BW Legal World towards groundbreaking achievements. Thank you, Dr. Batra. Our gratitude extends to all our panelists who, through their expertise in various sessions, from discussing the ethical implications of AI in law to evaluating the Digital Competition Bill, have provided us with the comprehensive and pragmatic approaches to complex issues. Your contributions have been invaluable. Thank you to the moderators who skillfully guided the discussions, ensuring that every topic was covered with depth and clarity. Our sincere appreciation goes to all participants, our esteemed general counsel, legal professionals, and industry experts. Your active engagement and thoughtful questions have significantly contributed to the success of this conclave. A special thank you also again to our jury for giving us their time and most of all their honest feedback at every step to help us do better with every edition. They truly are the compass that points us onwards and upwards. I would also like to acknowledge the tireless efforts of our organizing team and would request that we keep the thunderous applause going for each one of them, from outreach team, audience team, marketing team, designers, reporters, and my BW Legal World team, Krishnendra, Kaustubh, Bani, Deepshika, and our newest addition, Mr. Sumit Narula, without whom this event would not have been possible. Your dedication and hard work have seamlessly brought this event to life. Finally, our sponsors and partners, thank you for your unwavering support and collaboration. Your contributions have been crucial in making this event a memorable one. As we conclude, let us carry forward the insights and inspirations from today to shape a better tomorrow for the legal world. May I please ask the winners to come together for a group picture. Thank you so much. Yeah. Thanks.
We request all the winners to please join us with your trophies on the stage for the picture along with the jury members. We have a picture first with the jury members and then only of the winners. Please, Ayo. Announced. I said after the second picture, only winners. First jury members and the winners. Ayo. Raghu sir, there he is. Please, all the jury members, along with the winners, please, Ayo. Mr. Manish sir.
Please stand up. BW Legal World team, please join us.
The winners who are left to join us on the stage, please, with your trophies. Okay, just set the camera, please. Please wait, please wait. We'll do one with the winners only now. Thank you so much to all the jury members. Thank you. You can occupy the seats. Anybody can occupy. Thank you. Thank you so much. Congratulations to all of you. Please join us for dinner. My name is Aditya Malik. Been a pleasure. Thank you.